So real, so true. When holding your hands, I flew. Stars are bright, the skies are blue. I'd love you the whole night through. Near or far, wherever
Hello everyone. Welcome to Ludo History. My name is Adam. I'll be the host for today, and today we are hopping into the Assassin's Creed Valhalla Discovery Tour, the Viking Age. I've been putting in a lot of work on this. Ubisoft very graciously provided me a press review copy that I used over the past week to help get ready for this stream, so I have a stack of notes, about 15 pages handwritten, about pretty much everything in here. I think I've screwed up the order in my research recently, though, so there may be some flipping through papers live, in person, at speed. Professional streamer. While we are loading in, to introduce myself, and I'll repeat this a few times, you can also type !about in the stream, in order to get a brief rundown. But I am a trained professional historian of the medieval Norse literature and the Viking Age. I have a master's degree in Viking and medieval Norse studies, and I'm currently in a MLIS degree for cultural heritage. I have about 6 or 7 years of training in early medieval England and early medieval Scandinavia, including the Viking phenomenon. And I have presented at multiple international conferences, with several more in the works, on various aspects of the literary traditions of medieval Scandinavia, human-environment interactions, and the reception of the Vikings in modern media, particularly in video games. So, thank you to Enemy Birds, Shadow Eagle, Martin P. 1973, and Trainmaster Jack for all the follows just now. I super appreciate it. So, I have a whole lot of thoughts about this, and to give the initial impressions before we jump in. At its best, this Discovery Tour is on par with the best museum exhibits in the world. It is not always at its best. There's only 2 quests where I think it hits that mark out of the 8 total, and when it is at its worst, it falls into a lot of the familiar traps. So I am super excited. The goal is we're going to get 100% completion in this. So, we'll be here for a while. So keep spreading the word, keep trying to get people, if you know people who would be interested, let them know this is going on, because I would love if we could get a whole bunch of of viewers, and people participating in chat. Right? The other rules, hopefully, if chat is moving fast, you will either want to use channel points to highlight your message, or cheer if you have questions, comments, etc. Because I do want to see them, I do want to read them, but we've got a lot to get through. So, either highlight your message or cheers, it will make a loud noise, I'll have to respond to it. It'll be great. Thank you, Saishad Anil, for the appearance. You were summoned, welcome. And Math, thank you for the subscription. And Nighty Night for the follow. Other things. While I am a professional historian with years of experience, I am not infallible. So if I see something that I say is wrong, that you know, oh, so-and-so actually made this argument, it's coming from somewhere, please bring that up. It would be super awesome, because I am not the only person with expertise. While these are my opinions, there is a lot of scholarship I have not read, I do not know. So if you have that knowledge, please feel free to bring it up and participate in chat. Okay? Awesome. Lon, I appreciate the support, but I am also very much fallible. Anyway. Last things last, big thanks to Ubisoft for providing the press review copy that I used for this. Additionally, big thanks to Luca Pinaro and Dr. Luke Murphy for very rapidly fielding my questions this morning on the things I was uncertain about. They are extremely cool, and was extremely generous of them, confirmed some things that I suspected but didn't know, so thanks to them for the help and support. And so without further ado, let's hop in and experience Discovery Tour, the Viking Age. They've got little notes here. The word drakar was invented by a journalist in France during the 19th century. It was inspired from the Norse draki, or dragon, recurring to some of the most iconic figureheads. And Billy Warren, thank you for the follow. SciShot NL, Arcane Physics, Billy Warren, thank you for the subscription. And Arcane Physics and SciShot NL, thank you for the follows.
Hi, traveler, and welcome to Discovery Tour Viking Age. Just like the brave Scandinavians who left their homes on longships in search of new horizons, a quest for knowledge and a promise of adventure awaits you.
Look
For
at how
3
pretty this is.
centuries, adventurers set sail in search of trade, land, and sometimes
Often plunder.
changing the world forever in ways that can still be felt today. We call these adventurers Vikings. Some remember them merely as brutal warriors and merciless conquerors. But there is much more to be learned about their rich and complex culture.
Eva, hello. Morgan, Gallon of Milky.
History will come
And
alive
everyone else,
for you
welcome.
through the eyes of those who lived it. Norse merchants looking to make their fortune. An Anglo-Saxon monk in search of his life's meaning. And even King Alfred himself. You
We
will
do get to
follow
play as
their
King
deeds,
Alfred in this.
great
It's great.
and small, as they navigate their eventful time in places known today as England and Norway. But fear not. Discovery Tour Viking Age is a safe, combat-free experience that you can enjoy at your own pace and in your own time. Tapping into the years of research of the Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
I love that they say
Its
that
content
while
has
showing a
been
mammoth
crafted in
skull,
close
something that
partnership
is
with renowned
extremely much
historians
not
and
recognized in the
academics.
historical time period, and that we have
On
no
behalf
evidence of
the
being
entire
utilized
development team,
in the material.
We hope you enjoy Discovery Tour Viking
So,
Age.
it's just real funny that they said the years
May
of
the
research
seas be
while
kind
including that.
on your journey.
It was an interesting thing. Yes, also OSP YouTube, you are correct, Blue. In your own time, so we're gonna 100% it right here, right now, no breaks, let's go. So, first things first, within that there were some really informative things within that initial blurb. The most important one is the idea that who are the Vikings and how do we remember them? So, when we use the term Vikings as historians, we are intentionally using something... Durham, I will refund you those points because we do not get a choice of what character we play as.
Your father would be happy to come to the Farms Company.
You'll be off raiding
Anyway.
for months, not years. Shorter than your trade routes even. The farm
So,
and I will still be
thank you to
here
everyone who
when we
followed,
return.
by the way. Rosa Kosahedron, Wizard Legend, and Tiger King 266.
You had
Right
better,
there.
or I'll come find you.
But when we say the
Rick,
term
do you have
Viking,
any
we are
questions for me
intentionally
before I leave?
using a problematic word.
No.
The word in Old Norse is Vikingur, which best translates to pirate
I
or
doubt you'll
marauder.
need help, but I'll be glad to know you're here all the
Thank
same.
you for the 11-bit tiny share for us. So,
Come,
the term
boys. The
etymologically
market waits
might
for
be
no
derived
man.
from the word for bay,
Coming,
Vik,
my love.
or from a specific location, Viken. But there is some debate as to what the source is. What is very clear is that it is
I'm coming, Gunhilda.
not an ethnonym. It is not a description for the people of medieval Scandinavia that they would have recognized. There is one case in the Old English poem Wheatsith where they use the Old English word Wheatchingas, which is Vikings, and it appears to be an ethnonym, but for a specific small group of people, not for medieval Scandinavia broadly. The other thing is the idea that the Vikings are these brutal marauders that did horrible things. The rejection of this framework has been 60 years in the making. It starts with Peter Sawyer in 1960, redefining the Vikings to be the Viking phenomenon instead of... Thank you, controls. I want to talk to Trig. I want to talk to Trig. Of the Viking phenomenon, away from something that is brutal and violent. Ugh, nice voice crack there. Away from something that is brutal and violent, and instead towards something that is far more complex. So since the 1960s, there has been ongoing rehabilitation. A really good article to see a recent examination of the ways it has and has not been accepted is Magnus Fjalldal's posthumous article, The Last Viking Battle, published in 2015. Unfortunately, he died during the production of the article, but Magnus Fjalldal was an incredible scholar. Anyway, quest 1 here, actually, before we get in, Trig, over there, that we just missed, is actually enslaved at this point,
He's a grown man, not an errant child.
as Gunhilda will tell us right here.
Slaves talk Gunhilda. If he returns to his family.
They will repeat that line, but we will be splitting up the dialogue a little bit. I'll try and find good points to do it, but as we walk past these discovery sites, we will in fact be clicking on them. It is said that the famous naval battle of Hafrsfjord took place near Stavanger in the late 8th century CE, which pitted the young Harald Fairhair against a coalition of petty kings determined to prevent the young Jarl's rise to power. In this time period, it is likely that there is not even a settlement in Stavanger, where modern Stavanger is. The modern town is founded in the 12th century, but there's probably a settlement going back into the 11th or maybe late 10th century, probably not a whole lot earlier than that. So, the town that we are in, and that exists here, is completely fabricated, though based on Kaupang in Oslofjordur.
Slaves talk Gunhilda. If he returns to his family and says we mistreated him, I might find myself in a duel.
And, speaking of slaves, household slaves. Immediately good start. Slavery is one of the primary, regrettably, enslaved people are one of the primary trade exports in the Viking Age. In Dublin, Frisia, the markets of England, and as far away as the Umayyad Caliphate, Rome, etc. And so the chains are from the National Museum of Denmark in København. And if a child is born to a slave, it was the social status of the mother rather than the father that was passed to the newborn. This is true. What this strongly implies, by the way, is not slave fathers, but rather enslaved people being sexually assaulted, and then the children might be freed, but the parents would likely not be. Anyway, a bondi, literally farmer but also freeman, could, under extreme circumstances, renounce his status to a sort of debt slavery, which is true and is attested in both the Gulating's log from Norway and Graugaus, the 12th century Icelandic law code. But yeah, these ones are from Copenhagen, not Dublin. You were close. They have almost identical ones.
Until you've worked on your swordsmanship.
Anyway.
I'm sure to get practice on this expedition.
Let us keep
Harald.
walking.
Our enemies may not fight with blunted blades, but he's promised me the children of Stavanger are far more fierce.
The children who struck you as you lay sleeping, then ran away laughing? You'll need to keep your wits about you, so...
So, first criticism. Bindir or freeman. So, my criticism here is that their spelling is, to be generous, poor. So, the singular is bondi, B with an accent and the I. The plural is bindir. By the way, as a note on the pronunciation, I use modern Icelandic pronunciations for Old Norse. If you follow someone like Jackson Crawford, you know he uses reconstructed pronunciations. These differences are deliberate and a result of linguistic evolution, not because either of us are right or wrong. Modern Icelandic is just, in my opinion, the superior version. The superior choice for an academic trying to study Old Norse for a variety of reasons. But in Old Norse pronunciation or spelling, it should be B OE as a ligature, which is in Unicode, so they could have put it in, and then an I here instead of an E. They have the right and the duty to attend the thing, and they put in a thorn, so right, they're using Icelandic expansions anyway. They could have done it here. Any bondi could serve as a judge or as a member of the jury during legal processes, had the right to bear arms, which is not the case for women or slaves. True. And then a little sickle from the National Museum of Denmark. Anyway, let us turn and pick up a couple more discovery sites, because we are going to try and pick up all the discovery sites in an area right away, so that we do not have to roam around afterwards in free roam to pick them all up. Anyway, as Scandinavia in the Viking Age was depicted as a land of ice and snow, it's often believed that its... Wait, what? Often believed that its barren, frozen nature drove the Scandinavians to leave their homeland. The truth was more complicated. Ancient Scandinavia was not all ice and snow. It included green, lush landscapes like these Norwegian islands, which are in Flatangr, which is in the Vestfold, where we are now. In fact, its soil was quite fertile along the coast and in the south, i.e. the entire country of Denmark, by the way, and could yield a generous crop. However, Scandinavian harvests did pale in comparison to those in Frankish or Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, and an incentive for the invasion and settlement of those lands. This is not, strictly speaking, wrong, but it is misleading. The causes of the Viking phenomenon are one of the most complicated things and most contested things in historical scholarship. While climate may have played a role, and indeed land availability might have, it is likely neither crop failures nor a lack of land or overpopulation that caused the Viking phenomenon. The weather in Scandinavia in this time was actually fairly good, and certainly plenty sustainable for the mixed agricultural pastoral farming of early medieval Scandinavia. Instead, the phenomenon seemed to be a desire for portable wealth, ambition among the elites who are competing to consolidate their power in this time period, and potentially religious pressures too, with increased knowledge and restrictions around Christianity. We'll head over there later, I believe. Next up, we additionally have little notes from the design team, narrated by Sean Hastings, legendary assassin and dubious historian,
Stavanger,
regarding
as with many cities in Assassin's
design of the
Creed
game.
Valhalla, is based on an existing city, also called Stavanger. To reconstruct it, level designers and artists used maps, pictures and drawings by archaeologist Jean-Claude Gauvin as references, adding alterations for gameplay purposes. While not all the towns resembled Gauvin's drawings, some iconic details helped give a Scandinavian signature to the towns and settlements of the game, easily recognizable by players. Narrow streets, docks, and a salient longhouse in the distance, they all incite exploration and the need for adventure.
So, by the way, they say a longhouse in the distance, while apparently referring to a stavkirke. We'll talk about the stavkirke later. It's a choice. But, you know, it is worth noting that these A-frame, short wooden houses are attested, both with wooden shingles, in a sort of what's known as a hogback design, for small halls and some of these houses, and with thick pieces of thatch. Actually, I think we missed one. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go over to the world, because I think I missed something right at the very start. Nope, I picked it up. Awesome. So as you can see, right, we've got some things out here. We'll get to these in a different quest. We'll get to all of these in a different quest. So right now we're just doing Stavanger. Also, to talk about Thorstein's clothes.
My mother loved the fine woolen cloak you sold me. The stitching is exquisite.
Of course. My wife takes great pride in the needlework.
his clothes are actually, with one exception, really, really, really good. Right, this is something we have complained about if you are familiar with the other streams. The only thing that is a problem is the overabundance of belts. One, maybe two, is done, but Thorstein has 3, which is getting a bit excessive. However, the rest of his outfit is actually really good. We will come back to it. Actually, we'll do it first before we do this. So, the embroidered stitching on the edge of his overtunic is excellent. You'll love it. Absolutely incredible. And Tau Noob 1, for the follow just now, appreciate it. As is the embroidered, or, yeah, you can almost see it there, the brocaded undertunic that is too long, and so it's rolled up to create these wrinkles in the sleeves. Also phenomenal. Exactly attested in pictorial representations of all social, or all free social statuses, I should say, in early medieval England, and safe to portray that around to Iceland. Additionally, as we go into here, we can see he's wearing 2 brooches. This circular disc brooch and this trefoil brooch. Both of these are in fact attested, though the specific design appears to be invented by the game developers. And while I do not agree with wearing a fur like this, I would much rather see a woolen cloak with a fur lining. It is also tied reasonably plausibly, and in a way that makes some sense with... Yeah, we'll get back to your talking later. It makes some sense around the supposed time period, and the idea of using a fur sort of shawl makes some sense in winter. And Blind Cow just now, thank you for the follow. It's not a knotted beard, he's got a bead put in it, which is attested. Anyway, the Gothi, or Lawkeeper. The Gothi was a keeper, should be an accented O and then an ev here, by the way. So they, again with their bizarrely anglicized spelling. The Gothi was a keeper of the law. He knew the rules of his society by heart, and he used his knowledge to guide its actions. His title, Gothi, from Gloth, or God, might suggest he held a religious role. While the medieval Scandinavians did not have priests like the Christians, the Gothi may have helped to oversee religious rituals, as seen in this painting from the 19th century, and therefore completely unreliable, but that's okay. Scandinavians would have believed that the Gothi served the gods by knowing the law. Complicated. Law was considered an instrument of order and harmony. True, but the extant law codes are almost purely secular in their things. Hello, Moreau Range, first time chat, thank you. Welcome for coming. Brex DQ, same thing. Have I read Vinland Saga? I have not. There is a goal at some point, maybe around Christmas, that I will just do a live reaction to the Vinland Saga anime season 1 on stream here. So, follow, make sure you're looking forward to that. We may do that as like a Christmas special something. And Brex DQ, Milka22, and Blind Cow, thank you all for the follows. Anyway, just as the gods gave order to the universe, the Gothi's knowledge of law helped to keep the peace among the humans of his community. This is not terrible, but can be misleading. What seems to be true is that the Gothi is both the secular and the religious leader of a community in the Viking Age. This gives them a lot of control over who is worshipped and how. But from our reconstructions of rituals from poems like Skirtismal, Haukonamal, etc., this ain't it. This ain't how it's done. And there's no evidence of a statue like Thor actually existing, so Johan Lund, way to base it off of Greek models. You'll love to see it. And Christian models at that. The game is real pretty, right? There is no shade to this game on graphical quality. Even at low settings, right? It looks good. But we will criticize it because it is worth criticizing because it matters. And, Darcy Terrell, 12, thank you for the follow just now. The Northway. In 864 CE, many small kingdoms lay claim to the western coast of Scandinavia. They struggled for wealth and power, and many sought to control a valuable sailing route, the North Way. This is, by the way, Northern Veyur is where we get Norway from. So a cargo ship following the Northern Way would leave the Oslofjordur, following Skagerrak Strait, and then to the North Sea. It would then hug the Atlantic coast around the Vestfold to the North Cape, eventually going all the way around the north coast of Scandinavia and ending up at the Kola Peninsula in the White Sea. To maintain power, kings needed to keep wealth flowing to their allies and followers. Controlling part of the Northway could help a king to keep the riches coming and keep his followers happy. These holdings allowed the young King Harald to dominate the trade route and rise to great political power, social power. According to Harald Saga Harfagra, the text in Snorri Sturluson's 13th century Heimskringla that tells the story of Haraldr Feinherr. Thing is, Harald Feinherr is probably not a historical figure. He's probably not real. If he was, he controlled a very small amount of land. A little bit in Oslofjord and a little bit in the Vestfold. The idea of him controlling all of Norway and unifying the country is a probably 12th century invention in the earliest king sagas. But it's not. Emerald Range, we will get to it as soon as we unlock it after finishing this quest. It's the best armor in the game, bar none. Bar none. So we will get to it soon. Sue Brunig, I believe, from the British Museum, consulted on it. So it's got a couple things to critique yet, but it's the best armor set in the game for historical accuracy. And Valkyrie 27002, thank you for the follow just now. Anyway, the Fielag, or Fellowship. A Fielag was a legal, social, and... sorry, I skipped that. Let's try that again. I hit the button too soon. The Fielag was a legal, social, and business fellowship formed by two or more people. Members of a Fielag often became trusted companions. The English word fellowship came from the word Fielag, modern Icelandic Fielag, for the fellowship. You'll see it in a whole bunch of, like, institutions, or, yeah, like publishers will often call themselves Fielag. So, Fielags were formed for a number of reasons, including building a boat or funding a sea voyage. A married couple could also be called a Fielag. A Fielag is like a second family. Each Fielagi, or member of the fellowship, protected his companions and their interests. If a Fielagi was killed, one of the fellows would avenge them. This can also be called, like, foster brothership, Fostbræðra. So this runestone was erected by 3 surviving members of Fielag to commemorate their partner, who they call the most unvillainous of men. This is in the National Museum, but is found from Aarhus in Jylland, and is actually Viking Age. Hooray. You'll love to see it. It's a great example of a runestone. Look at how pretty it is. Anyway, there are some places where they're going to use the term Fielag that I don't like it. I will call it out when it happens, but that entry is, by and large, totally fine. No problems whatsoever.
After a few raids, just think.
Uh-oh.
After a few raids, we'll have enough silver to leave this place for
Just
good.
think.
Have you not been happy here?
With you, I would be happy anywhere. But Stavanger is small.
Too small for the grand dreams of the shepherd girl.
And why not? Even a worm may one day hold up the sky.
Come, Mikael has promised to aid you in my affairs while I'm
I wonder why they're doing the
You have plenty
yeah
of
sound
time
with
to
a
drink while
JE.
I'm gone.
I mean, that suggests Slavic influence,
Mikael, it's a
which is
fine
not
day for little business, don't you think?
not.
Get away from here, Thorstein! I won't be seen dealing with an oathbreaker.
I would rather use an E accent, so Mikael.
On what
There.
grounds do you base this outrageous claim?
That is for you and Bjorn to discuss.
Well, we apparently need to go talk to a guy named Björn.
I can't
There.
believe he'd betray me like this.
Yeah, we'll get back to him in a moment. Manhelgi is the Norse word used to describe a person's indestructible spirit. Helgi meant holiness, sanctity, security, and in a way peace. To respect someone's Manhelgi was to respect the harmony and order of the universe itself. This is not a great entry. The The Norse believed that each person had a sacred, gods-given right to feel secure and at peace. A good way to understand Manhelgi is to think of it in terms of space. Each person's spirit was their own sacred space, it's a personal bubble. A Manhelgi is a right to inviolability, so it's the assumption that you're not going to be bothered with. More than a big religious right. To attack or to step into another person's space was an act of trespass, violate not only that person's boundaries, but the Manhelgi of all that person's ancestors as well. We don't know that. We don't have a lot of evidence for exactly how ancestor veneration worked in pre-Christian religions of the North, so let's just leave it to violate that person's boundaries, and that is a legal insult. The runestone depicts one such insult being answered. At the top, two men, possibly the hero Sigurður and Gunnar, king of the Burgundians, are fighting each other to defend their honor and integrity. This is from the Huningastone, a Gotlandic picture stone from the 8th century, and the Gotlandic picture stones are our earliest identifiable images of Norse mythology. So, would there have been wooden castles in this time period? Not really, no.
Not him. Bjorn.
He's always sniffing about your trades like a wild dog. He envies your success and wishes to take it for himself.
Well,
Okay.
we won't let him. We've worked too hard for him to take this chance away
And
from us
Wolf,
now.
thank you for the follow just now.
We'll not let Bjorn get away with this.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
swear it.
Thorstein, we will deal with it after we see all these other entries. Among ancient Scandinavians, harmony and social order relied heavily on people obeying the law. Well, honor determined what was considered just. Thing is, the laws get broken all the dang time. So this one is going to go, it's going to be a problem. Honor was something ancient Scandinavians cherished, something called heiðr, or brightness. Honor was said to shine. This is true, it is called heiðr. This idea of honor as a visible quality that received its shape from the gaze of others was central to ostentatious displays of wealth or bragging about successes in combat. This is true. Every social negotiation in the Viking Age is a negotiation of honor and social standing, where you win, usually by making someone else lose. Thing is, what that means is if they do anything that you decide is an insult, even if it is legal, you are expected to break the law with violence in order to answer that. So the primary structure of the Icelandic sagas, and of early Icelandic society for sure, and probably pre-Christian Norwegian society as well, is that of the feud, in which two families, originally, will kind of kill people back and forth, and then as it goes, the importance of the people killed will climb and climb and climb until local petty kings get involved, and either one of them will gobble up the other one, defeat them in battle, gobble up their lands, or they will go to a third party who will make a judgment as to all the compensations that need to be paid to restore everyone's honor and wipe the slate clean. It is extremely unhealthy, you are correct, Peter. And also thank you, Master Emerald, Sharkberries, and Philly Knight 2021 for the follows just now. I appreciate all of the follows. And if you enjoy this, do consider asking questions through cheers or spending channel points, or consider subscribing as well, because it does help a lot. I put in a week of work on just this, and so subscriptions help a lot to sort of make that viable. By the way, feuds and vengeance. A feud was one of the legal ways to restore a person or a clan's honor. Feuds were monitored by the Assembly of Freemen to ensure social harmony and order. All collateral damage had to be, and all non-collateral damage actually, had to be paid for by the participants of the feud, primarily through what is termed wergeld, the price of a man, namely man compensation. Each person in society, according to their age, gender, and social status, had a given value that could be demanded as compensation for either their reputation or, if they were killed during the feud, their life. This is true. This is extremely true. Snorri Sturluson had a wergeld of over 100 ounces of silver when he was killed in about 1240, and that was the largest compensation ever paid in Iceland at the time. And now,
Even
Orlog.
warriors get some playtime. Indeed, it seems that Vikings played board games that involved throwing small objects, such as carved wooden figures. However, the team couldn't find any clear
This is
rules
true,
for
and
these
no one
games.
wrote down what any of the rules
But
were,
all
so...
hope wasn't lost. The developers of Singapore,
By the way,
Chengdu,
Orlog,
and
if you're
Montreal
wondering,
studios
means
all
fate.
came together
That
to
is
invent new
literally
rules
the translation of the
and
word,
mocked up their
according to
prototypes
Zoega's
in a
dictionary,
tabletop
which
simulator.
is right.
And then probably got really angry
Yeah,
when one of
yeah.
them won and the rest lost.
According to this dictionary,
Everyone on the team could experience and enjoy
and the
evolving
Cleesby
versions
and
of the
Vikerson
Orlog
one as well,
2.0.
Orlog means fate.
A first physical prototype was also made using real dice that were painted over. The game of Orlog was reborn.
It's not reborn
And
though,
AC
because
Valhalla's
Orlog
version
as
of
it
the
exists
Orlog
is
was so
completely
loved by
fabricated.
fans
There
that
aren't
Ubisoft
six-sided
partnered
dice,
with
there aren't
Curious
six-sided dice with
to
any of these
produce
symbols.
real-life Orlog sets.
This ain't it. The primary game we know about is Nefertov, which is a form of chess. Or, you know, if you need to teach someone the rules, you just tell them what the rules are. As you do, right? As we always do in the modern day. Runes and runestones. I do not like this one. Runes were both magic symbols and alphabetic characters. Engraved on stone, they created runestones. The Old Norse rune means secret or esoteric knowledge. This is coming out of Cleesby and Vigfusson and Zoega, but it's worth noting both of those this one dates to 1911. Cleesby and Vigfusson dates to 1876. So scholarship has evolved a little bit since these guys were writing and created these dictionaries. And while there are some cases where this is really true, the word rune as secret or esoteric knowledge appears to be very early. And so by the Viking Age, overwhelmingly, the main exception appears to be in the Edictorum Vafthrudismal, where it speaks of like Runa Jotnar, sorry, the knowledge of the giants. Except for that, pretty much all attestations of the word rune refers to the written runes. And additionally, there's no evidence in pre-Christian Nordic religions that individual runes, like what we see here, were considered magical. This is an early modern development. Starting about 1500, you start to see it as a model based on continental traditions, primarily French. And so, in the same vein, when you see things in the game like the Eishjálmur or the Veivisir, these big, giant, 8-pointed staves, those are not medieval. Those are primarily from a 19th century manuscript. So, Anyway, as with all written words, runes can carry memories and histories into the future. By engraving them in stone, Scandinavians ensured their stories would endure. Runestones told a wide variety of stories. They could honor dead people. Well, sometimes women would order a runestone engraved to commemorate the courage of husbands or sons who perished in battle or at sea. This second paragraph is perfect. It's great. It's great. The individual meanings here are derived from rune poems, some of which do date primarily in England, in Old English, to the early Middle Ages. But we've got an Icelandic one too. That's just a little bit later. But yeah, magical inscriptions using runes would primarily be done with specific incantations carved in. So it would be phrases of runes, and the ordering of the words gives it power. So one in pre-Viking times, in the like Roman, post-Roman Iron Age, Migration Age, when Elder Futhark is used, this older, probably more famous runic alphabet. The words for the onion and beer, alu and leikas, are often associated with magic. So turns out beer and garlic are 100% magical. Good advice for the present day. Who's next? Where are we going? Let's go up to this one. Oh, good. And now we have unlocked our first character. As we progress through, see these, we will unlock characters that we will not be able to use, because those are only useful in the free roam, which we are trying to avoid doing. Here's another terrible entry. Okay, not terrible. Somewhat misleading entry. Hamingja, a family spirit. The Hamingja was the spirit of a family responsible for luck and prosperity. It was responsible for tying each person together, or each family member together. let me locate where my notes are, because there's a specific citation that I need to bring up here. That's quest 5, quest 6, quest 7, quest 4, quest 3, quest 2, quest 1. Voila. So, my information here is coming from Bettino Suoma, the Norse concept of luck. So there are a whole bunch of words that all mean luck in Old Norse. We have Gifta as the main one, and then Hamingja, and then something like Fylgja. And Fylgja refers to two things. It could refer to an animal spirit or a female spirit. So Fylgja versus a Fylgjukona. This is just a concept art, ghostly woman concept art. So Hamingja exists in this weird middle ground where it, in all but two cases in Old Norse, it refers to the abstract concept. One of the cases it doesn't is in Vigard Gloom Saga, a relatively late saga, but that records a fairly early story. And in that case, it clearly refers to a female guardian spirit, like described here. But this is the minority definition. I would much prefer, instead of them calling the family spirit a Hamingja, that they call it the Fylgjukona. Because that is what they are referring to here, which is coherently, consistently, all the time, used as a female guardian spirit. The thing is, though, at some point in the past, before these sagas started getting written down, Hamingja must have referred to a physical entity. Sommer cites Jan de Vries, the Dutch philologist, religious studies person, and regrettably Nazi, but he's right in this case, so you have to cite him. That it's a derivation from the word hammer, which refers to the kind of physical body. So it's clearly a, like, part of the physical body that is an entity that kind of exists in its own way. So it's gotta... There's gotta be some basis to this, but I wish they would have used the evidence as it exists rather than kind of reaching back to a relatively poorly attested version when we have another word that fills what they wanted much better. And also, I disagree with their idea that the idea of luck is shared in a family. It sometimes is, but it's also an innate part of the self, right? Each person has a set amount of luck that is contested against each other. Is that right? Is that through? Oh good, there's a door right there. Thank you. We will deal with the main quest in a bit, but a really good entry right here. The art of making charcoal. Wood charcoal was used as fuel to heat forges, and you bury it in a pit just like this, with minimal oxygen so that it turns to charcoal. This is a modern recreation, but you can see what's in the game is almost exactly the same. These kilns are well attested, well known. This is a perfect reconstruction of one. Next up, we will have to go up here eventually, so we will not go any farther towards the Stave Church. We will talk about Stavkirke at length when we go up there. Anyway, fashion. Deep, richly colored fabrics were valuable, true. Rich colors meant that the material had been dyed more than once, true. Because dyeing was expensive, wearing colorful clothing was a sign of wealth, true. According to archaeologists, blue fabrics were often worn by the extremely wealthy. This is true because blue is a color that is really hard to produce using materials that exist in Scandinavia natively. You have to import the dyes. The best blues, of course, importing Mediterranean lapis. Yeah, this is true for manuscripts and clothing. Jewelry is another sign of social status. The more expensive the jewelry, the wealthier the wearer, obviously. Viking Age economies are display economies, which means that wealth is useful insofar as it is used to turn into products that you either give to friends or wear on your body. So you have like these big turtle shell brooches, which are stereotypically female. Something like this, a bracteate, though this one's silver instead of the like pre-Viking Age gold. You got coins, including one of these looks like it may be Arabic. One of these might be an Arabic dirham. These bead bracelets and necklaces, which would be the primary women's jewelry, is like big multi-layered bead necklaces. They're super cool. They're super duper cool. So that entry is really good, and I mean this person is a real good example of it. Look at that bracteate on a gold chain. You love it. And you can see Gunhilda is wearing the 3-layer bead necklace on 2 turtle shell brooches. Absolutely perfect. Big ups to them for that. We missed one right here, apparently. So let's fix that. Games and sports. Fair. Indoor board games were often strategy contests like chess or checkers. Best attested is Nefertop. One player controlled the king and his guard. He had to survive around the other player's groups of attacking pieces, which were placed on the 4 corners, or around the 4 sides of the board. He had to get to a corner while the other player tried to kill him. The chess pieces in top were made from bone or walrus ivory, wood, too, etc. Outdoor sports were very physical and competitive, requiring strength, endurance, and agility. One was the glima, a form of wrestling with no holds barred. Each wrestler had to struggle to keep his opponent pinned to the ground, just like modern wrestling. Medieval Scandinavians also skied. It's true. It's all fairly true. Anyway, let's get back onto our main... Whoa. Down. Stop. Here we go. Let's go meet Bjorn. And by the way, remember, at any point if you have questions, please do be talking in chat, participating, commenting on things. And if you have questions, just let me know, and I'll do my best to try and field them. I cannot make promises, because I do not know everything, but I will do my best.
Bjorn, what have you done?
Look at the fish drying, herb dryings, fresh fruits, and this guy.
What falsehood have you been spreading about my family's honor?
Nothing but the truth. This sail your wife made, that you sold me, is as rotten as your intentions. You wish for me and my men to drown on the open ocean, where our bodies would never be found.
Are you a fool? Even if I wanted to leave you stranded and sail west alone, Harold would never allow it. He would make me rescue you, and then we would all be doomed.
I don't claim to understand you, Oathbreaker, but your methods
Well,
are
Bjorn's
plain.
outfit is also quite good. This sort of
I
folded
believe I'll go
kaftan
inform Harold
is
of your duplicity.
quite well
He
attested
should be arriving in a moment now.
across Northern Europe. So, more cases of the outfits being quite good. Even if like the guy's hairstyle in the back with the mohawk is not attested
My
at
love,
all in any way.
That is no work of mine.
Yeah, obviously.
No, this was done by a hand far coarser than yours. Bjorn is trying to sabotage my place on the expedition.
You cannot let him accuse you in front of the assembly. No chieftain would ever take you on again. I will not see my parents starve because of Bjorn's lies.
Then I must gather evidence and bring his
Sorry,
falsehoods
if
to
you're
light.
wearing 2 pieces of
I will
gold,
speak
you've
with
got
the
enough
others
money that you're not
to
about
rally
to
them your
starve.
cause. And I
Also,
will
there are
pray to the
obligations
for guidance.
in Viking-Age Scandinavia and
Wise
Iceland
counsel,
that
I'll
it was
see you outside
socially
the assembly.
expected, though not legally obligated, that if someone is starving and the quests, right, they run out of food, then you are expected to sort of help provide. So either sell the food or gift the food to your neighbors if they need it. It's bad form to do otherwise, and multiple times in the Icelandic sagas, when someone refuses to do that, the response is to take what you wanted by force and may or may not leave payment.
These crates came from not far. No local wares them.
Violence is 100% an option here. Okay, stop walking around. By the way, Thorstein, Oathbreaker, Thief, Liar, Traitor. Thing is, Viking-Age society, this is one of the things that annoys me the most in this game. Viking-Age society is not written. It does not have parchment. It does not have illumination. You do not... If you wrote something down, you carved it in runes on a wooden stick. A note like this is 100% completely anachronistic. Actually, this one's, I think, is from the Lindisfarne Gospels, so not only that, this is, you know, the wrong place, the wrong time, and a totally different manuscript. But this isn't how you do it. Accusations of this sort are done through very specific phrasings. Incredibly specific, rigid legal formulations to bring forth one of these accusations. You don't just, like, do that. You don't just scribble some words on a piece of paper and stab it through a wall. By the way, sperm whales and whaling. Whaling is well attested, though fairly difficult. They don't they don't have particularly good harpoons for whaling in Viking-Age Scandinavia, but we know, especially up north along the coast, that whales and whale harvesting was incredibly important, and in fact, so important that even into the 19th century, you would use a beached whale for years. Because a blue whale, you know, something twice as big as this, could feed the entire community for 3 years, give or take.
Tell me, did Bjorn accept any wares these past few days?
Surely he did. I carried them myself. Wet and nasty they were, smelling as if they
By the way, why are you
stored
making
at the
bread
water's
next to the
edge.
whale? Because that's what you're doing. He's kneading dough. But he's doing that
But it
next
had
to
that
a
damp
sperm whale.
smell. Wool, I suppose.
Thank you, my friend.
Whale oil is not refined in this period. Instead, what you do is you cut up the whale for meat and you bury it, so that it ferments instead of rotting in the damp Scandinavian soil. Particularly in Iceland, you can get away with that, because the volcanic soil is incredibly good for preservation. And so you actually try to keep the fat. Instead of rendering it into oil, you render it into food. Okay.
That is Gunhilda's stitching. So Bjorn planned to take her sail for himself after all.
Yeah, a sperm whale or a blue whale
Need to be
could
more
be
than my wedding
70,000 pounds of
People
food.
to vouch for me as well.
Right. No. Not 70. 7,000, I believe. Right. Hang on, sorry, I need to remember how many kilograms it is and then do some conversions. Anyway, point is, a comical amount of food. Unfathomable amounts of food. Death was not the worst punishment for medieval Scandinavians. The fate they feared most was to become Outlawry, or outlaw, to be banished. No, death was worse, actually. Because Outlawry, or Skogganger, is literally forest going, but another term for outlaw, or to be declared Varker, a wolf. It means that anyone can kill you with no repercussions. Turns out just getting killed is worse than having the chance of being killed. Shocking. Additionally, the Icelandic law code Graugaus only has 3 punishments available. You can fine someone 3 marks of silver, you can outlaw them for 3 years, or you can outlaw them for 20 years. Those are your only options. Those are literally the only things available to you. And so outlawry happens all the time, because it's kind of the only choice you get. Additionally, an outlawry of 3 years from the district, so from your local area, basically just means you go on a voyage for a couple years, go get renown at someone else's court, and then you come back and it's fine. It's fine. Scandinavian was nothing without their community being banished from society and becoming an outlaw. The person was cut off from all the people they love and who gave them purpose. This is true, they're separate from their family and even their long-dead ancestors. Again, they're really leaning into the ancestor worship here in a way that I think is kind of a problem. Without a land clan or ancestors, an outlaw was considered no more than a beast. Like an animal, it was legal to hunt him. In fact, it was actually kind of expected to hunt him, because the enforcement of law in medieval Scandinavia falls on the person who got the punishment, right? So if I got one of you outlawed, I would have to be the one who's responsible for making sure you actually leave. If I don't prosecute that, the tables turn, and if you're able to ignore being an outlaw, then I lose honor from that. It's bad. Banishment was a dire punishment for both the outlaw and his family. Shame and stigma was great, and many families would do their best to forget that person. That's true, but just as often, certain chieftains would make a habit of taking in outlaws, daring people to go deal with them, or the families would say, yeah, kind of screw you, and hide the outlaw, as happens with all the most famous outlaws in Icelandic society. However, some chose to stick by the banished and share in their punishment. This was the case of Eirik Rauði, a famous Outlawry. When he was banished from Iceland, his family left the island with him and settled in Greenland. This is misleading. He left on his own first, he found Greenland, then he sent back for people, and then people joined him. Pictured here is a reconstruction of Eiríksstaðir, his farm in Greenland. Oh, sorry, this is the Icelandic one. The Greenlandic farm also exists. There's a church on that site, and it's near the modern capital of Greenland. Anyway. Feud and such and stuff. Rally allies. This is important, but the reason it's important is something this cannot show. Gathering allies is a big part of the legal dramas in the saga corpus, and probably genuinely true, because if things turn violent, if they're not supposed to at a assembly or thing, because weapons are supposed to be barred, but if they turn violent, you want to have people who will come defend you. No, you don't need them otherwise,
Friends,
but it's more the
neighbors,
insurance
listen to me.
to help bully people
Bjorn
into
has
accepting
declared
the
me
judgment.
Oathbreaker, calling my good name into question.
We saw the sail. It would have torn in the first gust of wind.
That was a sail he bought from Notfall, carried to us in sea-soaked wood. My wife's sail, he kept aside for himself, to use once he reached the open sea.
I am familiar with Gunhilda's stitching. That sail was no work of her hands.
What reason does Björn have to lie? If revealing the truth is as simple as you say.
He hoped to turn Harold against me, to keep me from tomorrow's expedition, to hide the truth until I had already been exiled. If you care, for we who will travel with him, this insult cannot go unanswered.
I like this speech, by the way. It gets the sense of things, it doesn't follow all the legal formulations, and it gets the sense of things.
Free men of Stavanger, hear me! We must inform the assembly, we must inform Harold Jarl! Only then will our safe return be assured! Are you with me?
Yeah, we have roused them all, but let us go do the thing. And thence we are called Thorstein Silvertongue. He's a charcoal burner from Stavanger. He hopes to one day serve a great Jarl. He gains the attention of Haraldr Harfari and serves with him as a raider for many years, etc., etc., etc. Spoilers. He's a fictional character, but the idea of someone being called Silvertongue or Wormtongue or something else is helpful. Anyway, so here's one of the restrictions of the discovery toward the Viking Age. As you can tell, these discovery sites are very carefully chosen to show some museum work, some examples, some things they think are important, but not to explain the design choices in the game. So there will be no entry about Stavkirkar. You can see this giant 13th century church right here. And they don't elaborate on things like this runestone. This runestone, if you are familiar with Scandinavian runestones, in really any capacity you'll probably recognize, this is the Royal Yelling Stone, raised around the turn of the 11th century by King Harald Harald Bluetooth of Denmark, praising his father, and his mother, and claiming his conversion of the entire country of Denmark to Christianity. So you can see dominantly right here is Jesus. It's just Jesus on a runestone, shrunk down to about a quarter of its actual size. The actual thing is about 8 feet tall. It's massive, absolutely massive. But here it's just shrunk down, used the old recoloration, and stuck on a random field or random side of the street in Norway for decoration. They don't mention it, they don't elaborate on it at all, and so they quietly elide the ways in which the world of Assassin's Creed Valhalla can sometimes be quite deceptive. Yelling, Ashoka Edicts, it's Jelling. So, Royal, Royal, Yelling. It's in the highest point in Denmark, by the way, which is still extremely low, close to the ocean. There are no mountains in Denmark. And thank you, Langleton, for the follow, and Guide Sorcery for the follow just now. Cool. By the way, there was a thought there. Well, it derailed. So be it. And NG Epion, thank you for the follow. Pretty much. It's about 100 meters above sea level, Blue. They will talk more about runestones later, and they will talk about weapons later. Don't worry. Kin and household. Okay. Family members shared more than blood. They were bound together by a spirit called the Hamingja. No. Primarily, if we're using any word, let's replace that with Fylgjukona and move on. The Fylgjukona was responsible for the prosperity and luck of the family. Family mattered more than on a spiritual level. It also defined a person in the eyes of the law. Rules about landholding, inheritance, and more were all centered around the family rather than the individual. A person who did not know their lineage or ancestry was not legally recognized. This is actually true. When they're talking about law and social structures, Discovery Tour of the Viking Age is really, really good. When they're talking about spirituality, I'm not a fan. It was common practice to honor one's kin, living or dead, by engraving their stories and deeds on runestones like this one. This one is Hilirsia in Sweden. From the 11th century, another Viking Age one. We'll see later that they're using some example runestones from like the 12th century, which is really funky. Hamingja is primarily used as an abstract term for luck, comparable to other words like hek or gifta. There are 2 times where it's used to refer to a guardian female spirit, but they seem to apply on an individual level, not a familial level. Anyway, we have another place here. The creation of Eivor.
Every detail matters when designing a main character. Personality, backstory, mannerisms. Eivor, the wolf-kissed, must have a noticeable scar, and tattoos to represent past events, beliefs, and clan affiliation.
There are no tattoos in the Viking Age. We have 0 tattoo needles. Our only mention of tattoos, maybe, possibly, kind of, is from an Arabic source, Ibn Fadlan's Risala, and I think it's more likely he's referring to either body paint, similar to henna, or is actually referring to embroidered clothing, and doesn't just realize it as such.
Leather stitching, while animators focused on body movement and facial expressions. Finally, actors Magnus
Also, this is just so
Brun-Nielsen
informative,
and Cecily
right? That she
Stenstrup
looks like this because
were
she's
cast
Furiosa
to give
of the
Eivor a
Vikings.
voice tailored to her or his personality.
It's so...
alive! Alive!
Thank you, Sean. It's so informative that we're looking at Makoto Kusanagi and Furiosa as our references for her personality, instead of any saga characters. It's so something. Thank you, quests. I want to check world, make sure we've cleaned up. Okay, we've got one more out here to do, and then we'll have gotten all the ones in Stavanger. We can get the rest of them elsewhere. Cool, so let's mark this so we go pick it up before we go in here. And then we'll have more things to complain about. the thing, or assembly. Things would held throughout the year. The chieftain or king could, usually chieftain, presided over every session, though in Iceland it is the law speaker. No, Gothi is not a law speaker. Gothi is a different institution. In Iceland, Gothi is best translated as chieftainship. So there are actually 36 Gothar in medieval Iceland, who would be the primary people setting the judges for each session, the sort of jury for any court cases being held, and then all of that is presided over by the law speaker. Since they're using Iceland, we're going to talk about the Icelandic version. Thingvellir National Park. Gorgeous place. Highly recommend. I am amused that they're taking it from way up here, when the little flagpole you can see right in the dead center, right there, that's Ludberg. That's actually where it's thought that the law speaker would stand. It's got the best acoustics of the entire cliff wall. Anyway, I hit the wrong button. Let's try that again. More time at the thing, at the thing. Northern Vein, Hamingja, Fashion, Kin and Household. Where did it go? There it is. Every free man could speak freely, share his opinions, ask questions, weigh in. True. Could also bring forth court cases. Even though all free men had the right to be heard, the wealthier members of the thing did use their influence, did all the time, use their influence to steer the assembly's decisions their way. What's also important here is that especially in Iceland, but also according to the Gulatingslog, I'm using both interchangeably here, though sadly I couldn't get access to either a full text of either of them for this research progress, so any errors I make are my own here. Every freeman is bound to a Gothi. The freemen are attached, are called thingmother or thingmen, plural, to a particular chieftain, usually the one in their geographic area, but they were legally allowed to switch with just the declaration of an oath. So you're fine to just switch, but cases are brought through those Gothar, through those chieftains, to the thing and to the assemblies. And it's expected that every person would go, but a thingmother could instead pay a certain amount to their Gothar to be exempted from having to attend either the regional assemblies in the spring and fall, or all thingy in the summer. Hello everyone. What's the most historically accurate armor set? It is the new one that was released for Discovery Tour. Mostly, I don't super love the sword, but once we finish this first quest of the Discovery Tour, we should unlock it. We'll take a look at it and see what the rewards are. I will rate them real quick. They're real good though. Past that, I actually like the Thane set if you downgrade it to the minimum. Any higher than that and it's bad, but it's down to the minimum is actually quite good. And you can put the Raven's Clan helm on that and it looks pretty okay. Anyway, one more thing to do here in Reyhilhe, and then we will be moving on to finish up the quest, talk about a thing I really don't like. But I talk about the thing I really don't like at the very end of this quest, because they do the laws badly, but that's okay. The music of AC Valhalla.
Music is at the core of AC Valhalla's experience, defining territories and moods. To create an acoustic dichotomy between Norsemen and Angles, Norway's music borrows sounds from rituals and daily life.
We don't have any full reconstructions of rituals. What they're doing here is they're using Wordruna as their source.
5 hours of music composed through the collaboration of Jesper Kudd.
Wordruna is a band led by Icelander and really talented scholar, honestly, Einar Selvik.
Uncontrollable delight.
Really talented,
Black Flag fans.
Good friends with a lot of people in the field, and really does know his stuff. Like, no complaints on him. That being said, it's worth knowing that Wordruna uses modern tonalities. Right? Einar Selvik uses modern tonalities, even though he's using historical instruments and Iron Age inscriptions or poems for lyrics. It's tuned to modern tonalities. It has a drum set, so it is not a best guess reconstruction of the sounds of Viking Age ritual or anything of the sort. It is just really good music that happens to draw some inspiration from past instrumentation. It's real good. I highly recommend listening to them. I like their stuff, but also Leaky Pen and Yunara, thank you guys for the follows. So the instruments they have here, though, with the Falster pipe, this teeny tiny lyre, bone flutes, the horns, and the talharpa, these are all really good. These are all really good. Either archaeological reconstructions. Actually, I think they're all archaeological reconstructions. Yeah. Yeah. So, if you want to know more about how ritual and performance may have actually worked, I highly recommend Dr. Terry Gunnell's work, The Origins of Drama in Medieval Scandinavia. That was his PhD thesis and his first publication. Well, so it's getting old at this point because he just retired recently, but it still is a phenomenal bit of scholarship into the performative aspects of this religion and of the pre-Christian religions, plural, of the North. Anyway, Stavkirke. Notice that they never have an entry about this building. They just want us to believe that this is used as a combination temple, pagan temple, and assembly hall, and stuff. It's not. It's not. This is heavily influenced by the Borund Stavkirke, which dates to the middle of the 1200s, circa 1250. Phenomenally complex designs, and arguments have been made that this is an evolution from the kind of god houses of pre-Christian Scandinavia, and I'm fairly persuaded by those from the few examples we have. But those are much smaller, like way smaller. And instead of being like this decade building, a lot of religious rituals would have taken place in the longhouse. But the big longhouses that we see are also probably the religious centers most of the time. They don't mention it though, which is a real shame, because they could have acknowledged the fact that they really just wanted a big, distinguishable landmark. Right? Hugely impressively distinguishable landmark that is genuinely fascinating. In the National Museum of Oslo, in Oslo, they have the door portals from a stave church that shows the story of Sigurd the Dragon Slayer in full detail, as it appears in Volsunga Saga and in the Poetic Edda, on a 12th century building. So, really interesting hybridized spaces where pre-Christian legends are being placed into a Christian context and reinterpreted for a variety of reasons, but they're not engaging with that scholarship at all here, and that's actually a real shame.
I found your sale and the mark of the goods.
Hello, Roman Consul, by the way, first time viewer, thank you for chatting. If you have questions, please let me know. And if you want to see like what qualifies me to talk about this and be able to do a historical review of Discovery Tour, you can type exclamation mark about in chat.
My word holds more weight than Bjorn's.
It does not, sadly. The door portals don't do anything.
A sound plan. I have rallied the wives to our cause and prayed to the gods.
You might pray to someone like Ullur or Forseti for this, but we'll get into prayer more later. We'll get way more into prayer and those ideas later.
Bless me as I defend my honor.
Free women. The formatting didn't work. Boo. I'll have to fix that at some point. Anyway, free women were the pillars of their households among many tasks do that. Exactly. That's what it's supposed to say. Smart person with real qualifications. And a stack of books that will murder me when I try to pick it up. I believe... Oh god. Mistakes are being made right here. These are all the physical books I consulted for this project. This doesn't include the digital resources. I don't buy small books, and it is a problem. Women wore keys like these at their hips to symbolize their authority. Mostly true, and archaeological evidence is more mixed, but I think burials are a bad... I think burials are... No, my downloads folder, Johnny. My downloads folder is the problem here. Anyway. Archaeological evidence says that these keys are actually quite rare in burials, but I think that's probably a practical thing of you don't want to throw away the key to your house. You don't want to throw away the key to your house because your like grandma died. Like that's kind of a problem. You kind of need those. As keepers of the hearth and home, women were responsible for keeping both home fires, cooking, and more complicated. I don't love this framing vital parts of the family. Burning strong and bright. If the latter fire went out, like this is Vestal Virgin stuff. This is Roman religion, not Norse. The hearth is sometimes associated with Yggdrasil, very occasionally. The cosmic tree. Okay, so they use this word cosmic a lot. We'll cycle back to this at the very end in Quest 8, which is, I think, the weakest quest of the Discovery Tour. But the idea of cosmos does not exist in Norse religion. No scholar that I know of uses this, and I asked a specialist in Norse religion specifically just to double check. Shoutouts to Dr. Luke Murphy for answering that question this morning. Appreciate it. So the home fire figured or Yggdrasil crumbled, order and harmony would shatter. Well, sort of. Complicated. We'll put a pin in it. We'll come back to it in Quest 8. And another one. We'll cycle back to your question with later, but Manjapnadr. Medieval Scandinavians were quick to defend their honor. Someone who felt disrespected could ask for a contest to determine who was in the right. In one such trial by combat, the Manjapnadr, the weapons used were words. This is a factual error. This is the only real fact. There are some entries that are misleading, which is illustrative in its own right, but this is the only one that is a factual error. So the Manjapnadr, and this I am drawing on Karen Swenson, her book from 1991, and additionally William E. Miller's Blood-Taking and Peacemaking, The Feud in Medieval Icelandic Society, also from 1991. Good year for debunking this particular entry. 30 years ago, we debunked this. So, there are two things that are translated into modern English as flighting. The Manjapnadr and the Senna. Manjapnadr literally means like an equal test of men. Yap is kind of also or even. So you could also translate kind of a test of equality between men, or a measure of men, while a Senna just translates a little bit differently. But Swenson basically says that both of these are structurally similar, but exist for two different purposes. The Manjapnadr is used primarily and borderline exclusively in festive drinking occasions. Sometimes random chance meetings like in Haraldadal, the poem that is referenced here. But it's primarily tested in festive drinking. So two people who start out equal will engage in a Manjapnadr, which is a ritualized set of poetic compositions and insults, in order to sort of test and negotiate their social standing without honor. It is not legal. It is not legal, it is not part of the feud. It is simply a way of dealing with minor things of honor without resorting to violence. It's similar to a rap battle, yes. It has a lot of the same social functions, but the actual structures are quite a bit different. Meanwhile, a Senna, the other category, is used between an insider and an outsider. So this is a way of generating a social space, according to Swenson, where contests of honor can be decided in the first place. Usually this is a life or death situation, but it also is fully extrajudicial. In a legal situation like this, the way it's done is you either represent yourself, you get your local chieftain, your local Gauthi to represent you, or the Gauthi to which you are tied to represent you, or you hire a lawyer. There are professional lawyers. Oh, Cuchulainn? Yes, it could. All the time. It's not supposed to. Theoretically, the people in charge of it will stop it if it gets to violence. But yes, it could and did turn into violence. That's a fairly blurry line. Anyway, you could hire a lawyer to do it. Because Icelandic Norwegian medieval Scandinavian law cases are incredibly focused on procedure. Not only must you argue the case, you must argue the case using the correct words. Failure to do so, failure to have the right formulations, the right oaths, the right attestations, the right ways of presenting evidence, resulted in a mistrial where all settlements reached as a result of that trial are null and void. So, you don't do it through exchange of insults, even though insults are highly structured and use Drottkveit, the most complicated Icelandic meter, or Skaldic poetic meter, I should say. But is instead this complex, formulaic arguing of court cases back and forth at the Althing, where a jury will be picked by the Godar, and then you could pick a quarter of the jurors out as... Right, you get 48 jurors at Althing. Each side could reject 6 of the jurors, and then the other 36 must reach a decision. So, medieval Scandinavian Ace Attorney game, I would be legit so hyped for that. Legit so hype. So, this is just wrong, right? This is not a legal formulation, this is a social festive one. And, you know, the fact that they're citing Harfarðsdóð, using a 1908 example, but this is the one on Wikipedia, so who's shocked, is evidence of that. This isn't a legal situation, this is, Odin randomly starts insulting his son. It's unanimous, I believe. It might be majority, but if I'm remembering right, it's unanimous. I'm not super sure on that. Anyway, Ullr is incredibly obscure in Norse religion, but we have place names to Ullr all across Sweden. So he's incredibly important in a large subset of Viking-Age religion, but in the Prose Edda, all we learn is that he's Thor's stepson. He's good at skiing and archery, and he's good to pray to before a duel.
Bjorn claimed the sail
That's
I
it.
sold him was rotten. But I have found Gunhild's
Well,
work
we'll
hidden,
come back to
and
that
the sail he claimed was mine
after we
came
finish this
sea
cutscene,
soaked
because it's a
wood
super
from
interesting
Notfall.
question.
He sought to ruin my reputation to cover up his poor trade. All so he could claim Harold's favor as his own.
Boo. Boo this man.
If what you say is true,
Also, Harald
Bjorn
er
is guilty
Harfara.
of lying, injury to your
I
reputation,
actually really like
and
how
as
they do
Americans,
Harald,
they could have led to the death of
and
his
how
crew and
understated
yours.
he is.
Yet he was the one to bring you
I would have
before
liked
the
a
assembly.
little bit
So
more
now
gold
you
jewelry on
must
him.
choose.
We have more gold
How
jewelry
will
than
you
he does.
defend your honor?
But by and large, the idea that a wealthy trader and a yacht might actually have similar outfits is true.
Come then. My tongue
This
as
is
sharp as
not
my blade.
this is
Declare
not Harald
yourself
Hardraude,
worthy,
the 11th
if
century
you
king.
can.
This is Harold Finehair. Relfrius, to reiterate what I said, thank you for showing up and chatting, by the way. The Discovery Tour is at its best on par with the best museum exhibitions in the world. It's just that there are only 2 quests out of the 8 that hit that bar, and in other cases it does some really interesting things in how and why it is wrong. Harald is really tall. Harald is... Yes, also not historical figure unifier of Norway.
I'm
Yeah.
the finest of navigators, at home on the sea.
Uh-huh.
Yet the ships and the rations
As far as
were
this goes, the
handpicked
back and
by
forth,
me.
while this is a modern format,
True, but
what we're seeing here is
I was
actually
the
the
first
right
to be
types of
picked for
content.
this crew.
Self-aggrandizement, and then you go acknowledge that,
And Harold sought
and
me
then
when
buff
he
yourself up,
already had
right? You big yourself up. You don't have to deny the other person's
How can
claim,
you believe
you
are
just
the
have to
best choice?
one-up them.
You're playing him for a fool. You're a liar, a thief, and a braggart, a pest.
And he's,
My worst
see?
is still better
You don't
than
have to deny
at
it,
your
you
best.
just have to prove that you're worth, you're better than the other
No
guy.
truer words have ever been spoken.
And Harold steps in
It's a
now and
shame
just
I have
goes,
to
no,
step
bye,
in.
poof. Because Bjorn was
It's
about to get
clear
into
that
fighting.
Thorstein is the one who has been wronged. It is my suggestion
Right, so
that
this
Bjorn
content, this
be
is one of the
removed
best
from my
fighting, this is the best
expedition
fighting in
and
the game.
exiled, never to return.
Because the
His
format
lands
is
and
right,
trade
the
goods
context
will
is a
be
bit wrong,
forfeit,
or
gone to
sorry, the
pay the cost
content
of
is right,
finding
the
another
context is a
navigator
bit off,
with
the
so
format
little time
is
to
really
spare.
off,
No, Harald.
but the content is right.
Do not draw more of my wrath upon yourself. I could have named you a murderer and demanded
You probably couldn't have
your
done
death.
that, depends on how much push. It would not make someone like the Earls of Leia
What
happy
say you,
at all.
men of Stavanger? Do you accept the terms put forth by Harald Jarl?
We choose exile.
Exile.
Exile!
Some of these outfits are really good, by the way. Right, some nice
Then it
diversity
is
of fashion,
decided.
some nice colors. A little bit
Now
like the
come,
feather
Frosty.
cloak is
We have a
awesome.
navigator to follow.
The fur-lined ruff on one of the guys is actually really cool. Stuff like that. Anyway, Thorstein's reputation is restored. His position in Harald's good graces is 2. Voila! Quest 1 complete. So, we are progressing slower than I expected. Surprising no one. But we're just gonna see how far we can push. Moving on, straight into quest number 2. No, you don't. So, this could and will specialize into a feud as we keep going, but as far as it goes, this is awesome. On to the next quest, through fire and faith. So when I talk about some of the quests being incredible and at their best, on par with the best, with museum exhibitions, this is what I mean. The consultant for this quest is Dr. Allison Hudson from University College, Florida, who was also the project curator for early medieval manuscripts at the British Library during their Anglo-Saxon Kingdoms exhibition in 2018, which was one of the best exhibitions the British Library has ever put on, and I do not say that lightly. To say that Dr. Hudson's reputation is sterling is honestly an understatement. You know, Rose, I am glad you are enjoying this. I'm finding it far more engaging than the history homework. Should probably do that, but at some point, but I appreciate you're here. And Captain Sonali, thank you for the follow just now. We are getting into the Isle of Ely in Anglo-Saxon Britain. And there are some super duper interesting things in here.
Brother Elrich, awaken.
Oh, we seem to have a... Oh, it's just some weird lighting. Good. Good. Yes. Everyone, as we are starting up this quest, please remember to get some water. I've got tea. We're good. They do have eels. They do have eels around in the water around Ely. Yes. I just didn't run into them in my playthrough. The hours... Cahullin. We'll talk about this in a separate entry. But Ely was non-segregated. Men and women were both at the monastery at Ely, and it was actually founded by a woman. And so Ely is a phenomenal, super interesting monastery within the context of early medieval England, because it's open to basically everyone as a monastic community. It's so good. And OSP YouTube, Blue, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I super appreciate it, as always. And everyone else, as you if you want to help support this channel, do consider subscribing or cheering, asking questions, everything, or spreading the word, right? If we can get over 100 people in chat at the same time, that would be awesome. In the meantime, to celebrate, some quality, everyone put in your favorite emote to celebrate the 5 gifted subs, right now. Doesn't have to be from my channel, though my channel emotes are phenomenal. Just put in your personal favorite single emote right there, right now. Let's do it. In the meantime, the hours of the day. Days and nights of the monastic community? Yeah, pog channels from Captain Sonali. We're divided into 7 or 8 sequences called the hours of the day. This is true across the medieval period, not just any... Yeah, there we go. Let's go. Not just... Hey, there's the thirst foxes from Ralph Rios. You'll love to see it. Anyway, not just in early medieval England, but in any Christian community going back to late Roman times all the way through to really post-Protestantism. Beer Bottle Gin, by the way, thank you for the follow just now. Have these hours. Isidore talks about them, St. Benedict talks about them, St. Augustine talks about them, everyone talks about these. The hours were divided between daytime and nighttime. The nightly hours were vigils, matins, and lauds. Then prima, tertia, sexta, and nona, or first, third, sixth, and ninth hours of the day. Then you have vespers and complina to round it out. Each version would have had their own version of the hours, but the rule of St. Benedict standardizes it in the 900s. So the books of hours become really popular in the late Middle Ages, and I've actually done work in my undergrad categorizing some Dutch 15th century book of hours and the marginal images in it, working with Dr. Adam Kumler on that. So there is so much awesome in there. And thank you for the gift 1-tier sub Raptorus to Lizard in the Dark. Books of hours are so cool. They are, like, they may not sound it, but they are so freaking cool, y'all. And they have so much weird, interesting drawings in them. So before we talk to you, ma'am, I wish to go. By the way, they're also quietly not going to mention the Greek drawings, the Greek imagery on these weirdly shaped pots. Another place where they will simply not mention some of the design choices that they made in the world design of this game in favor of their depicted things. Medieval Christian medicine. Oh, we are also close to a hype train, folks. So, subs, gifts, subs, and bits to if we want to get a hype train for the what I think is the best quest in the game. And Maxime Durand gave an interview on History Respawned that came out earlier today that said that this was one of his favorite quests in the game too, or in the Discovery Tour. So, big hype for that. Thank you for the tiny cheer. Raptorus of 6 bits. So, medieval Christian medicine. Well, this will be a focus of the quest, we'll cycle back to this. But, early medieval people believed demons and elves were to blame for some diseases. And Zickinit for the gift 1-tier sub. Let's get that hype train rolling. In some cases, ailing patients would be prescribed a religious remedy. They would be encouraged to fast, pray, or go on pilgrimage or a religious journey. The pilgrim in this illustration has traveled to the tomb of St. Cuthbert in order to be healed. One can also seek help from the saints. That's what the pilgrimage is for, holy figures marked by their closeness to God. It was believed that saints could grant miracles and heal the sick. Christians could seek out something a saint had worn or touched, add it to a mixture, drink it, hope that the saint's miraculous powers would do the trick. Look, the elves in early English medical texts are amazing. AC Esquire in chat has done more work than I have on them, locating them, but there are so many. Elf shot, water elf curses, all sorts of really fun stuff. With tiny 2 bits of cheer. Every little bit is appreciated. Anyway, I suppose we will talk here and then procrastinate. Procrastinate going to prep.
I know the journey was hard on you, so I let you sleep through.
Well, that was very kind of you.
Good morning, Abbess. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, the sun is rising. You must not
I am
waste
drinking
time.
rosebud
the
tea.
reprieve and the awakening.
Call it a weakness. Your father's name will be a stone around your neck in Ely.
Unlucky. Big unlucky.
You have a difficult path ahead of you, I'm afraid.
Yes, Abbess.
Well, there's nothing to be done about it. Better you prove yourself early than risk becoming the subject of gossip.
I will.
Anyway, the scriptorium. In the scriptorium, surrounded by parchment and quills, monks and nuns, known as scribes, worked by the sweat of their brow to create, copy, and illuminate texts. Most of these works were in Latin, but some were in English. Some really phenomenal ones are in Old English, too. But they aren't all scribes. Only the most gifted and meticulous went to work in the scriptorium. Eadwig Basson created this image of St. Matthew. He's chosen to be a scribe because of his talent and precision, and as an artist. Look at how good the art is. These little bars here are up here, right? You can see all this like disfigurement and weird black stuff on these. It is actually the case that this is probably silver leaf originally that has since corroded and damaged the parchment. So you can see, right, the gold leaf is actually still preserved in the halos, but the silver leaf has actually corroded. So think about how, well, Actually, this might be gold leaf. You can see little fragments underneath. I can't tell if that's paint or fragments of the gold leaf. It's either gold or silver leaf that's either flaked off or corroded. So think about how magnificent, absolutely magnificent, this parchment would have looked when it's new.
Abbess?
You may break your fast in the kitchen with the others once your prayers are concluded. We don't frown on piety here, brother. Should you wish to serve
Shocking.
chapel to pray to the Lord once your duties are concluded, you may be assured that food will be available to you, as long as you go to the kitchen before terce.
That's
okay.
Mid-morning?
Yes, Elrich, you know
Precisely,
that.
my
You
son.
should know that. Telling time. According to the Venerable Bede, writing in the 8th century, the Latin word for time, tempus, came from the verb temperamentum, measure. The origins of the word suggest that time and measurements are closely linked, and that time was measurable. However, you do not measure for the same reasons. Hours and minutes are not used, mostly. Schedule of the day was mostly determined by the course of the sun in the sky. Sometimes you'd borrow Roman structures, so the hours of the day being Roman divided by the movement of the sun. However, measuring time is super important. Medieval scholars would rack their brains trying to calculate when to celebrate Easter. Bede had strong feelings about this. So did Alcuin of York, and they thought Ireland was doing it super wrong, and it was very funny. Determining the date of such a holy day was a very complex process and required a meticulous understanding of time measurement and arithmetic. And to do that, so you could either use, if you don't have an abacus or a calculator, they had their tools of doing things. I think it is a folk etymology. I did not check on that either, but yes, I believe that is not actually real. Anyway, the four humors derived from the work of Galen, but himself working from earlier Greek models. So we have four humors: blood, connected to air, controlling happiness and cheerfulness; yellow bile, to fire, drove a person's anger and impulsiveness; black bile, to earth, for melancholy and anxiety; and phlegm, connected to water, for self-control and apathy. Person's humor could influence mood and behavior. If they're sad all the time, depression is a result of black bile, anger management issues are too much yellow bile, and so it's this hugely deeply connected thing, right, on every level. On every level. So from the basic materials of the creation, to attributes, to the movement of the planets, through the behavior of the human body, all the way up, all the way up, all the way up. We have this great tradition. This is 15th century, but it's a good representation of all the ways that it echoes from a person all the way out to the fundamental order of creation. You have done your history homework. Great. Excellent, Rose. Now that means there's nothing to stop you from hanging out here the rest of the evening. Smart. Question about Sigurd the Faustusbani, Sigurd the Dragon Killer. We know a lot about him, actually. He exists in a German poem, the Nibelungenlied, named Siegfried there, and an absolute garbage human being. In the Poetic Edda, one of our main sources for Norse mythology, in the Stave Church portal I mentioned earlier from Norway, and from the Icelandic Völsunga Saga from the 13th century. All tell the same story. He's referenced in Beowulf. He's probably the oldest, most important legendary figure in the Germanic world. Super important. The story is pretty much as it exists in Völsunga Saga, which is freely available through the Viking Society for Web Northern Research as a web PDF. It's great. Anyway, thank you, Sansford, for the follow just now, and a little bit more about the Monastery of Ely. The founder and first abbess of Ely was Queen Athelfrith of Northumbria, depicted here, as an incredibly crotchety old woman, but wearing so much gold. She was also known as Etheldrada, or Audrey. She passed away in the year 679 and was buried in a simple wooden coffin. Years later, the coffin was opened so her remains could be moved to a new marble sarcophagus. According to her hagiography, those who peered into her grave found out that despite not having been dead for years, Athelfrith's body showed not a single sign of decay. The incredible preservation of her body was seen as a miracle. She was immediately declared a saint, and miracles started happening around her left, right, and center. This illuminated manuscript highlights her sacred status through the use of gold. So from Ad MS 49, 598, Folio 90V, from the British Library, from the Benedictional of St. Athelwold. So good! Look at those manuscripts. Big ups on those manuscripts. I mean, it was like 50 years later, Blue, so if she wasn't, she was like 70-something when she passed away. So, early medieval monasteries, though, were far more than just religious centers. Oh, wait, Red, hello. Welcome, I didn't see you. Didn't see the R on the end. Welcome, I'm glad you could make it too. Ah, don't worry about it. Catholic vampires. You'll love it. You'll love it. It's both of you! Oh no. So Overly Sarcastic Productions, my personal dear friends, thank you for being here in chat. And for all the support you guys have given over time. Now there are two of them. Anyway, monasteries serve many purposes and needs. Pilgrims and other visitors would arrive seeking spiritual guidance, medicine, education, etc. They could be huge complexes. Monasteries were also among the biggest local landowners and by extension the biggest local employers. This is true if a bit capitalist. They owned huge amounts of land by the 9th century. There's a time period in the 8th century where they kind of their rights start getting infringed on, which causes some issues, some big issues, but by the 9th century they've recovered and are rapidly becoming the most important things, and then the Vikings hit them, and they, like, shrink dramatically, and then regrow in the 10th century. So, meh. Oh no, Leaky Pen. Oh well, glad you were able to figure it out, and welcome to chat. First time chatter. Big hype for that. This entry is really good, and is a really important thing for conceiving of monasteries. Monasteries are not isolated from a community, they're not distinct from it, they are instead an integral part of the community space, and must be treated as such in any discussion of early medieval society. You can't do it if you're not thinking about monastic communities as part of that construction, and as one of the primary players, monasteries and bishoprics, as some of the primary players in the political landscapes of early medieval society. Anyway,
photogrammetry isn't just a very hard word to say. It's also an innovative technique for in-game textures. Determined to illustrate accurate surfaces, the graphics team traveled to England to capture every inch
and then they create textures that are weirdly implausible, like stone blending into brick. Accurate as possible, yep, 100%.
Pictures, stitched together
this occasionally happens, but it's pretty rare.
The final result is a 3D file with colors and depths, designed into tileable textures. These textures are then used by level artists and modelers to add onto buildings. To push realism further,
photogrammetric work is super cool and super interesting, and it is a case where they're allows you to do some really interesting stuff with recreation of heritage spaces and the broader reconstructive work through there. We'll go into that one later, that's the kitchen, but out here, well, we need to go into the church building first. We really should go, like, tear the ivy off, but it's bad for the brickwork. Bad for the mortar.
I must not miss Prime.
Yeah, but first we're gonna do this. So this is a really well done entry that infuriates me to no end. We're gonna get heavy here. We're gonna get real heavy. So some sources allege that the Saxons, Angles, and Jutes, some sources meaning primarily Bede, were the three Germanic tribes who during the 5th and 6th century migrated to the ancient Roman provinces of Britannia, modern-day England, southern Scotland, and eastern Wales. It was once common in academia to group these peoples under the umbrella term Anglo-Saxons. Now, many prefer to name tribes based on where they lived, like West Saxons, Mercians, etc. The term Anglo-Saxon is flawed. It creates the illusion that there was some common ethnicity between the Germanic migrants, when that wasn't necessarily the case. This map represents the early medieval Isle of Britain. Each colored area corresponds with a different group of people. In yellow, way up here, the southern part of the territory of the Scotti and the Picts. In blue, lands inhabited by Welsh or Cornish peoples. In red, territories settled originally by Germanic peoples, including but not limited to the Saxons, Angles, Jutes, etc. Each crown represents a major kingdom, though at one time there were many more English-speaking kingdoms. Northumbria, Mercia, East Anglia, Essex, Kent, Sussex, and Wessex. The part of the story that they are not saying here is that the term Anglo-Saxon is first used in the let me revise that. The term Anglo-Saxony appears 3 times in the Old English corpus. It appears in one additional time in the works of the Frankish Paul the Deacon. All 3 of those times are in Latin texts, not Old English, and seem to be largely existing as an aspirational term, sort of inventing out of nothing a shared English-Saxonness that could be used to ostracize certain groups of people, including Welsh Celtic-speaking peoples and Norse-speaking peoples. So it's used once in a charter by Alfred the Great, and twice later under the reign of Athelstan or later, which is also the idea when the idea of a kingdom of England first emerges in the 10th century. This is intentional, deliberate work for ethnogenesis. Bioarchaeological work has indicated that perhaps as little as 30% of the genetic material of modern English people comes from Germanic origins, which means that these migrations are largely not displacing Brythonic peoples that already lived in England, but instead replacing the political superstructures over them and then imposing a linguistic identity that generates from that a hybridized, potentially hybridized. I'm in the camp that it's less hybridized and more colonized ethnic identity of Englishness, including an English language, the Germanic language Old English. But, so much for the medieval evidence. 3 times. In the modern period, the term as an academic thing is first used in the 1830s and is immediately, from the beginning, used as a term of modern ethno-identification. That the Anglo-Saxon race are the white people who live in England. The ideas are floating around earlier. Someone like Thomas Jefferson really likes Hengist and Horsa and thinks of the modern world being founded by these 2 non-historical, totally legendary, totally fabricated brothers that are a big part of Bede's and Gildas's narratives of the Saxon invasions. And he's like, okay, so the entire structure of Enlightenment white values and the English law owes itself to this time period. So these ideas are floating around earlier. Super racist, super problematic. And so Anglo-Saxon becomes a really convenient term to do that. And it still is. The problem is certainly worse in America, where we have the idea of the white Anglo-Saxon New England Protestant, right, as this upper-class, relatively posh white people. And the problem still exists in England, contrary to the cries of conservative British academics. This is drawing on the work of Dr. Mary Rambryn Ohm, the work of Dr. Adam Miyashiro, Dr. Eric Wade, and many others. Donna Ellis, I think that's her name. I don't remember her name. I should. The book is Post-Saxon Identity, or Anglo-Saxon Pasts, Post-Saxon Futures, or Anglo-Saxonist Pasts, I should say. Post-Saxon Futures. Donna Beth Ellard, that's who it is. All of these fabulous scholars are doing work to break down the idea in the UK as well as in the US that Anglo-Saxon is in fact a racially charged term. It super is. It exploded in 2017 when Dr. Mary Rembrandt Olm resigned in protest from the board of the International Society of Anglo-Saxonists over the racism inherent in the academy and around the term. The International Society has since changed its name to the International Society for the Study of Early Medieval England. Here on this channel, we are 100% in agreement, meaning I am 100% in agreement with the arguments presented by Dr. Miyashiro, Dr. Rembrandt Olm, and others regarding it. I support them and stand with them against the harassment they have received for daring to challenge the status quo and suggest that we can be better. In that same vein, news broke today about Dr. Andy Orchard, the department chair of medieval studies at the University of Oxford, where the well-known fact that he has sexually abused students and colleagues for 20 years in his time at the University of Toronto and at Oxford finally was published in Al Jazeera in a big expose this morning. We stand with the victims that were harmed by Dr. Orchard's work and join the calls for his immediate resignation, or better firing from the University of Oxford for this very long, very well-known history of sexual harassment and sexual abuse. So there's our heaviness. Turning it back to the game, the game throughout, despite proving right here, right now, that it is aware of it, and that they respect the work of people like Dr. Alison Hudson, who is pointing this out, they continue to use Anglo-Saxon throughout Discovery Tour of the Viking Age and throughout Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and goddammit, they shouldn't. If you are in the Discord, type ! Discord. I dropped a link to the expose earlier today there. I don't know if there's a petition to get him fired. Join the Discord when we finish up here. I will take a look for that, and we'll let you guys know. So, this entry in this Discovery Tour is really good. The game will continue to use the term Anglo-Saxon throughout, despite knowing that it is a wrong, inaccurate, problematic term that has deep ties to racism in modernity and in the Middle Ages. Keep that in mind. I will harsh on the game for that. It deserves it. Be better.
These scriptures are there as a guide, my son. When reading them, we must listen also for the voice of God, guiding us in the right interpretation of his word.
That's arguably heretical, by the way, saying that the texts are a guideline, not a stricture, which is funky. Church testimonies. At the time of the Vikings, not many people could read and write. This is true. Alfred the Great really hates this, and there is well-documented decline in literacies in Canterbury and others. But many of those who could were church officials, create records in monasteries. Most pre-conquest English. Hey, look at that! They're using my increasingly preferred term right here. Pre-conquest English. So, the English-speaking peoples who lived before the Norman conquest. Look at that. Most of the, unfortunately, the problem is that Jan de Vries is sometimes right, and that's so you don't have a choice in the matter. We talked about him a little bit earlier with regards to the Hamingja. It's his research that undid the work for Hamingja being derived from hammer. And he does have the best, Red, he has the best source, the best scholarly work on Loki that there has ever been. The problem of Loki is the best research on Loki that there is, even if in some main ways it's wrong. So, right, you gotta cite him even though he's a Nazi. And I don't use that term allegorically. He was a registered member of the Dutch Nazi Party, even though he fell out of favor with the Nazis in 1944. It's big pain. Big pain. There is also a currently living scholar named Jan de Vries who does early modern European history. Totally unrelated. Jan de Vries is regrettably an extremely common name in the Netherlands. I mean specifically the 1930s, 40s, 50s Dutch scholar of religion, Jan de Vries. It's a big oof. Anyway, so because the clergy's writing were preserved, the church's side of the story endured and dominated the historical narratives. Church portrayed the Vikings as bloodthirsty pagan brutes, and this image still prevails today, accepting, the current started to shift, as I said, is started in 1960 with Peter Sawyer's work, and since rapidly swept academia and failed, despite being 60 years old, to fully penetrate the popular consciousness. It's bonkers. Anyway, bias and political motives may have helped to shape the church records, surprising literally no one. Vikings were pagan, or non-Christian, and the church disliked and often demonized pagans. Fair, but this account is actually more... This account is more complicated, because we have letters from Alcuin of York and from the 10th century clergyman Alfrich that both complain about lay elite dressing up with Viking fashion, both with hairstyles and with clothing. Alfrich's letter is actually to his brother. We think it's probably actually his brother. Like, that's not an allegorical brother, a brother in Christ or something. No, that's like his, like, legitimate brother, complaining that he keeps cutting his hair like a Norse person. So even within these church records, we have accounts of counter-narratives, and that the account perceived is not as,
listen to your betters.
Sister,
not as clear
I was wondering
as it suggests.
urgent medical matter after this morning's prayers.
And not as one-sided within the church, as some of these records might suggest. Anyway, monastic prayer. Psalms supplemented by hymns, reading, antiphons, etc. Together with the Mass, it constitutes the official public prayer life of the church, and we have the liturgy of the hours. By the way, this account, the Liturgia Orarum, or the Officium Divinum, or the Opus Dei, all the same things, or the Breviary. Good. This prayer position is correct for the period. This is what medieval prayer looks like. And so we get the Lord's Prayer, here in Latin. For the most part, really good medieval Latin. I don't like, they use a hard C in Caelo. I would prefer for ecclesiastical Latin that they use Caelum, but I'm not confident enough on my Latin philology to have strong feelings either way. But deliver us from evil, amen. And the doxology, for thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever, amen, is not there. That's good. It's first inserted, as far as I could find, by Henry VIII. So, early modern Anglican insertion, which will make the use of the doxology later very funny. Anyway, ignore the Greek pots. This is probably the best church. One of the best churches in the game. Relics and saints. According to the church, a saint's connection with... Yeah, the palatalization of heart C to Ch is 4th century Cahoan. So, saint's connection with God granted them miraculous powers, Father could answer prayers, heal the sick, advocate for the faithful on earth, etc., etc. This is a really good one, and the reliquary that they're using throughout all of Aelrich's quests in the game, obviously this particular journey they acknowledge is fictitious, but they used the Winchester reliquary, something made in this time period that was found in the royal site of Winchester, led by the Hampshire Cultural Child. So, Leaky Pen. This is the Discovery Tour, which is where other games would put you in the life of a daily person where you then just do walking tours. They decided this time for the Viking-Age one would instead, oh god, Gazation? For the gifted Tier 2 subs. Big pog for that. Anyway, so they're using narrative quests of various fictionalized figures representing different social groups. So Aelrich is just a monk. King Alfred is going to be a playable character at one point in the game. And then we have Thorstein and Gunhilda, two married couple of Norse merchants. So yeah, this is Catholic in that there is no other options. And there's the reliquary right there. The reliquary probably isn't just put on the floor here. but that's okay. Also, this is a manuscript from the British Library. This actually might, I don't think this is no, this isn't Lindisfarne, but this is one from the, this is a manuscript in the British Library, in their treasures room, that you can actually go see. I've seen this manuscript multiple times. A lovely gospel book. And the Art of Illumination. By the way, if you are here for the very beginning of the game, or of the stream, you will recognize this turned on its side. Creating a book was a team effort. Many talented illuminators might take place in decorating a codex or book with stunning paints and illustrations. Some will paint letters in rich colors and gild them with golden leaves. Others will fill the margins with beautiful patterns. Sometimes there were no words in the page at all, only illustrations as seen in this 8th century manuscript, a carpet page from the Lindisfarne Gospels. It is the starting scene screen for my streams because it is phenomenal. It is a classic. So illuminations are called illuminations partly because they are thought through decor to help shed light on the materials that they are called. Additionally, it might also refer to the use of gold leaf as part, which makes something shine, so it can be illuminated. Yeah. So it's got both as like social role and a practical role of the materials used. Yeah, we're just not going to talk about Fulka. We're just not going to. We're going to pretend she doesn't exist because oh boy, Fulka. We can only play as Fulka during free roaming sections. The quests have set characters. Luckily, it would be very awkward to be running around as Odin during this quest, for instance. Parchment was made to last, so its content could be carried from generation to generation. This quality was recognized in the Viking Age. This is true. There's actually a count of there being a ransom paid for monastic texts. It's real funky. Anyway, in 733, Athelbald of the Mercians praised the endurance of writing in the charge to Bishop Ealdwulf. Whatever gifts men give with their words, if the gifts are to endure, they should be recounted and supported with written letters. This is very true. This is very, very true. Also, manuscript production. 12th century from Germany, but this little moon-shaped knife is used to scrape the hair off and smooth out the parchment, and then after that you can use a book knife to help cut the things to size. It's grand. Anyway, let's go hear what Sean has to say.
As the monastery of Ely had been destroyed, level designers and artists had to draw their inspiration elsewhere. More specifically, from the Saint-Martin du Canigou Abbey in France. Despite the construction being 2 centuries older
that being said, you know, Ely is a century and a half older than the Salisbury Valhalla's time period. So, it's a really good, this is a really good choice of monastery to use.
A cloister to clear the perspective.
Like,
and
really,
the bell tower to
really good
an
choice of monastery to be
viewpoint.
using.
Finally, an underground tunnel was added, a unique feat perfect for a surprise attack. But some things remain accurate. Several eels were placed in the waters circling the monastery, a nod to the feature that gave it its name.
They have eels at Ely. It's great. Eels are one of the, if not the, primary export for the Isle of Ely, and are incredibly important to like dining, church life, taxes, etc. Here in particular, and in the Middle Ages in general. If you are on Twitter and do not follow Greenlee JW, Dr. John Greeley, also you can find him by searching Surprised Eel Historian PhD. Top tier content relating to eels in the Middle Ages.
There she was an abbot.
And meals here are supposed to be perfectly silent. We'll see how that goes. Oswina, you're supposed to be silent here. There are rules about these things. Stop coughing. Also, we're in a pandemic. You have COVID. Run away.
We must have silence at the Lord's table.
Brother!
Very well. Take him to the infirmary if you must.
Jerome.
But the bishop shall hear of your defiance.
Jerome. Come on. Monastic life involved frequent introspection or self-questioning to understand the mysteries of gods. Ideally, these were all done in silence. There was strong indication that early medieval monasteries were not as silent or as calm as they ideally are. The central social role they played in local affairs meant that he received a steady influx of visitors and noise. Note, visitors are not bound by rules of silence. But the Monastarialis Indicia, or the monastic signs, as an early form of sign language to have a complex discussion in silence. It's amazing. It's amazing. And this is Old English. This is an 11th century manuscript from the Codden collection, which is glorious. Thona thu saran apen willa thona need thuthina handa to wadere. And then the other highlighted part is the B is separate, that's abbreviated, I don't, actually no it's not. Brechana tanchen F12 thu serche metinum ewam handam up on Thea. A strict diet. Fasting and prayer were thought to purify the clergy and to strengthen their will against demonic temptation. Even when they were not fasting, monks and nuns would have kept a strict diet. While not much is known about the 9th century, 10th century clergy we have a much better idea on. Meat and fish on special occasions. There are a lot of special occasions though. Like there are feasts, there are, what, 70-something feast days in the church calendar? So you'd have plenty of days where you're eating fish, especially eels. Alright, well, you're dead. Peace.
Tell me, Oswin, where does it hurt?
Yes.
Everywhere, brother. It's like there's fire in my veins. I will find a way to ease your pain. I promise.
Wait, we need to head over here to the medical center. Oh, there is one of my absolute favorite entries in the world coming up soon.
Father Bertwald, was it?
Alright, Bertwald, where are you at? Right here, perfect.
The patient speaks of fire in the veins, Father.
An uncommon ailment, and one I don't know by heart. The scribes often copy remedies in the scriptorium. You may be able to find something there to aid you. But if not, Sister Winifred will be able to help.
Yes, Father.
Niram, your early modernism is showing.
Right, I remember where that was.
Although early medieval medicine was strongly influenced by Christian and Greek and Roman and Hellenic teachings, healing process didn't rely purely on prayers and miracles. Those who cared for the sick drew on classical and local knowledge of herbs from many sources. Greek and Roman writers argued for humor stuff. An excess of humor could be repaired through its release from the patient's blood, such as bloodletting, but that's not the only one used. Monasteries were places of learning and gathering, and their halls attracted sick people who sought healing. Monks and nuns were taking care of the ill, and used efficient medical remedies that are still effective today. Monasteries could grow herbs using these remedies, and had the resources to create, compile, and consult medical manuscripts. An example of one such medical manuscript is the Old English Bald's Leech Book. It is a 10th century copy of 9th century text, including some from the court of King Alfred. A remedy for feurwarch, or dry pain, from Bald's Leech Book. Alright, Gazician, hopefully your internet fixes. We'll be here for a long time. Bald's Leech Book is phenomenal. I love it. And Grounded Ace. For the follow just now, love to see it. Love to see it. Bald's Leech Book is so good. It's a tough... This one is a bit tough to read, yeah. With Oh gosh, yeah, that is. Fyrator Drencha Alexandra Sinfulawer Mod. That's abbreviated, and I don't remember how. Mod. Yeah. There's some weird ligatures in here. And some weird... So, yeah. Ha. Anyway, let's go consult some stuff. Scriptoria! Hello, random scroll. Will you have the answers I seek? Vivid pain of the side. Very strong and vicious fever. A heap of sores on either side. Frequent cough and dryness of the trunk. Those tokens are akin to them, convey the presence of a liver disease.
Let me just... Oh, no.
No. Nay. It's not that one.
Can I help you, brother?
Oh, did I miss my favorite thing? No, that's poor humors. Where's my favorite thing? Please give me my favorite thing. Elf hickey. Well, that's not the term they would use, but that's fine. Understandable. The idea of there being elf shot, though, is good. The eye is yellow where it should be red. For a man, a yellow blackish facial expression. For a woman, a livid red countenance. These are the tokens of devilish affliction and elven mischief.
No.
You'll love to see it. Big elf curses. Big elf curses. Clasps in the other part of the belly or in the nether. Mickle, great sores and inflammation of the inners. Frequent and often bloody evacuation due to infirmity of colon. These and even more are dysentery.
No.
Sudden growth of humors, red, white, yellow, or black. Body gains in bitterness and becomes as yellow as good silk. Swarthy veins on the toe, those are jaundice.
I'll have to ask Sister Winifred. Sister Winifred! I've looked but can't find a remedy. Tell me, what is the cure for fire in the veins?
A dire challenge indeed. Ox's recipe for pain should aid us here. You will need double brewed ale, honey, feverfew, and wormwood. Though with the raids nearby of late, and the early first frost, you may have trouble with the latter.
Winifred's accent here is
well, I have heard that dust from a relic can have miraculous properties. We're blessed here in Ellie to have several. Perhaps, if you gather some, the saints will intercede on your patient's behalf.
Thank you, sister.
They seem to have had the problem, regrettably, oh good, the ordeal of the copyist. Well, yeah, exactly, Red. Love in this voice acting, go girl, give us nothing. They regrettably did not get, in every case, it seems, professional voice actors, and it shows. Anyway, this is one of my favorite manuscripts on the planet, and you'll see why. A copyist needed a lot of stamina and resolve to undertake the sacred task of writing. But fine. Conditions in which monks and nuns labored to painstakingly transcribe manuscripts by hand often left them in great pain and discomfort. Hardship was intended to be part of the monastic life, and scribes were not supposed to vent their frustrations out loud. However, they did. This 11th century manuscript, the complaint, God help minum handum! God help my hands. Mood. Just doing these pages of notes, my hands were incredibly sore. So, big fucking mood. This is from also one of my very favorite manuscripts, Codin Tiberius B51, which is compiled over a long period of time as a miscellany of a bunch of random ass crap. But I love it, right? It's the best kind of random crap. So you get things like a constellation, translation of one of Cicero's works on the constellations, a Wonders of the East manuscript, whatever this one's from, a bunch of short letters, a whole bunch of stuff. It's awesome. God help me no handle. One of my very favorite things. And so now we gotta go all the way out of town, out of the monastery, in order to go find some stuff for the various things. Dust from a relic, double brewed ale, honey, and feverfew. Really good choices, right? This is a totally plausible remedy. The wormwood would be better than dust from a relic, but dust from a relic fills in for everything. And Strawberry J, hello. Welcome. Raiding the monasteries. Medieval Scandinavian, I don't actually agree with this one so much. Medieval Scandinavians may not have seen their attacks on monasteries as different from any other raid. New in town and unfamiliar with Christian institutions may have not been able to tell a monastery apart from any other building. I think this is wrong. I think the evidence is overwhelming that from the very beginning that they were familiar with monastic institutions and knew that monastic institutions had a lot of portable wealths. Lindisfarne, however, as shown here, right, monasteries are often in easily raided locations and have a lot of material wealth. There is obviously room for genuine disagreement here, and this is purely academic petty squabbling, which I mean genuine competing interpretations. However, the idea that even in the 9th century that Norse people did not know about monasteries does a disservice to the extent that pre-Viking phenomenon Norse peoples were traveling and the extent to which they were interacting with Christian populations for trade through terms like the primus ignatio, which we'll talk more about later on in the stream.
Level artists and designers used different types of forests to structure England's kingdoms. Oak trees, ivy and rowan in Wessex, heather fields, Scot pine trees, moss and willow trees in East Anglia, beech trees, bluebells and autumnal birch trees in Mercia, and tundra bushes, western gorse, dead and frozen trees in Northumbria. Ubisoft Sophia even recreated Wistman's Wood in Hamptonshire, using the pictures the development team took during their scouting trip. To do so, they integrated old, medium-sized trees, a smattering of rocks, a soup song of moss, and a bit of fog to complete.
Okay, we get the image. We get the principle. Thank you, Sean, for that insightful.
Feverfew grows best in full sun, and hopefully far from the sisters' bees.
For that deeply insightful thing.
What does feverfew look like again?
A
Good morrow,
song
brother.
of moss.
What brings you to the woods?
Good morrow. Do you know where I could gather feverfew or wormwood?
No wormwood left this season. As for feverfew, no small white daisies are what you seek.
Thank you, brother. God bless you.
So let us go to these small white daisies right here. Feverfew.
One found. 3 to find.
Sean has, you know, Red, you are right. You are 100% right. Sean has the biggest Great British Bake Off narrator energy of any assassin. Magic and medicine. The church considered magical beliefs pagan and evil. Again, more complicated than that. So magic in the Middle Ages is neither pagan nor evil. It is an acceptable, recognized, I guess is a better word than acceptable, part of the functioning of the world. And so Richard Kiekhaefer has the definitive book on this subject for a broad medieval context. You'll get some variations depending on where and when in the Middle Ages you are. And obviously, outside of Europe, traditions will vary massively. But saying that, you know, pre-Christian, that magic is always pre-Christian and evil and bad, and it's more complicated than that. But, elf shot. Pain as though they had been shot, according to some, this was because they had been shot with an elven arrow. And the book also includes enemies to fend off attacks by a more canonical enemy, the devil. Remedy against Feundes Kostungum, the confrontations of fiends. Go forth and ride over here at speed, and then probably get stung by bees. Bees? Any bees around? Yeah, bees.
Nuns get set up to gather honey round here.
A life in prayer. Work in the fields, chopping trees, weaving textiles, gardening, we're all in a day's work. Some even kept bees. You know, this is a post-medieval one, or a post-early medieval one, I should say. This is 13th century, late 12th, early 13th century, so Yeah. Insert Nicolas Cage, .png. Hello? Hello, I wish to speak with you. Hello? Hello? Let me talk to you. Let me talk to you.
Do I just take it? Or...
Careful, brother. You wouldn't want to get stung. The bees jealously guard their golden hoard.
I need honey for a remedy. Can you help me?
Of course.
Bees.
Take the honey from the table. I'll gather more for the abbess.
Thank you, sister. God bless you.
Everyone loves bees. Virgil loved bees.
That's two. Halfway done.
Bees. Okay. The other two are in... the other two are inside the monastery, but we need to finish this first. Sean?
Honeymoon referred to the Scandinavian practice of giving newlyweds a moon cycle's worth of mead. Which is too much mead. But honey was valued
Bullshit,
by
Sean.
Angles and Norsemen alike.
Bullshit.
It was then vital for the developers to represent the beekeeping practice as faithfully as possible. Depending on each region's real flora, fields of flax seeds, poppies and heather were designed and implemented by modelers and level artists. The flowers used as a seamless way to guide
Leander,
players through
you
the
got it.
environment. The beehives, seen from afar, also act as a natural marker. You might say a beacon.
Boo!
And are surrounded
Boo
by
this
NPCs
man!
collecting
Boo!
the honey. Sorry about the beacon thing.
You know, Ghetto Cultivator, you are in good luck then, because if you are enjoying this, you can type !YouTube right now in chat to the link to the YouTube channel where there's a playlist of a full playthrough of about 90% completion, including both DLCs, of me playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Relics are kept at the back of the chapel.
So if you want more of this style of commentary and content, breaking things down, booing Sean Hastings puns, etc., we've got literally hundreds of hours of material for you to enjoy.
They might have ale in the kitchens.
That's the usual place to keep ale, yes.
That's the third. Now for the last.
Into the chapel. To gather the dust from this conveniently placed relic. Get out of my way. Oh!
Everything I need.
Oh, he's got the thing!
Now
Oh, he's got the thing! Hang on. Every time this comes up, I need to point it out. I don't know how clear it is, but look at the language of this book. That is in fact Hebrew. Every time, I gotta point it out, they've used that asset several times, and it's very funny to me. I haven't been able to find if that's a real text, right, a particular actual manuscript, or if it's incorporated, but it sure feels funky, especially in the 9th century, to be having a Hebrew text with a Christian cross on it, on a belt-bound book for a monk.
Sister Winifred brought me the recipe from the scriptorium. And now I am delighted to discover you know the use of the mixing bench too. Would that God had sent you to me sooner? The infirmary would be in far better shape.
I spent many summers mixing poultices for the townsfolk in Canterbury.
Then
Okay,
I
so
shall
you're actually
search
trained
and
at Canterbury,
hopefully learn
the
some
first
new
and most
tricks of my
prestigious
own.
monastery
What was the
in
first
England,
ingredient
and
in Sister
the
Winifred's
first,
remedy?
one of the 2 archbishoprics in early medieval England, the other one being in Jorvik.
Which 2 ingredients did you gather in the forest?
Feverfew and honey.
It was
We have
feverfew and
quizzes.
honey to ease the throat.
What did Sister Winifred suggest you substitute for the final ingredient?
Dust from a relic is said to cure many ills. There.
And this actually looks a lot like a plausible historical pain relief remedy, right? The feverfew, and the relics, and the honey. All of them have various antimicrobial and pain relieving properties that makes this really good. Raptorus, he talked to her while we were gathering stuff.
Drink this. It will ease your pain.
Correct, Cahalan. It's in the 11th century that you start, late 11th century that you start getting Hebrew texts in Christian contexts due to translation work coming out of Iberia, and then Jewish communities in also say England translating Arabic and Hebrew texts into Latin.
Soon you'll be back on your feet.
Exactly. So this is just doing the same quizzes.
You must come at once.
What's the matter, brother?
Do you not hear the bells? The abbess requires your presence at chapel immediately.
I'll go as soon as I'm done helping Brother Oswin.
No, you must go now. Hurry!
Gee, we're in the 9th century, so take a wild guess.
Will tell you what's going on.
Take an absolute wild guess why the bells are ringing. Hey, in this case it's kind of justified, but I seriously need you to hurry up. Panic. Come on. Go! God's sake. We're saying hurry, and then you're running at a snail's pace. And Lady Knight, 12k for the follow just now. I appreciate it. Well, guess what? They won't show it on screen. But you are correct. That is exactly what happened. Quest 1, the raid that Harald... Well, a subsequent raid that Thorstein did while with Harald is in fact the raid right now that is attacking the Isle of Ely and the monastery there. Oh, I ran in the wrong direction, big circles. We're not in a rush or anything.
Forgive me, blessed saints, but I must carry you from your place of rest.
Oh, Billy, you missed the entire best quest of the game, of the Discovery Tour.
Our families may share no love, but we are of a mind when it comes to the Lord. He will know what to do.
That man is a stranger to me.
As was our Lord Jesus Christ when he died on the cross for our sins. Help often comes from unexpected hands, brother. Now, follow quickly.
We also will not see our father, his father, on screen. Next time we see Elrich, well, you'll see. It'll have been a few years.
Into the catacombs.
Look at how good that. Look at the Winchester reliquary here. This is basically the same reconstruction as the Hampton Trust has gone for, their best guess reconstruction, and they just ported it straight into the game, and it's fabulous. Anyway, we're going to escape. There's our horn! As people are going to hide and or run away, and people will fight. This is fine, though they imply in their nice English Standard version, by the way.
He leads me beside the still waters.
It never says. It never says who his father is. It's very, very odd, but it's not actually important because where we are eventually going to go is Winchester. And so now as we escape out here, we are going to hide. Viking mortars, yes. And so it's implied that this raid completely destroys the Isle of Ely and the monastic community there. This is the only place where I think they severely overstate their case in the entire quest line. In that certainly total depopulation happened, but very often someplace like Lindisfarne was actually able to withstand about 70 years worth of raiding before they moved. So the odds that a single raid will result in total depopulation is unlikely. It happened, so I'm not going to criticize it too hard for it, but they're basically fridging the entire monastic community for the sake of the plot. And so away we go. We're going to take a quick break here because it's been 2.5 hours. I do need to stand up. So as soon as we load into the game, we're going to pause. I'm going to stand up, take a break, get more water, use the restroom, etc. Great time for you guys to be doing the same. But we'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay? So quick switch over to the getting food. And then we'll be back in just as soon as possible. I just need to get a bit more water, use the restroom, etc. Sorry. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I have a big old thing of water, and as we're letting people trickle in a little bit, just to recap sort of my qualifications on what we're doing here, I am a trained historian, a specialist in medieval Norse literature, including Norse mythology and the Viking Age, and so I have a graduate degree in that. I'm also in a graduate degree for cultural heritage. I have both museum and library experience, including working with medieval manuscripts. Additionally, I have presented at multiple international conferences on the reception of the Vikings and medieval Scandinavia in modern media, particularly board and video games. In fact, later tonight there will be an AMA on Reddit's r/Ask Historians involving me and one of my friends, Emmett222, if they are in chat right now, that we were talking about Assassin's Creed Valhalla and the usage of skulls and intersections with the religions present in the game. So, what we're doing here is a full playthrough of Discovery Tour of the Viking Age. We're currently at the start of Quest 3 of 8. Talking about the history, what they do well, what they do not so well, and what we can learn about from their interactive past, or their interactive sort of museum structure, and the ways in which heritage institutions can in fact be quite misleading without technically lying to you. We've seen a few cases of that where they're presenting something where I'd rather they use a different term, or they're overstating a case, something that happened but isn't quite on the money, understates the complexity, overstates the drama, or they just don't mention something and let the authority of the rest of the depiction sort of carry some problematic or inaccurate elements out into being considered overall correct. So, also, hello, my name is Adam, if you do not know. I feel fine using my real name here on stream, so hello everyone. And if you have missed parts, know that the VOD of this will be exported to YouTube or will be available here on Twitch for 2 weeks. Anyway, if you have questions at any point in this, or corrections, think I get something wrong, because that does happen, do feel free to comment, interact with chat. Small amounts of spamming emotes, so that doesn't kind of shut you down, but certainly participation is more than welcome. The more people that are talking, chatting, having a good time while I'm doing my work, the more fun everyone has. So, without further ado, let's get back in. Oh, perhaps my strongest qualification, by the way, is that I am a flared user on r/Ask Historians, if you're coming from Reddit, I'm familiar with that, and I've only ever gotten one answer deleted from it. Right. Big up, right, if you need a stronger qualification. I'm a flared user with only one deleted answer on Ask Historians. So that should give me big authority. Also, right now, by the way, if everyone in chat persuades one person they know to come join, we would break our record for the most people that have ever been on stream, or watching the stream, and that would be freaking amazing.
And these Saxons and their books, you'd think they were more precious than their own lives.
Anyway,
but if no one
here we go.
to speak
So,
of what's
Quest 2?
down, who will remember it?
Not to speak of how they treat their dead.
No, Frothy.
Putting bones or pieces of wood inside golden boxes.
Frothy, you do the same thing.
How this honors their god, I'll never
Frothy. So Norse burial practices are in fact have far more grave goods, both higher value things and low value things like pottery, bits of bone, animal sacrifices, tools, etc. in the grave. In fact, Christian graves are far less display-oriented and ostentatious than Norse graves. So, Frothy is a bit of no you on that. But yeah, so that was a reference to the fact that at the end of Quest 2, we were the ones who did that raid. Oops. Also, we are interacting with Harald Harfara, or Harold Feinhair, I should say, and we are going to be building a boat in this quest. We're going to be building a boat in this quest to go set sail to England.
Thorstein, the hero of many tales.
Thorbjörn. They use like a modern Scandinavian spelling here for Torbjörn, Could be Swedish, probably.
I could not let you pass without
In
experiencing
Old Norse
the
is
sting of your
Thorbjörn.
wit.
Thorbear. Let's flight.
The mood I'm in, you'd best hope for a stinging rather than a lash.
By the way, what he's using is a tile
Then let's
harpa,
begin.
a boat harp.
On the Isle of Ely,
His outfit
great
is
riches were
amazing.
won.
His outfit is incredible.
It was over before this flighting begun.
No,
Come, Thorstein.
no, you don't like that
Surely
one.
you can do better
Fine.
than that.
Fine.
I've heard of your legend, your grace and prowess.
Well, you're upping me.
You said it yourself. I've no need to impress.
He's upping me. I don't have to do any
The
work here.
silver tongue strikes again. It's a shame Harald Jarl outshines you so brightly.
Indeed.
Beware that such insults aren't those I take lightly.
Sure.
Oh,
Leander
proper
asks,
threats, delivered in
you
perfect
delivered
rhythm. Oh,
mentioned earlier how medieval
how I
Scandinavia was a
missed you,
display
Thorstein.
economy. Was there a similar
Trust
thing in
you have been
contemporary
stuck
Middle
enough
and
for
Western
now.
Europe, Francia, the early English kingdoms, the Holy Roman Empire, etc.? Sort of, not to the same extent. The same is true mostly earlier, rather than later. So, where were we? Skald. Skald and his art. So, Skald should have an accent here. It's a long vowel. Reconstructed pronunciation is Skald. Modern Icelandic is Skald. Oh, fucking love designer handbags. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. To carry out the task of skaldic poetry, the Skald composed poems that followed a complex set of rules. He strove through the finesse of his metaphors, the famous kennings, plural Old Norse kenningar, to create a masterpiece that cultivated glory and fame. The main subjects of his poems were his benefactors, that is, those able to pay him generously for his performances. It is likely that skalds would also play an instrument while performing. Pictured here as a lyre, specifically it's the sudden who lyre, commonly used during the early Middle Ages. Anyway, when they say complex here, they are understating things actually fairly ridiculously. Skaldic poetry, particularly in the meter of Drottningfight, or court verse, alliterated, had internal rhyme, had end rhyme, and every 4 lines, a stanza has 8 lines in Skaldic poetry. There's a metrical, number of syllables in the line, and every 4 lines had to be a complete semantic thought, with the second line relating to the first line. Absolute travesty of a meter. But the good thing about it is that the meter means that we know, with a high degree of certainty, that some of the poems preserved in late medieval manuscripts in Iceland actually date to the very early Middle Ages. The earliest one we have is Ragnarsdrápa by Bragi Bottason. And by the way, thank you, Soul Supreme and Non-Epsilon, or Non-Epsilon I should say, right there. Thank you. Thank you very much. So the Ealdorand set, composed of refined selected Ireland pieces taken from the Viking era, this set is made to impress. Can we take a look at it? So this looks like it's mostly drawing on reconstructions of Sudden Who pieces. I think both the braces and the leg pieces are Sudden Who. I'm not super sure on that, but this cloak, with it wrapped around and then pinned, it should have a brooch right around there. Good. I don't love the fur wrapped around it, but whatever. This wrapped kaftan, you like, and this male hauberk, you really like. The only thing I don't like in this is the quilting. Recent studies indicate that quilting isn't really attested before the 12th century. Here in Western Europe. It's a little bit earlier in the Eastern Roman Empire, but not so much in Western Europe. So this part is historically dubious, but the rest of it is pretty much spot on. We also got Völunder, which is a hawk, not a raven. So, oh no, they didn't do that. Völunder is not a god. He is a legendary smith in the tradition of Daedalus. He's attested in the Frank's casket, in Beowulf, where Beowulf is gifted an armor set made by Welland. I think also in Deor, the Old English poem, and in the Eddic poem Völendarkveda. He's also a garbage human being. Like, unbelievably garbage. In Völendarkveda, he steals a Swan Maiden's robe. The Swan Maiden might be a Valkyrie, might be something else. Steals her robe so that she's forced to marry him. He's captured by a king, is forced to build stuff for them. Murders the king's sons, sexually assaults the king's daughter, flies away laughing. Absolutely garbage human being. So, 0 out of 10. Good at smithing, bad at being a decent human being. And it's interesting, actually. I would have been really amused if instead of using a hawk here, they just said fuck it, and made it a swan to reference the Swan Maidens of the start of Völendarkveda. It would make no sense. But given that they already have a puffin and Eugene, a parrot, in the microtransactions store, it would have been really fucking funny. So I would have preferred it. And then we'll get a sword, eventually, and then a tattoo set, and then an early medieval horse, which I don't actually love, and it's okay. And then stuff, and then stuff. We'll talk about those later. I need to think about them a bit. Also, I need to go over here. Quick, out of my way, I got places to be, things to do, people to talk to. The Great Hall. A great hall, or salar, which is the correct word, is a sight to behold. A great hall may have been its own building, like the one pictured here. This one is from the Lofoten Islands. This is the farmhouse at Borg, which is the largest longhouse we have ever found. Other reconstructed ones include Gamma in Denmark, etc. I mean, given that the human form of these Swan Maidens is maybe referring to Valkyrier, definite maybe, Barry Mike. Definitely gonna get obliterated. Anyway, so the Borg Longhouse is reconstructed, found remains of an early medieval and Viking Age longhouse, 83 meters long and 9.5 meters wide. The remains are entirely just the foundations. All of this is reconstruction. And so you might see ones that use this sort of diamond shingle design, which is seen in hatchbacks from hogback sarcophagi all across early England and Scandinavia. Otherwise, you might see it with some really thick thatch. But the Borg Longhouse is fascinating. There's some really cool studies done on that longhouse. Anyway, keeping allies close. To hold on to his power, a chieftain had to keep his companions healthy, or happy, which is to say happy, which is to say wealthy. I'm sorry, my Ben Franklin Old Farmer Almanac, or Poor Richard's Almanac, sorry, was getting in the way. Whether by trade or war, Norse leaders needed to get their hands on riches to redistribute them to their allies. This is very true. This is very, very true. And also, look at how good a condition this sword is. This sword is in phenomenal condition, and you can see there's still the gold on it, so incredibly high status weapon. You love it. That's a really good entry. It really does describe a lot of the obligations and
You've
gift
been far
economies.
from our shores, but never my thoughts.
Thank you, my friend. Hello.
There's something I must say, Mayor.
Oh!
So formal.
Trifrica, oh, Maxime Durand, welcome. So, thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. And so for the Aldermen, they're using Velsgard, Taplow, and Sudden Who. Totally makes sense. And then, okay, if in lore you're saying Wayland is an Isu, fair enough. I don't think he's a god in pre-Christian Nordic religions. but that's a fair, if in lore you've made that call, totally fair. Anyway, also everyone, big welcome in chat. Rafiko is the world designer, Maxime Durand, for Discovery Tour of the Viking Age. I sincerely hope you're enjoying this. I had a great time, and had a great time doing all the research for this. I don't think you were here when I showed the giant stack of books that I used to use just the print resources. The devastating amount of books stored here. And memory is key. Also, thank you for the follow just now.
Did the crossing scour our friendship from your mind?
It did not.
Also,
it's only
by the way,
friendship that I'm brave enough to speak.
Tell me then. I'm listening.
I have to say, right, the last quest, the one with Elrich on Ely is one of the best, like, heritage exhibitions I've ever seen. Right, it's on par with my favorite museums in terms of the quality of materials chosen, the manuscripts used, the quality of the entries, recognizing the complexities and evolving discourses, and really putting that into an interactive narrative thing where you get to actually use some of the recipes from Bald's Leech book is phenomenal.
That is what it takes. It is no slight to you, Maya. My love for you has not waned, but my love
also,
for my wife
this sequence right here is actually derived from a saga. Right, the idea here where a friend to Harald Harfari says, I want to leave to move somewhere else, and Harald's response is to respond with anger. Alright, thank you so much for stopping by, and thank you for the well wishes. Anyway, right, this is coming actually out of a saga narrative, Vatsdala saga, the saga of the people of Vatsdalir in northwestern Iceland. Ingemundur the Old, the founder of that group, and the emigrant, is a close companion to, and hirðmaður, or retainer, to Harald Fairhair, according to the saga, and when he wants to leave, Harald is incredibly reluctant to let that happen, and he originally responds with anger, and it's only after Ingemundur goes and actually hires some Sami magicians. They're called Laplanders in the text, but Sami, to use the indigenous name for them, and they sit inside a sauna for like an obscene amount of time. I think it's like 3 days, and they say, okay, we took one of your gold brooches and we put it, and we watched it as it traveled to Iceland. When you sail to Iceland, the place you should build your house and settle there is where that gold brooch is found. And so their spirits traveled to Iceland through this ritual, and they placed it in Vatsdalir. And so Ingemundur eventually sails to Iceland and travels all across the north coast before eventually finding this spot and building his settlement. Yeah, obviously the temporality is completely bonkers, but it really gives this magical, esoteric feel, with 3 days being a very common feature in pre-Christian Norse traditions. Anyway, so the history of King Harald Fairhair is as fabulous as it is dubious. Facts and myths are very much entwined in the accounts of his life. Unfortunately, right, the first really detailed account of his life is from Snorri Sturluson, the author of the Prose Edda, in his Heimskringla with Harald Saga Harfara. And it's completely unreliable, just like Ynglinga Saga. Right, Ynglinga Saga and Harald Saga Harfara are completely unreliable accounts for pre-Christian Nordic religions, mythology, belief, or history. So that's a problem. So they used their imagination and resulted in that. And here, you know, we get to see the extent of, quote, the Norðurvegur. And I think realistically, right, for most people it cuts off around here. The modern city of Tromsø is about the farthest north that anyone cares for the big trade routes. But you do get some people, I think we'll hear about Óþara in either this quest or the next one, that will sail far farther around here. And so you end up with Harald I like the depiction of Harold. I think it's a reasonably plausible one. And really, right, his physical size and well-spokenness does a lot of favors to fill out his saga depiction. So another case, like, really quite well done. Anyway, let's go up here and take a look at Ulriksstaðir. Ulriksstaðir is a Viking Age site. So they're saying that they're basing it off of Bergen. They'll say that in a different one. But this is one of the main sites of the early Viking Age, along with Avaldsnes and some of the other places that we see in the game. Right, Avaldsnes is where the game starts. That is also a Royal Norwegian site from the early Viking Age. And royal in air quotes there, because obviously petty kingships rather than full things.
As longhouses were at the centre of Norse communities, it was only natural that they'd be at the forefront of AC Valhalla. Just like any true Viking, Eivor hosts feasts, plans battles, and sleeps in her longhouse. But what about its design? The art direction team first took a scouting trip to Lofoten, Norway, to immerse themselves in the land and bring back references.
Which explains a whole lot. This explains a whole lot about the world design of Norway in this. Lofoten is far, far farther north than the setting of the game, which takes place in Ríkjafylke and Höfðafylke.
Anglo-Saxon longhouses, on the other hand, were designed with different materials, such as hay and lime, and less detailed engravings. Can't have them steal the show.
In practice, these designs would be totally interchangeable. Right, a simple Norse longhouse is going to be virtually indistinguishable from a simple 8th century Saxon longhouse. So it's not... This is a totally reasonable design decision, but is worth noting, is technically severely overstating the relative wealth of the early English kingdoms versus construction, etc. for the Norse chieftainships. And by the way, a petty kingship is a term that just refers to someone that in name might call themselves a king, but in practice is actually controlling a very small amount of land. And so, right, we don't like using the term baron, duke, earls, any of those, because those have specific contexts. But when you're thinking about a bunch of competing nobles that all make claims to broad authority, but are then competing with each other to really negotiate and expand that authority, that's what we mean by petty kingship. Anyway, Ulriksstad. The North Way was an important route. Whoever controlled it had important controlled trade. By the end of the 800s, Ulriksstaðir had become the seat of royal power and was the starting point for both commercial and military expeditions. The design is directly inspired by Bryggen, the high medieval historic harbour in Bergen, Norway. Now, Bryggen is gorgeous, right? I mean, look at this. Obviously, a lot of these buildings are modern, but the medieval town from the 13th century is phenomenal. Really nice, tall buildings. Lots of really cool things. And, right, one of the big influences I identified in the streams from it here are these roads. Right, the idea that you're layering the wood with half-sawn logs to make wooden roads that go from the harbor up and across town is straight out of Bryggen, and also an excellent design choice that I think is entirely plausible for the Viking Age. Anyway, Norse religion. This is... There's going to be a complicated entry. Unlike the Christians, the Vikings did not have a clergy, a select group or institution who presided over religious rituals. People of different ages, genders, and backgrounds could officiate Scandinavian rituals. Primarily, the ones we're looking at are the Goði, the chieftainship, which overlaps with the category of like the Jarl, or cognate to English Earl, so our lay chieftains are also religious chieftains. And then you have people like the Spákona or the Völva that are kind of female practitioners, particularly for burial rituals, divination, etc., that are really influential there You get, like, Ibn Fadlan in the Risala talks about a burial ritual with an old woman he identifies as an angel of death. There's probably some kind of CRS. Private household worship of ancestors and gods like Thor, whose hammer is pictured in this runestone, was supervised by the head of the family. Public events and rituals would be led by a community's chief, or Jarl. I would use Godi instead of Jarl here, for the most part, but fair enough. There's the Stenkvista hammer, so nothing they say in there is wrong. It's worth noting. There will be some cases later when we're talking about religion where I think that there are some factual errors, and some really baffling ones at that. But thus far, as a extremely, like, 50,000 foot overview, I'm okay with that. Now let's go talk to folks over here. Longship was fashioned from different kinds of woods. The hull of a longship was chosen mostly from a hardwood tree, so oak in Denmark, or ash or pine in Norway, a mix of them in Sweden. This reconstructed one, this is the Saga Oseberg, so this is the 9th century Oseberg ship, which is the finest ship burial ever uncovered. Has 2 women in the grave. And Tomtengard, I recommend, I agree. It is very strange. Ash would be the main hardwood, pine would be used for the mast. There is not going to be a tour for Wrath of the Druids, which is a shame, because Wrath of the Druids would have been extremely interesting to hear more about. We did just unlock Best Boy, yes. Hello.
Udi, keeping those hands of yours busy.
Ha! They'll be ready to tie knots in the worst winter storms, I swear.
And they're going to bring it all the way from
The clan. Okay. Several households could come together to form a clan, or Eicht. These bonds could be cemented via blood relations, marriage, or by an oath made during a legal assembly. Really good. This is really good. The name of an Eicht would often be constructed by putting together the name of a notorious forefather or a god with the suffix Ingr. So, I mentioned just a little bit ago the saga Ynglinga saga. So, that is referring to the god Yngvi, Yngvi Freyr. So, and then the descendants of Freyr are the Ynglingar. Some clans have as many as 100 individual members on whom they could rely on in times of peace and war. Fair enough. Fairly well done. Now, my big question is, given, if you knew this, and, I mean, if you found this out during research for the Discovery Tour, so be it, but if the development team knew this going in, as pretty much any research into the Viking Age and the Eicht would tell them, why is Eivor's clan named after, named the Raven clan instead of, say, the, I don't know, yeah, what would it be? Eivlingar? It could be Eivlingar. Or invent someone else to derive it from. Right. That's my question. Yeah, you could name it after Styrbjörn. The other way of naming a clan, by the way, though, is after the physical location where they are. So, the other saga I mentioned, Vatsdaila saga, is the saga of the Vatsdailir. Dailir is the plural word of the Icelandic word for valley, Dalur. So the Vatsdailir are the people who live in Vatsdalur. And so you see this in Iceland. So in 13th century Iceland, the entire island is consumed in a gigantic civil war for a very long time. It sucks. Lasts 3 generations, and everyone squabbles. It's terrible. The leading families in that are the Sturlungar, right? The clan of Sturla. named after Fam Sturla Snorri Sturlason's father. Then, the other option is, and the other leading family is that of Jon Lofsson, the Haukdalir, i.e. the family who lives in Haukdalir. You know, Hrafn isn't a tested name. You could have Hrapgar? Hraflingar, I guess. I'm not super familiar with the formation for clan names, but right. So those are the two main ways to name a family or an Eicht. However, what Assassin's Creed Valhalla instead did in the base game, and they don't acknowledge this, is that they used Ojibwe, indigenous American ways of identifying clans. Which is an oof. It's a regrettably common thing in Viking-style media, and is a case of just adapting what is popularly expected, but they just proved they know better. And that's the thing that's always so interesting and frustrating about Discovery Tours compared to the base game, is that if they know, they prove that they know better, and sometimes do incredibly good museum blurb-style entries that completely contradict the base game.
It is good to see you again.
And that's just difficult to grapple with.
Sail with the mighty Thorstein, now could I?
It's hard to grapple with. Anyway, let's just talk to Gunhilda and move on. Gunhilda, how are you?
Well, how did it go with Harald?
Harold will not stand in our way, but neither will he help us.
Oh, at least he could give you his blessing.
Nope, no blessings here.
Oh, my love. He will come around. His love for you flows deep, but its pull is as strong as the tides.
I see you've made good
the
on
phrasing
your promise
here
to find
is
us
another
traveling
one.
companions.
There's another one that's phenomenal.
This group of
a small thing.
They're only here as ballast.
A small.
Finer ballast I've never seen.
A really nice touch that they do.
And the navigator. I know. I've gathered a list of names already.
That they're phrasing it specifically in terms of love, right? This loom is, as far as I know, 100% accurate to our reconstructions from the Viking Age archaeological finds. Right, as far as I know, this is a damn near perfect reconstruction. Anyway, they mention, anyway, that King Harald and Thorstein shared love, and love in a non-romantic sense, probably, most of the time, maybe. There's definitely room to go like, are you sure on that? Which I am a fan of. But framing it in terms of love and affection is extremely well attested in the sagas and in medieval literature broadly, and so just being open about that as either platonic or romantic love, just totally present, is exactly right for the tone and for the literature of the period and its descendant cultures. So, you'll love it. Scandinavians first began to use sails on their ships in the 7th or 8th century, this is true, where once they relied solely on oars, they now introduced the famous squared sail in this runestone. There are several possible reasons for the addition of sails. Maybe linked to an increase of wealth and land, true. Person would need a lot of varmal, which is a homespun wool. I don't like how they spell it, it should be no, sorry, not ow. V-A-F-M-O-L. A with an accent L. To make a sail. This means they need a lot of sheep and land for grazing. Therefore, those who own sails likely had access to a lot of wealth and land. This is super true. This is super duper duper true and super duper important when we're thinking about who funds expeditions and raids and who benefits from those expeditions and raids. Additionally, though, the part that I wish they had put into that entry, in addition to the amount of wool required, is the amount of labor. And this is labor that is done overwhelmingly by women. Right? overwhelmingly, women's labor is integral to the Viking phenomenon, and histories of the Viking phenomenon have a nasty habit of just like, oh yeah, sails got introduced, move on, without really accounting for all the work that women did in the production of the physical objects and ships and provisions and cooking and support and care of the farms and participation that all went on in the Viking Age.
Imbolder, I need a ship. My wife and I leave for the land across the sea.
Harald won't pay for such a vessel, I'm sure.
Did
you really fill your pockets that well on your last raid?
I mean, it's been 5 years of raids. That can be fun.
Wood, sails, and all?
Gunhilda's family will provide the sail. The rest I will purchase.
Ah, you're a lucky man.
Indeed.
Speak with Skarga for a pine mast then, and yarn for the nails. Tell him I'll expect him to be on time with his deliveries in the future.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay, we got 2 places to go to. I've got one up here. I see chat is largely talking about the AC Origins DLC, which is expected with multiple Egyptologists in the chat.
What brings you to my yard?
Also, I want to make sure we're getting all the right things in the area. Good, we've gotten most of them. We'll pick up these ones all while getting the nails, and then we'll get these last 2 on the end. Awesome. Also,
oak or pine?
Skarga is here.
New to shipbuilding, are you? Come with me. You'll learn better by doing.
Hey, no, guys, it's totally fine that you guys are talking about AC Origins. I was just amused by the fact that we're talking, that's where the discussion inevitably went to. Yes, land across the sea is incredibly unspecific. You are correct, this dude.
Use that axe to remove the bark from this log.
The name used in Old Norse for the British Isles are England and Ireland, as it turns out. Ireland for Ireland, and England for England. They knew what the names were. They went there regularly. They used the names for the places. I know, truly shocking that. In this period, they would have probably... Let's see, Iceland would have probably been known as Garðarhólmi, but also could be known as Snæland, Snowland, or just about Eastland. Iceland.
Tapping the wedges gently. We want this lock to split as straight as possible. That way we will have long hard boards.
And by the way, I don't think I thanked ATSH0 for the follow a few minutes ago. I appreciate that. And so, the process that's being outlined here is actually our best reconstruction. You know, the use of planes, wedges to split the wood straight into these long planks, etc. It's super well done. Obviously, this is doing this in a video game media with no media game attached to it. Is obviously less interactive than, say, a living history museum where you can actually try that work with your hands and get the physical motion of it, but it's a good simulation.
Pine for a mast.
I'll send your new mast to the shipyard as soon as it's ready.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So having done that little exhibition, let us go forth. Let's grab our horse, actually. Let's go forth to try and pick up all these places. There's one down there we'll have to pick up on the way back. But we got one. Well, one right there, one on that road, and then our main spot over there. Awesome. Taboos on the high seas. Okay. A good way to ward off bad luck on an expedition was to be familiar with all the taboos before setting sail. Along with other maritime skills, lessons about taboos were passed from father to son, fisherman to fisherman. Those bold or foolish enough to ignore their elders' warnings and risk the wrath of the gods could end their journey much like this unfortunate crew. This They will elaborate on this more later, and will do things that are, as far as I have been able to find in my research, straight up wrong. That being said, the idea that there are taboos and omens associated with going to sea marks that there are times when you shouldn't, right? An omen happens on the way to the boat, you should just call off the whole thing, be done, and if you don't, it's going to be bad. This is often the words of someone considered wise, a king or an old woman or something, or a physical act such as your horse tripping. So there are taboos associated with it, but they're being deliberately vague, and that is notable because our survival of what those taboos were, or what that actually means, is extremely limited.
Creating an immersive world also includes the sounds triggered when Eivor interacts with her or his surroundings. Shown here are coloured surfaces that play a specific sound when the player walks on them.
Cool.
Yes, every
there's
item
no history in history in here. It's just lovely design notes. So, like the technical work to get the change, squish, 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 thunk, thunk, thunk. Impressive, deeply impressive work. I don't mean to denigrate it. We just have a lot to get through and are running low on time. Curing fish. Fiskar, was mostly consumed after it was dried. To dry a fish, you place the catch of the day on a wooden frame and let the sun and fresh air do the rest. By the end of the day, the fish will be dried and ready to eat. Hardfiskar is the actual name for this, the more detailed name. Hardfish. It's or also stockfish could be used. It's primarily cod, but also could be haddock or something like that. It's honestly really tasty and smells very strongly. Anyway, blessing the ship. The keel, pictured here, is the backbone of the ship. According to legend, there was a christening ritual for boats called blooding the keel. The term seems to hint at some kind of human or animal sacrifice, however, it was likely just a metaphor. Blooding the keel may have meant getting the ship's feet wet or putting her in the water, or both. It can be both. I'm not super familiar with the traditions, and I wasn't able to find any detailed sources among shipbuilding rituals, but it's reasonable to postulate that there certainly were plenty of some shape or form, given the fact that they persist long into Christian cultures and cross-culturally with different sets of things. Anyway, the long skip. Samson Shine, thank you for the follow just now. To build a longship, one first had the keel, the backbone of the ship, to the hull. The hull was clinker built. The planks overlapped each other like fish scales. The boards were fastened together by metal rivets, then caulked by hemp and horsehair soaked in tar. This ensured that the water would not soak through the hull in the middle of a voyage. However, according to sagas, this did sometimes make you, limited or at risk to have worms eat through your whole thing if you are in spooky magic waters to the west of Ireland. Thank you, Eric Saga Reitha, for the ship of worms, destroying a ship for no obvious reason. Next, the mast was attached to the hull by a fish-shaped piece of wood. This ensured that the sail along the mast did not resist the wind, but did move with it. Adaptability made the long skip elastic. Rather than splitting the waves, it slithered through them. It also split the waves sometimes, but, you know, it is an incredibly seaworthy piece of thing for having a draft as low as 1 meter. Right, as shallow as 1 meter, which is incredibly dangerous in deep water. The thing is incredibly seaworthy. And Valhalla Knight, appropriate name, thank you for the follow. And ships, between two worlds. Ancient Scandinavians believed that ships traveled 2 different worlds. They were built on land but lived at sea. Symbolically, to sail was to have a foot in 2 worlds, not just land and sea, but also life and death. To be on a ship was to be in a liminal in-between space between life and afterlife. Ships, wooden or stone, symbolize transition. This is likely why they have featured heavily in Scandinavian burial rituals since the Bronze Age. This is a case of being a little bit strong in their interpretation. There are times where everything they say in here is true. For example, you might take Egil Saga, where Kveldulfur, Egil's grandfather, and the person who leaves Iceland, dies on board the ship. and his corpse becomes the way by which Skallagrimur, Egil's father, is able to locate what land he should settle. He literally chucks his dad's corpse overboard and follows it until it washes up near the modern city of Borgarnes. So, there are definitely cases where this is true. Can we elaborate that to all sailing vessels? I do not think so. And can we elaborate that to every time people went to sea in a dominantly maritime culture to say that that is pulling them into the other world? I do not think so. You can use it to reach other worlds. Crossing a sea is a way to get to other worlds. Hervarar Saga is a good example. As the Prose Edda, to get to Utgarður, Thor and Loki and Thjalfi and Röskva travel across the sea in order to get there. So there's definitely elements of this. But there's also a lot of evidence that going to sea is perceived as a perfectly mundane lay activity that you did and had lay risks associated with. So it's overstating the evidence and being a little bit misleading, playing up the mysticism of Norse religion without ever actually lying. And this is the thing, it is hardly unique in being guilty of this extremely mild nitpicky sin. Right. One could point out that museum labels in general have a problem of needing to be extremely short, and thereby playing up sensationalism and eliding complexity. It's no different in this game, with a digital museum label, than it is with a physical museum such as a Moskva or the National Museum of Denmark, which recently redid its Viking exhibit and really played up the sensationalism in a very problematic way.
They fell apart in the salt water.
Jim
I use nothing but pure iron.
Jim Ingvild makes some choices about how he designs the models, and it is a problem.
Sailing in a bucket full of holes. Head inside.
By the way, his name is Iron. This guy's name is Yaut, which means iron. So the smith is named Iron. Big subtlety.
You will be paid in full.
Bronze Age Billy Warren. We have Bronze Age boat burials. But for big Viking Age ones, two I would point out is the Oseberg burial, which is in Norway from about 800, and the ship setting at Royal Yelling, where that giant runestone that I talked about in Quest 1 is found. It's set in a massive, gargantuan ship setting made out of stones. That's from about the year 1000. It's probably the burial for Gorm the Old, Harald Blåtand's father, and has a burial mound and then a church graveyard inside of it. But the whole thing is a couple 100 meters long. So it's this gargantuan stone ship setting from the later Viking Age. It's appropriate. I don't know why they chose to name the blacksmith's name Iron, but I can't deny that it is an appropriately unsubtle name. The blacksmith works with iron, named Iron, perfect. Nailed it. Way to go. Okay, we need to talk with him, but before we talk with him, we're going to talk with these. Creating Eivor's longship.
Now, you can't make a Viking game without an awesome longship. It's the law. After all, Norsemen are renowned for their boat-building craftsmanship to this day. To do it justice, modelers in Montreal built the dimensions and shapes, while artists in Singapore created 48 different variations of longboats with stunning designs inspired by Norse mythology. The outcome speaks for itself.
By the way, shoutouts right here. You can see a Ford. You can see
shallow keels to sail in low
reference
waters.
to a Galder, an 8-point Galder
a
stopper.
removable mast to pass under bridges. Now set sail, and may you have fair winds and follow
these
the
little
seas.
designs on the shield are inspired by things from the 19th century, not from the Viking Age, in any way, shape, or form. You will still see a Vegvisor and an Eishjálmur in pretty much all Viking media, but I will reiterate over and over and over and over and over again until it stops happening that those are from the Huld manuscript, which is from the 1800s, and not the early 1800s either, the middle of the 1800s, and they are heavily inspired by French grimoires. Figureheads, as seen here, were often sculpted into wild animals or monsters. They were not just decorations that intended to frighten the protective spirits or landvættir of hostile territories. This is derived from a saga source, specifically Olaus Saga Tryggvasonar. See you, Rose, we will be here for a long while longer because we are taking way longer than I thought we would. So, good luck with your COVID test. And when you come back, we'll probably still be here. When the Vikings wanted to ensure a successful military or commercial expedition, they showed the ship's figurehead as they drew near the shore to intimidate the landvættir of their rivals and enemies. When they were visiting a friendly territory, the Vikings did not to offend or frighten the local spirits. On these occasions, they would remove the figurehead from the prow for a less threatening arrival. This is literally entirely from Olaus Saga Tryggvasonar. This one is not detachable. This is not always the case. Actually, no, that's not true. These ones, right up here, it could be detached, it looks like. And there were actually several longship prows found with the Oseberg burial. This is the one that was found on the ship, but there's also one of a very dopey looking dragon, and some other ones around. So. Okay. We will definitely still be here if it's only 40 minutes. So, we've got one more thing to do, and that's choose a prow for our boat.
Finally you return.
There are 8 chapters, we are at the end of chapter 3.
One last step to take.
And we're 3.5 hours in.
Come with
so we're
me.
about half an hour behind
Which
schedule.
animal would you like best for your prow?
Actually, we're more than that.
Have 3
We are
available, so you can choose the spirit.
I was hoping to be 6 to 8 hours. We're going to be quite a bit longer. I think we're going to hit 9 hours on this one. So, we may have to take a bit of a break for food somewhere in here.
Take a look and let me know if you have any questions.
So, we've got a few options here. As you can see, we've got 3 here. The elk or elker. The elk, which by the way should refer to a moose. Let's be clear, when in Old Norse, if they say elk, we mean moose. The elk's antlers both resemble tree branches and were symbolically connected to them. Just like leaves, the antlers will fall only to be reborn, as associated with the cycle of life, according to Algis, which according to the Icelandic rune poem is the rune of the elk. And that's what its name is, right? Algis is the Proto-Norse word for elker, elk. Legendary among elks was Eikthirnir, Oak Devourer, a magnificent beast that stood on top of Valhall, Odin's hall that housed the glorious dead. Waterfalls and rivers were born from his antlers, etc. Exactly! It takes a long time to do a full playthrough. Elks and reindeer command a lot of respect from those who lived before, such as this Scandinavian Neolithic engraving. The snake, or ormer. Snakes were well represented in Scandinavian magical, etc., associated with deaths. Under the ground was Nidhugger, a winged snake actually, that strove to devour the roots of Yggdrasil. I don't like that they call it the cosmic tree, but opinion that we'll keep coming back to that because cosmos is not a Norse concept. Under the sea was Jörungadur, the Midgard's serpent, Midgard's Ormr, which biting his own tail encircled the ocean until the day it would release the waters beginning Ragnarok. It was not uncommon for these monstrous snakes to pass into legend as dragons. Thing is, this is a bad way. This sentence is extremely bad. It is not that they pass into legend as dragons, because that implies that they were once something that wasn't dragons. Ormr and Dreki, I mispronounced that. Ormr and Dreki are the same thing. They are completely interchangeable words within the Scandinavian tradition. From as soon as we start getting writing, Nidhugger is called a Dreki. They are dragons. Sometimes they have wings. Nidhugger can fly. There's a dragon in Via Gloom Saga that can fly. Sometimes they don't. Fafnir doesn't. The overgrown Orkneyr in Ragnar Saga Lodbrokar doesn't. Jörmungandr doesn't. But those are just a broad categorization of something that are termed dragons. They do have hints of Chaos Conf here, but we won't talk about Chaos Conf because they don't talk about Chaos Conf. By the way, this is an extremely early runestone. You can see 6th century, which means this is a Iron Age runestone using Elder Futhark instead of a Viking Age one using Younger Futhark. They could have used a whole bunch. There's also a bunch of Sigurdur killing Fafnir. It's one of the most popular designs in runestones. Anyway, last one, the horse, or Hester. Horses were known for transporting people and goods. Scandinavians also granted them the power to move between the worlds of the living and the dead. Sleipnir could carry the Alföður between worlds, as could like most horses. Hermodr uses just a random ass horse when he goes to the underworld after Baldur's death. So connections are drawn between horses. No, this is not why in Skaldic poetry connections were drawn between horses and boats. They're drawn because it's the primary mode of transport. You ride a horse on land, you ride in a boat on the sea, therefore a boat is a horse of the land, or a horse of the sea. That's it. There is no grand religious significance. It's just the horse of the sea, or the horse of the whale road, or the horse of the whale earth, or the horse of the steed of the home of salmon, or something. Are all ways to describe ships. Now, worth saying, it doesn't really go the other way around. It's incredibly rare to find a kenning where a horse is called a ship of the land. There's like two times it's attested, according to the Skaldic Poetry Project, but that's, for the most part, it's horses go to ships, not the other way around. Anyway, horses are occasionally depicted on runestones as mounts for warriors. Here's the engravings raised by 4 men named Björn. Well, by the way, I don't know why they're using this like Hachek thing, this hat. They should either use a Hukdau or an umlaut. Björn, Vebjörn, Hrafnir, and Ketilbjörn, in memory of their father, Gerbjörn. Also, it's incredibly dopey cute looking. Look it up. No, look at the snoot on this horse, though. Blue. There may have been an error, a Freudian slip for this obvious snake, but look at the snoot. The snoot is also dopey and cute. Okay, I see. Get some rest.
Tell me about the
and
serpent.
thank you for tuning in.
The snake-headed prow will ensure you dominate the waves with disconcerting ease.
This is made up, by the way. These accounts of their significance and what they will do are completely made up. Completely made up, or we're going to listen to them all anyway.
Tell me about the horse.
The horse? A risky choice. But you can count on it to lead you quickly to port, with the proper ritual precautions, of course. Is this the prow you want?
Yeah, again, literally no evidence for any of this. And this is a problem, right? This is a problem that we'll see a few times of... By the way, chat, actually. Hold up a minute. We're gonna quick poll. New poll. Have a poll. For which one we're going to go for. Okay. Cast your votes for which thing we are going to go for. Also, look at this, clearly not a moose. Look at these, this prow, or something that is clearly not a moose.
Is this the prow you want?
I'm not sure.
Take your time.
They are ambient bird sounds on an extremely short loop, yes. Elk, elk, elk. Take your votes in the poll. Remember, you can also cheer 5 bits to vote again if you really have opinions. In the meantime, let's check, make sure we haven't missed anything. 4 humors, we got telling time, parchment, hollow math, we got art of illumination, we got figureheads, we got Nordve, we got long skip, we got awesome, ships, blessing, Norse religion, magic mass, and the strict diet. Yep, we seem to currently have everything that we should have. We've not missed anything. Alright, looks like we are... I'll close the poll early because it looks like we have a very dominant victory for the elk, which is the correct choice. Objectively, it looks amazing. So we'll close that poll early. And we'll go for the elk to move on.
Tell me about the elk.
The elk is associated with the cycle of life, death, and rebirth.
Anyway,
for a new beginning
it's interesting,
in distant lands,
right?
It could be quite fitting. Is this the prow you want?
Because they're telling a fictionalized story that modern writers are creating, rather than either recreating a saga narrative verbatim or going with basic things. Okay, prayer. We'll come to that in just a moment. That being said, they're once again driving the relationship to Vassala Saga, because Harald does exactly this in Vassala Saga with Ingemundur the Old.
Please, accept this with
so,
my blessing.
Awesome.
Wunjo, the rune of kinship.
No.
And
no.
why not?
Well,
no man
okay,
has been
fine, but no.
I'd
rather see a longer inscription.
It's been an honor to have you in my fielag. Even if this
again, I would here when they say fielag, I would rather have said that they have you as my hirðmaður, a retainer, rather than treating this as purely co-equal. Anyway, quick finishing up the previous thought. Because they're writing original quests that are by modern authors with modern preconceptions, sometimes they get into really weird misconceptions that wouldn't exist if they were recreating a saga narrative or having no narrative whatsoever. This is a weakness of this style. It's a valid choice, but it is a choice with drawbacks that exist.
When I die, it will be your friendship that I recall as I await the opening of Valhalla.
Now, prayer. You do not pray in traditional senses to the beings of Norse mythology, like Eikstinir, we'll talk more about later in Quest 8, at the very end of the stream, which is a long ways away. I understand that people can't make it, but hopefully you can. But prayers, as far as we have attestations for, will instead be used as commands. So you're forcing the gods to do what you need. You're demanding that they do what you need. Not in what we see in there, where you're asking them to please do, asking them to take pity on you and do the thing. Anyway, this song, as it fades out into the distance, is a stanza from Hávamál, the Sayings of the High One, as performed by Einar Selvik. That's effectively the main theme of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Words are hard. I have been talking straight for 4 hours. It is a stanza from Hávamál. I do not remember precisely which one, but they're treating it as the theme for AC Valhalla. They play it throughout the main story. And, you know, it's effectively the style of music that Wardruna does. Fine. I'm not bothered. At all. Oh, good. We get Slíðurtani. And, having finished that, we're going to roll straight into another quest. Featuring Gunnhilda and Thorstein. And continue doing this. We got everything we need in out of this, so onward we go. Now, this quest coming up has some magnificent ones. It also has some of the worst entries, I think, of the game, of the Discovery Tour so far. I've got a lot to talk about with it. I think it's this one, quest 4. There we go. Right, it's got one of the best parts and then one of the worst parts. So, you know. Where was Gondor? Where was Harold when the Westfalls fell? Yes,
can't
this is
take
a
you
whole
with us,
self-contained storyline, primarily
risking
following
the lives of
Thorstein
my men
and his
wife
life.
to these sunstones.
You're making a mistake. With Frodi gone, I'm the best navigator you'll find this time of year, and you know it.
You've already deceived us once with your tales of magic pebbles. I'm not letting you steer us into rocks again.
Anyway,
without Frodi to guide you,
in the loading
you're as
screen,
good
they
as
very
blind.
briefly said a thing
So
on the
you'd
days of
rather
the week.
trust whales
The
and
days of the
winds
week
than your
is
own
one of the pet
theology?
peeves of mine.
Bjorn was right about you.
So,
Try sailing across the sea in
it
this
is a
weather. You won't
common
get past the
misconception
shore.
that the
Not
days
without
of the
a
week in
skilled
modern
sailor.
English are
You're
derived from
absolutely
Norse
right. I
mythology,
do need
from
an
tales of the
advocate,
Norse
but
gods.
you weren't one
This
to begin
is wrong. If one of those things that feels like it should be right, but it's not. The days of the week in most Western European cultures are a calque, which is to say a translation of the Roman names for the days of the week. So Sunday, dies solis, dies lunae, dies martii, dies mercurii, there's dies Jovi, or dies Jovis, apologies, dies Veneris, dies Saturni. In Old English, these get calqued using the names of the Saxon gods. Woden, Thunor, Frigg, etc. It is the Old English names that turn into the modern days of the week. They are from the Old English derivative. It is glib and easy to say that the Old English gods are the same as the Old Norse gods, but there is actually minimal evidence to suggest this, and it's only starting in the 10th century that people start piecing together that these might be the same. Anyway, the navigator. Anyone could learn to sail, but every Norse crew had one person who was especially skilled. This person, the navigator, would coordinate the entire expedition and ensure the ship passage is safe. Thing. The Old Norse term is leysöðumaður, so literally wayfinding man. Knowledge of the route. Saga, story, leið, route. So the example they're using here is author of Hololand. Ailey, get good sleeps. Yep. I tried to start as early as I could, but unfortunately I had other things to do. I totally get it. The VOD will be here, and heck, the way this is going, I might still be live when you guys wake up. Please no, I'm really hoping no. But I understand, if this gets too long, we will look at splitting this into another stream, maybe tomorrow or Friday. But we'll see. We will see. Anyway, the example they're using is author. Author, Old Norse probably author, did sail to the Kola Peninsula, all the way across the top of Scandinavia, and then went to Alfred's court and talked about it, and that's what's recorded here. However, this is not the choice I would have recommended using, because there are better examples of navigators. Thorfinnur Karlsefni from Eirik Saga Rauða, or En Grænlendinga Saga, would be a really good example that makes a lot of sense with the game, given that they include Vinland in it, and he's one of the people who went there. Often, the navigator is also the person financing the expedition, or related to the person financing the expedition. Or is a chieftain, someone who's able to have a lot of relatively leisure time to learn this knowledge. But for this, given that we are not super duper wealthy, we are instead trying to hire one. Which, you know, fair enough. Let's make sure there's nothing in Avaldsnes here to look at. Come on, world. There's nothing in Avaldsnes for us to get to, so let's hop in our boat, get going. The sea, a spiritual being. For ancient Scandinavians, the ocean was more than a massive body of water, it was a spiritual entity in its own right as well as a world in itself. Mostly the latter, I think. Treating it as a spiritual entity is kind of weird. Treating it as another world is more valid. Scandinavians call the sea by many names, including Aegir and Sai or Sair. Ocean was the source of life, but could make her violent, etc., deliver death. It was believed that labyrinths or stone stone mazes like this one could trap wicked spirits that might sway the sea to cruelty and violence. Fishermen soon head out to sea will walk this path. This is incredibly misleading. So, labyrinths are extremely difficult to talk about because they're so cross-culturally popular for so long. All the way from the late Neolithic or early Bronze Age, through Minoan culture, all the way across, well into Christian periods. There are two main types of labyrinths. The first one is the Toilbourg style, which is what was shown there. The other is the French Chakra style, which is found in the cathedral at Chakra,
Trick is waiting for us in Nightfall with us.
which is Christian,
He might
extremely,
have someone trustworthy.
and is used for Easter festivals.
Great waters more than a feral cat. They'll be of no use.
The folklore that it is,
I'll ask my mother. She knows everyone.
so the folklore that it was used to trap elves and wicked spirits is from post-Christianization, mostly 13th century and into the early modern period, and then gets retroactively applied onto it, onto the Viking Age. It's totally plausible that this is one of the uses for them, though there is clear evidence of continuity. Let's see. Who is it? Nanoshki Mayberg talks about this more in her paper from Old Norse Religion and Long-Term Perspectives from 2006. If you want to know more, that book is fairly easily accessible, the publications from it. It's about a 6-page article on the stone on stone labyrinths from Sweden and their potential ritual uses as something to be walked and explored.
Trick looks busy with our supplies. Good man.
I'll be off then, to find the men we need.
Be swift, my love. We'll meet you in Ekundersund once the boat is loaded.
Perfect. Nutrition on board. Nutrition can be difficult. Fair. Water and occasionally alcohol were first provisions. Hard bread, dried fish, dried meat, perfect. Fruits and vegetables were added when possible, but you had to eat them quick. And the voyage to England is somewhere between 4 days. In incredibly good weather, than to 3 weeks in poor weather. So, you know, you may have problems there. If you can, you go ashore to fill up on food. Makes sense. Makes sense. Also, Trig, our enslaved person. He's a debt slave rather than a captured slave, but so be it.
Trick. I gather these crates are full of dried cod?
They are. And the other ones have hard bread, meat, and wool
And
canvases for the
Robot
crew.
29102,
Excellent.
thank you for the follow just now.
You have served us well for many years now, Trick. Faithfully.
I can't say it was a pleasure, but you've treated me with respect. I'm grateful for it. Now I hope my debt has been paid.
In full. Are you sure I can't tempt you to come with us? Your help would be invaluable.
Shackles here versus shackles across the sea? Tough choice to make.
Oh, you misunderstand me. I free you, here and now. But if you return to me
manumission.
willingly as a slave, you can purchase a place amongst my crew. Once we're established in the land across the sea, I'll free you for good, and take you as my partner in trade.
Not many slaves would get an offer like that. Well then, let's get these supplies on board before
This
the storm
is
hits
a
us.
actually pretty plausible thing. Right, the idea that you might manumit someone right before or after some amount of time of service, or you might manumit their children and not them, or something. Right, this is pretty well attested in sagas, and freed people could become really prominent either as foster parents to the person who freed them, or foster parents to the children of the person who freed them, or powerful chieftains in their own right, such as Olavur Peacock or Paui from Laxdale Saga. That being said, manumission is not just, hey, you're free now, goodbye. There are legal formulations to go through. I understand why they didn't include them. Divinities of the sea. Njörð, a god from the Vanir, one of the Vanir. I don't like from the Vanir tribe, just say one of the Vanir. Father of the twin fertility gods Freyr and Freya, Njörður looked after the sea, the wind, and fishermen like those aboard the ship. This is not a fishing vessel. Like, I don't know what they're thinking. This is not a fishing vessel. Aegir is another one. He is a Jotun. They use giant throughout this. They probably should use Jotun. And his legend said that Aegir sat at the head of a great underwater hall, where all those lost at sea will come join and feast beneath the waves. Aegir's wife is the goddess Raun. Now, spelling error, if any devs are in here, I can patch this. The accent is backwards on Raun. The accent should be upward. For an oblique accent, Icelandic doesn't have descending accents. So, if any devs are in chat, maybe look at patching that, because it's a very mild typo, but a very frustrating one. Of the Aesir. Wait, Raun's not one of the Alcinir, is she? I might have to check the Prozeda to see if she's in the list of the Alcinir. Was not as kindly as her husband. She would stalk sailors and shipwreck them, trap them in her nets, and drag them into the depths to drown. This is true, however, Eyrbyggja saga says that people once drowned might come back. There's a very strange section involving revenants, undead, and suing the undead, where it is said, this is of dubious historicity, but since we're using the Prozeda unproblematically, let's use Eyrbyggja saga unproblematically. It'd be fun. It says that it was at that time believed to be great good fortune if those slain by Raun attended their own funeral as revenants. And then they overstay their welcome, and it's very unpleasant, and, you know, they have to resort to suing the revenants to make them stop. Okay, good. That's the only one here. Everything else is an A conversant. Good. We can get through here pretty quickly then.
Faster than two.
Okay. So this is a funky one. Animal taboos. Well, let's go back to this one. The bad luck they could bring upon sailors was so serious that it was forbidden to mention their names aboard their ship or even cross their paths on the way to the shore. Matter of fact, modern archaeology has proven that horses and other taboo animals were included in Scandinavian expeditions such as the Icelandic settlement. This reality might seem to suggest that taboo against mentioning or ferrying farm animals aboard a ship was not taken seriously. However, when it comes to studying the beliefs of ancient cultures, it helps to be cautious. Many practices which were logical at the time may seem to be contradictory from modernity. So if one suggests that maritime taboos were once logical and real for Scandinavian peoples, one needs to consider other archaeological discoveries in that context. One possibility that could account for the existence of animal taboos and the archaeological evidence of horses aboard ships that taboos could be ritually challenged, blah blah blah, weather directions in the shape of a horse. So, this is funky. I consulted with several people and all of my own research, and I could find zero evidence that horses were considered taboo for people going to sea. Literally none. I looked. If anyone is able to give me a source for this, I would be thrilled. But I consulted with specialists in Norse religion, more than one of them, in order to see if, does anyone know where this came from? And all the answers were like, no. The best I've gotten, the closest I have gotten, is that in Eirik Saga Ræða, the saga of Eric the Red, when riding to his ship to join Leifur Eriksson, his son, on the voyage that would go to Vinland, his horse tripped and he fell off. He said, "That is a bad omen. I know now that I will never leave Greenland again." And so he went home. But this happened while he was riding on his horse to the ship. Clearly, the act of riding the horse was not what was taboo or a bad omen. It was the falling off of the horse. So, if anyone knows anything on this, I would be delighted to hear more, because I've got no clue. I've got literally no idea. There is no evidence for this that I have ever been able to find in any scholarship on the subject in Norse religion, including folkloric indexes, including scholarship, including reference works. Everything I could find, this is not mentioned. So, I'd be thrilled to find out where this came from. And also, it makes no sense given that, you know, they said in an earlier entry, remember, that one of the most common ways to describe a ship is to call it the horse of the sea. Remember that? If it was actually forbidden to say the name of any of the names for horse, Foxy or Hester or something else, why would those be in kennings for ships all the goddamn time? Like,
for players
why?
to recognize their surroundings easily, developers wanted to
It's a
create
logical
a clash
contradiction within
between
these two
the English
entries,
and Norwegian
and the
maps.
reason why is that that
So
taboo doesn't
Norwegian
appear to
landscapes
exist.
are covered
It
with
appears
ice
to
and
be a
snow,
complete
with little road to travel
fabrication
by land.
presented as historical
While
fact.
Scandinavia
And it's not even a
wasn't as
fabrication I
barren
know
as we're
from
made to
other
believe.
Viking
The
media,
harsh and
so it's not like I
uninviting
can
land
trace it where it
depicted
comes from.
in
It's
AC
just
Valhalla
it has
means to push the player towards
appeared from
England
thin air
and
here
continue
with
Abel's
claims of
journey.
grand authority,
To do so,
and I hate
level
it.
artists, tech artists, and level designers used the Lofoten Island as a visual
Also, this
reference
explains so
to
much
emulate
that they're
its
using
rough
Lofoten
landscapes.
as their
Through shapes and outlines,
main base
the
for
designers
how to
made
think
the
about
world
the
feel
Norwegian landscape.
treacherous, while
Makes so
England's
much more
flora
sense
is
as to what
lush
they're doing.
and lively. The grass is always greener on the other side of the...
So, you know. Let's get going. Over to Ekondarsson. You've been to the Lofoten Islands? They're so pretty. I haven't gotten a chance to go, but they're so pretty.
Freyr, gods, let this horse bring
No,
balance
no,
and
no,
protection
no.
to
See,
our journey.
Gunhilda, the prayer should be, Freyr, I demand that you use this horse to bring us
Mother will be
protection.
happy to see me.
I demand you to do this. Not please do this. I demand it. You have no choice but to do this. Grooming and hygiene. Medieval Scandinavians took pride in their appearance. Men would trim their beards, comb them, combs were crafted, braid their beards, beat them for decoration, braiding and styling the hair, bathing regularly. Laugardagur, the Icelandic name, and Old Norse name for Saturday, is literally washing day. And easier to meet with people of high social status. So, a thing you will often see on the internet from this is a claim from the Annal of John of Wallingford that, you know, Vikings were so clean and handsome and stuff that they seduced all the women of England and made everyone very unhappy. That is a claim that originates in the 12th century, and John of Wallingford's chronicle is of incredibly dubious, minimal historical accuracy value, so we should not take that as a historical account in any way, shape, or form. That being said, there is plenty of evidence of pre-conquest English noblemen and less than noblemen emulating Norse fashion, so there may not be nothing to it either. Anyway, they present the claim here. I'm going to have to start cutting back on how much I'm reading because my throat is going to perish otherwise. They still are going for the environmentalist one, right? The claim that people are wanting to claim lots of land and are running out of space to do that, and so are going overseas to do that, is part of the story, I think. As is inheritance, etc. Land ownership. So, this is a problematic statement. Land ownership is complicated. It was believed that a person's ancestors inhabited their Othal, ancestral territory, beyond death. Because the family's ancestors lived on the land, it could not be divided. When a parent passed away, their land could not be split among their children. It could only be possessed by one family member at a time. This is not true. It is a half-true. An individual farm was discouraged to be broken up. It could be broken up, but this is usually a bad sign. So an individual farmstead should probably stay intact. However, a wealthy landowner that owns multiple farmsteads, either next to each other or over a widespread area, could, with no problems at all, divide those farmsteads between their children. It's just there's a minimal unit that needs to be preserved here. And that's, you know, apparently practical. It's not just religious. It's partly practical because you need a minimum amount of land to be able to harvest enough grass or hay for your livestock to not perish. Obviously. But reasons that they are not mentioning in this that people may have gone participated in raids or settlement for is one, political power, seeking to expand, gain wealth for either marriages into more powerful families, or establishing their own claims to a petty kingship and having the resources to prosecute that claim. For political reasons, fleeing, well, sagas primarily say people did not like Harald Fanghair, and so they were, moving to Iceland was a way to escape his control, or other even more complicated things. Yeah, hey, we'll talk to you in a moment. Come on, we'll talk to you. Oh, the sheep are in the way. Breaking news, the sheep have gotten in the way. We have a couple other sites to get to first, and then we will finish up the quest. Away. Please, Sean, spare my throat. New game, new crest. Ha! Angry AC Esquire heralding noises. Not a crest.
Media. But it was the challenge marketing and art teams faced when creating AC Valhalla's visual identity. Together, they designed logos and crests, selected fonts and colors and interfaces. As a result, 50 different logos were created for the brand to find the right fit.
So
the two axes
runes
logo
on these,
on the
by
bottom
the way,
right of this
top
picture,
left
they
and
must have
top
been exhausted.
right,
The turquoise colour was added early on
Ragnarok.
as a
So
nod to
Kingdom
the
and,
aurora borealis that
Ragnarok.
illuminate the Norwegian skies.
Please. There's no fall damage in the Discovery Tour, by the way. So you can just fling yourself off of buildings as much as you want. It's great. Dividing the spoils. Biggest piece of the pie went to the owner. Sometimes it's a captain or steer another, but it didn't have to be. This is true. Top people will help to pay for the expedition. Wealth will be distributed according to the scale of their investment. Yup. Notably, by the way, this runestone was erected by a son to honor his father and crew, all of whom were lost at sea. As you might guess from the cross, late 11th, early 12th century. This is post-Viking. This is potentially still a raiding voyage into the Baltic. This might also be first trade voyage. I don't know this runestone specifically. I didn't look it up. So. A fun case of museums using sometimes odd artifacts, right? In this case using a Christian runestone as evidence for the division of wealth from Viking-Age activities.
Embrace your mother.
Mother, it's been a while.
Far too long. The sheep
No.
miss you, Gunhilda. They can't bear the thought of losing you to the land across the sea.
They might not have to.
Whatever is troubling you, my love, we will remedy it.
We need more men. The clan we recruited has decided to remain on land. We're left with no navigator nor crew.
Some clans have just returned from the sea. I've seen them camp nearby. I can take you to them, but you'll have to be persuasive.
Do you doubt my abilities, Mother?
I wouldn't dare. You've always had wits sharper than Gungnir.
Let's just make sure I want to make sure that I've got all of the things in the area. I do. Great, we can just go main story.
You will return to me.
You know we must go where our opportunities lie. This land
Again,
is
I tend to
overcrowded.
think
We want our
overpopulation,
own
like they
fields
describe
to
here,
harvest our
is
own crops.
one of the
Alright.
least plausible
I won't push any
explanations for the
further.
Viking phenomenon
Father will be
and the Viking diaspora,
And you won't.
because the
My
population of Norway more than triples between the Viking Age and the 1300s, and yet there isn't significant famines. If the land is truly that overcrowded, there's not significant technological improvements.
Thank you, Mother.
So if there is, a problem of overcrowding in the Viking Age, given that there's not hugely substantial technological improvements, you would think that they would still have that problem later.
We are looking for those brave enough to defy the whale road with us. Will you sail with us?
I saw you on the path earlier.
Again, as I
came
said
here on a
earlier,
horse,
this is complete, as far as I was able to
I
tell,
did.
completely
shamelessly
fabricated off of
You
nothing.
fool. No, I won't sail with you. I don't want to face the spirit's wrath.
But
I intended to break the curse of sailing with a woman when riding that horse. It should
The idea,
protect
though,
us.
that sailing with a
Have you
woman
seen
is
the sky?
taboo is somewhat
The
better
gods are already
attested.
punishing you for your arrogance.
Laxdala Saga, Hervadar Saga, and there was one other. And then
Bondi, join us.
I don't remember.
My men
Definitely
and I
those
have
two.
just returned from years of Vikingur with Guthrum's warband.
No, Vikingur is a noun.
Time
Use
for us to
Vikingar,
tend
the
to our
verb.
crops and see our children
But
grow.
regardless, saga texts like Hervadar Saga,
Today,
Have you
and
sailed before?
my husband sailed with Hamingja
Laxdala Saga
himself. He's
do
sailed
suggest
enough
that
for
there
both
is
of us.
some small
I've
belief
learned to be wary of boastful
that
spirits.
women might
Your word
be
alone
bad
is
luck
to
on
be-
voyages, and so
How
you
can
may
I
need to
convince
disguise
you to
yourself.
accompany us?
However, once again, archaeological
Well, why
evidence
are you
strongly
leaving on
contradicts
Northern
this with all the participation of
My husband is a
women
second son. If we were to stay,
participating in
our farm
the
will pass to his
ancillary
eldest
activities to
brother, and
raiding,
we'll be left
and then
with
traveling with
understand
on
that
boats
all too
to
My men and I have
Northumbria,
found this
to
temporary
Iceland,
campsite, but we've got nowhere to go.
Pictland,
Then come
etc.
with us.
The Hebrides,
Does sound
Orkneys,
tempting.
Pharaohs, etc.
Would you have
Oida
enough
the
supplies
Deep-Minded
for
being
all my
one of the
men?
first chieftains and leading one of the settlements.
My husband is loading the meat and
So,
the dried fish
there's a
aboard
lot
our
of-
ship as we speak. We'll have plenty for everyone.
How will we be
There
sleeping?
is
We'll
plenty of
protect
evidence
ourselves with
to
wool
contradict
canvases.
this, or to say that the taboo is
agreeable.
more of a Christian
How will you
invention
find your way across the
post-fact,
sea?
after the fact.
We'll observe
Thanks
the signs
to,
Midgard has given us. The birds, the currents, the stars.
increased influence
the spirits will
in the
show
time
us the
between
way.
Christianization
We
and
need
when all
someone
those
to
texts are written
interpret it.
down.
You're right.
Both of those texts are from the
can help you
1200s,
around these
so
shores.
using them as
In the
sources
midst
for
of
the
the wage
900s
world,
is a
We'll
problem.
need an expert.
We? Have you
But-
decided to come?
I have.
But
Speak true and my men are ready to sail.
I'm honored. Gather your men and your things.
there's at least a little
I'll
more
take you
evidence
to
for
our
where
ship.
that's coming from. I guess is where I want to leave it at that. Still not a lot of evidence, but at least something. So, we've gone through all the unfortunate parts, right? We've gone through all the unfortunate parts of this quest
should know
of
better
bad
than
things,
without you.
doing bad stuff,
You
making no
excel once
sense.
again.
There's little to stand in your
Now
way
we get
when
one of
aim
my
for the
favorite
sky.
sections of the entire Discovery Tour. Right here, right now.
Stiger's clan will accompany us. But we remain
The
short
first
a
time chat.
navigator.
I thought of
Population,
someone while
yeah.
loading the ship.
In the archaeology
Who?
class, professor suggested that population growth
But
was
we
helped by
must
the
reach
medieval
Hello
warm period,
first,
but
and
we're really
fast.
focused on
The
population
storm
period
is
of the Norwegian
imminent.
Middle Ages, not the
It's
population
looming
of the
on the
Viking Age.
horizon like a
It's a good
bad
comment. I'm a little bit skeptical
offended the
of the
gods?
extent to which the
Sorry.
medieval warm period firstly affected
I rode a
Scandinavia.
horse
There are
to
some
my
contradictory
mother.
maps on the reconstructions
You asked
as
me
to
to
the
trust
extent of the
It's only
material
fair
of the
you do
warming
the same. We didn't
in
have
Scandinavia
time
at
to
the
pay our
time.
respects to the
Additionally,
spirits.
the
I did
change
what I must. Now,
it
how
does
do
not
we
break
reach
the
Hello?
thresholds
I
for
know where
livestock
Hello is.
cultivation
Lead
between
the
the kind of Roman cool period and the medieval warm period. So there's a little. I'm a little skeptical of that claim, but it's definitely an interpretation that is out there and is by no means fringe in academia. Anyway, Mystery of the Shore. Shoreline are full of social activities such as fishing, trading, and welcome sight for homes, and it's also magical. The shore was a liminal space, a threshold between life and death. They love this term liminal space, threshold between life and death. I've used it for boats, horses, and shores right now. Which, liminality is important. Threshold spaces are important. But at the same time, we may be overstating the extent to which everything is liminal. Magic rituals were thought to have a greater chance of success if they're performed at the water's edge. We've got faint evidence for that, but not a whole lot. And drowned sailors were often laid to rest there. Ermigya Saga has it, if you can recover the body, you bury it as soon as possible. You also might have uneasy undead, as in Ermigya Saga, with Thor. It's Thor somebody. Every name in that saga is Thor somebody. Thorir Woodenleg, I believe. Just a nasty dude. Comes back as a revenant. They rebury him out on the net and build a wall to stop him from coming back in. So, buried at the edge of the sea in the intertidal zone. It doesn't work, by the way. Just as this, it doesn't work. Stone patient here could have been used as a loom weight, but... Ooh, could it be something else? Potentially an amulet of some kind. They're just this is rampant speculation speculation. And given that we have better things like whalebone charms or something like that, I don't know why they picked that thing apart from it's what the National Museum let them
We must exit
use.
the fjord. Sail right.
Alright, see you, Leander. I know it's late in Europe these days, or at this point, after midnight, so... Thank you. The VOD will be exported tomorrow to YouTube. Anyway, this is a thing I adore about this. Right, the directions up here, the quest markers. There is no go to the mark on the map.
Straight ahead towards the setting sun.
This is precisely our best guess as to how navigation worked, based on landmarks, stars, local features, and it was an important thing. A mark of a good navigator was being able to see a bit of coastline and go like, we are here, this is what you must do to get to where we want to go, with high precision. Right, the best navigators in the sagas are all praised for that exact skill. So this is awesome. This is one of the best cases of using the interactive medium and quest design to communicate something about how the historical period would have been. Field experience and handed down through oral traditions. You love it. You love it. And then we get a random place in Norway. You're not wrong, Maraxa. You are not wrong. Now, I don't think leaving at sunset into a storm is a good idea. Right? I don't think this is a good idea on a practical level. Like, maybe don't do this. Maybe it's okay to wait until tomorrow. But it is certainly very evocative. And dramatic. It's real pretty. It's real freaking pretty.
Now, get closer to the shore, but make sure to keep the rocks on your left and the land on your right.
Okay, rocks, land.
We don't want to damage the hull.
Straight between these, don't hit anything. It's amazing. Right, this is one of my favorite moments in the Discovery Tour, because, right, this highlights what the advantage of video game quest structures can do for historical education. A lot of the times wandering around through fictionalized narratives has weaknesses of modern biases, modern misunderstandings, modern media expectations being inserted. However, when done well, it recreates something really plausible for how the historical period would have envisioned the world around them and used it for navigation. And you can imagine this for lots of other things, right? Not just sailing around. And letting the player in a low-risk environment do that, find these landmarks, find all this stuff through the controller, through steering, communicates and ingrains that information in an incredibly successful way. In a way that ends up being incredibly memorable and dramatic. Oh, Yorm, that's a great reason to have to dip for a while. Extended Lord of the Rings editions. That is the best possible reason.
Island filled with sea lions.
Okay. I don't know why they say sea lions here. They could just say walruses. Like, Rostunga or seals would be way more plausible than sea lions. I'm not aware of any, of the species differentiation sea lions being there. Also, I think the island is completely deserted. Right, this is the island. Do you see any sea lions around here? Because I sure as heck don't. Anyone? Oh, no, sorry, there's a harbor seal right there. They are saying sea lion, I'm meaning seal. That's a sea lion. There's a little baby harbor seal right there. Aw, a cutie.
Past the Sea Lions Island. Our destination is ahead. Do not lose your course through the storm.
I'm sorry you're not enjoying it, Sahara Studios. Welcome, but I'm sorry that you didn't enjoy it. I haven't played the Odyssey or Origins Discovery Tours, and I do not have the expert level training that I do in the Viking Age to be able to think about how they're doing history. This is definitely a bold change, right? Going to a better quest structure, and one that sometimes magnificently succeeds, and sometimes quite badly fails. We've seen both. Quest 8 is going to be a lot to deal with.
We've arrived! This is Hamingja.
Okay, by the way, they're using a weird form for using like modern Norwegian-ish, not really, kind of. In Old Norse, I would expect it to be helle. Plural hellejar.
You shouldn't be.
Oh yeah, by the way, Björn, you know the guy we got outlawed? He just moved like a district.
When have we ever been brothers?
Moved like one island over.
We were in the same
instead of going to a different petty kingdom, or going to Denmark, or Iceland, or Sweden, or literally any of the Imperial in Birka, or Gotland, or going to the Rus, or going maybe joining the Ragnarsons, and the quote-unquote break-even army, etc., etc., etc. Any of those options he could have done, but no, he decided to go into this desolate fucking island and build a very nice house there.
We need you, Bjorn. Join us. Lead us through the salted mountains.
Is this a trick? Why come to me?
Can't you trust that not everyone is deceitful?
No, he can't.
No other sea rider tames the waves like you do.
Now that I can believe.
Take me to your ship then, and we'll leave this wretched place.
Alright.
I see you've made it through.
No, I don't
It wasn't
think
always
so.
pleasant. But
Peter, I'm not aware of that being the historically attested canon. But you might say, like, Rim... I guess Rimfjord you might use to construct that canon. So literally like Rime mountains.
Stop you from
Rime
making
as in
such a
salt
foolish
water.
decision.
You would have never agreed.
And with good reason. How are you so quick to forget?
I'm not.
I don't trust him.
Neither do I. But he's in that boat as well. He won't put us all in danger.
And after that?
After that, we'll part ways. The Isle of Britannia has plenty of land to spare.
Oh, may the gods hear you.
And now, conditions on board. Conditions on board, by the way, suck right now because open deck. The distance between the keel and the floor was relatively short, usually less than a meter. I mean, supplies had to be stacked around the crew, so did all the equipment and everything else. There's little room to move around in. Now here's the thing. This is actually a minuscule ship, but even a ship this small is estimated to maybe have 10 to 15 people on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So yeah, this is about right for this size of ship. But on a full-size direct long ship, such as the dragon ship of Outlawry Tregason, you might see as many as 200 to 300 people on one boat. And yes, what? Why did you jump into the... I clicked the go up button and he went down. Anyway, let us go. At nighttime. Now, the reason why you may want to sail at night is for star navigation, which, is a thing. That was done.
The eye of the storm.
Okay, by the way, this is a Norwegian storm. There is no circular motion. There is no eye. But certainly navigation through star... Oh, we're supposed to go the other direction. Whoa. What is happening? What do you mean I'm supposed to go... What do you mean I'm supposed to go back that way? That's not true. I need to sail west. You dumbass. Alright, nope, it's gonna bug. Praise be. Let's turn around so that we don't run into the edge of the map. And try and get back over here. Donut Lord 85 for the follow just now. I appreciate it. Okay, can you not do dumb things? As we're sailing the complete wrong direction. Apparently I just missed the trigger. But yes, going out in the middle of a storm is probably a bad idea. Yep. Okay, I just missed the trigger. And in fact, storms, you sometimes could get blown very far off course. This is how Bjarti Herjolfsson first ends up in near Iceland, or near Vinland, apologies. And it's how someone might get blown off course on the way to Greenland, or to Ireland, or to something else and end up quite far afield. So this is actually definitely a risk and a danger, and you definitely wouldn't want to start a voyage into a storm. Anyway, we are now going to go into the next thing, but we are also going to take, well, as we did 2 quests ago, we're taking a break. I'm going to grab some food, rest my throat for a moment. Additionally, I recommend everyone stand up and stretch, get some water, get some food, because we've got a lot of things left to do. We are about halfway. Hopefully we can speed things up going forward. We may have to, because I do want to get through it all, which means we're going to be skipping some stuff. Because unfortunately the next 2 quests are very lore point busy. So we may skip some stuff for the sake of getting through to the later areas. Because I do want to fit this into one thing. But, taking a break. We'll be back in 10-ish minutes. So, I do have mint tea. I can make some mint tea. I do not have any honey on hand right now, or yarrow. So, mint tea it is. Anyway, if you've enjoyed this, do consider subscribing, spreading the word. We've got a lot of stream left. We've got a lot of great stuff coming up, some really weird choices, and some really cool stuff. So spread the word, get people in chat, and if you've liked this, do consider subscribing to help support the channel. It does help a lot. It helps more than I can say, because this is what your guys' donations and subscriptions and everything are what allow me to be able to do the research to make this good. You know, if you want, the game is in many ways genuinely fun, and the Discovery Tour is in some cases magnificent, in other cases less than magnificent, but in some cases it's truly magnificent, and maybe worth getting as a standalone thing, kind of a shorter 8 to 10 hour experience. But if you don't want to do that, you can type !YouTube to a link to my YouTube channel, Twitch VODs, where you can watch a full playthrough of the game with me, a professional historian with a graduate degree in the Viking Age and Norse literature. And you can watch my misery instead. Anyway, we'll be back in a few minutes. Everyone stand up, stretch, and yeah, enjoy. Hello, hello, welcome back everyone, welcome back. We are going to be here for a couple minutes. Food is cooking, but it will take a bit of time, so welcome everyone. I see some people left, totally understandable, but we are going to get pushed on for a few minutes. Remind me when about 10 minutes has passed, so I don't accidentally scorch my food completely. Probably 15 minutes. Let me know when 15 minutes has passed. Help me keep me accountable, so that I can get food, and then you'll have glorious eating content. I will be sure to mute myself when I'm actually eating food, but, you know, I don't want to take half an hour to go away, go eat, and then be here until, like, 10 o'clock at night. That would be no fun for anyone. Thank you. So, we now skip ahead to after the main plot of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. So, Assassin's Creed Valhalla wrapped up with the removing of Alfred from his royal villa at Chippenham,
help me to show your grace and forgiveness
Bagvotrum, and Alfred's exile into the marshes near Exeter.
Elridge,
now,
are you done speaking with your
we are skipping ahead to Alfred's.
Even if my lips are not moving.
What they frame as reclaiming of the city, or of the villa.
Are quick to bend the knee. Perhaps it's why you
I don't understand this, by the way. This is just some foolishness.
Has you surrounded.
Yes, well.
So, specifically, they're focusing here a lot on the Battle of Eddington and its aftermath, including Vothrum's conversion to Christianity.
For what man knows
Aelrich is a hostage, which means that as part of an earlier agreement 5 months previous,
I doubt that very much,
Alfred and Votrum exchanged people important to them. This is usually a nobleman, sometimes, very rarely a bishop, but sometimes, or a advisor, close confidant, someone, traded to ensure oaths.
Chippenham so that Alfred will have no quarrel with me should he retake his home.
I see.
Do you? If he bests us.
We'll come back to what Wilhelm is saying soon. Leadership. Anglo-Saxon armies were not led by a single general. Each warband had more than one leader, and at least one of them would take up a position upon their army to supervise the battle. This is not always the case. It depends on the scale of the thing. Bearnoth, from the Battle of Malden, for instance, is the only leader of that army. He's the local ealdorman. And so he leads in the front. Someone else, hello Rose, right on time for the start of Quest 5. In contrast, someone like Harold Godwinson at the Battle of Hastings did lead from the back, but his brothers were leading in the front, and kind of threw the battle for him. Kind of like big giant throws in 1066 coming from Harold's brothers. Anyway, the artifact they're using here is the Sudden Hue helmet. Exceptionally well known. Surprising nobody. They're using the remains of the historical one placed into an iron context, rather than using the reconstructed very shiny one that they for some reason sold as a microtransaction, rather than putting in Sudden Hue. I don't think they had image credits until Discovery Tour for Sudden Hue helmet, but it's a freaking phenomenal helm.
Can I trust you to speak on my behalf, or do Saxons cling to their grudges as dearly as Vidar?
Christ commands we show others the mercy he has already shown us.
Didn't give them to us in-game, though. Makes me sad.
We shall see.
Makes me real sad that they gave me... that they gave us a random-ass shield at Sudden Hue instead of the most famous artifact in the early English, in the entire early English, like, world. That is some... By the way, this is some extremely late Sacred Kingship stuff. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Why would there?
It's helpful. It's not totally wrong, but it feels late to me. It feels later to me. Anyway, Chippenham. According to the Welsh chronicler Osir, it is Vita Alfredi, Chippenham was a royal centre or villa during Alfred's reign. Chippenham was seized on Epiphany 878, and then eventually re-besieged the town at Edington, defeats Guthrum and his forces, and then forces Guthrum to convert to Christianity.
He alone is destined to lead us until God chooses otherwise.
There may be something to this religion of yours after.
Okay, so this is a really cool throwaway, even though it's not one I think is executed particularly well, because Anders Vinroth suggests that one of the main reasons why Christianization in Scandinavia was so top-down is that Christian models of authority have better structures to accommodate power.
As it turns out, early medieval times were full of colours from paintings and clothing.
Please stop. To have better structures to better accommodate the accumulation of power and the formation of kingdoms instead of small chieftainships than the highly disjointed, disparate, decentralized set of Norse religions provided. Let's try that again.
Early medieval times were full of colours, from paintings and clothing to flowers and vegetables. To break the prejudice against this time period, artists, modelers and texturers made sure to implement vivid colours.
And yet the marketing team still called it Dark Ages.
It's a fine balance to
Praise be to the Ubisoft marketing team.
And historical accuracy. In some cases, developers chose to stick with one colour, despite historians' complaints. You should never mess with a historian. For example, pigs and carrots in AC Valhalla are pink and white, respectively. Although pigs at the time were brownish in complexion, and carrots, well, they had a wide range of colours, from white to purple.
Awesome. Enough of that. Thank you, Sean. Thank you for the insights. So, was Guthrum's conversion and renaming to Athelstan genuine or political? It was likely both. It was likely both. There is not a lot, right, Guthrum basically falls off the historical record after his conversion, but there is no particular reason to expect or doubt that his conversion was not politically motivated, but also no reason to assume that that political motivation is incompatible or inconsistent with seeing genuine good and developing genuine belief in Christianity and Christian tenets. Anyway, unexpected circumstances would occasionally force Viking sailors to find a place to spend the winter. They would seek shelter in a small cove or river island to weigh out the cold. These overwintering sites could become permanent outposts like Emporia, villages, or even major cities, as seen in this map. This is actually super wrong. One, the idea that it was unexpected that they would spend overwinters in England or Francia or the Holy Roman Empire or whatever. I guess Francia, East Francia, until the 11th century, then you can say Holy Roman Empire and France as two different things. Did that make any sense? I talked very fast. Point is, overwintering was very common. Multi-year campaigns since the 860s all the way through to the 920s. Basically, you have constant forces overwintering. And thank you, Liz Olfos, for the follows. By the way, phenomenal name. And they also indicate some of the examples of temporary overwintering sites that would become major outposts. Like Repton. The burial place for the kings of Mercia was a Viking overwintering. I mean, they did overwinter in Repton. But it was not founded by Norse people. It was the burial site of the kings of Mercia, the most powerful kingdom in England in the pre-Viking period. Or London and Jorvik, these grand cities that are places where Vikings did overwinter, but are not founded because of that. It's a funky map. Extremely funky. Anyway, so right, we already heard something really cool in the dialogue and seen something really funky next to it. 34, you're not, yeah, are you in the church? No, you're outside the church. Over to the discovery side. Scouts before the storm. Before invading a territory, it is important for the would-be conquerors to learn the lay of the land. According to the 789 article of the so-called Anglo-Saxon Chronicles seen here, the first Viking raid on Anglo-Saxon soil took place many decades before the advent of the Great Heathen Army. So, this is bad. This is a problem. As we read this, I won't read the rest of it, but effectively they're arguing that the 789 raid, which is the first one attested multiple years before the Lindisfarne raid even, was a prelude and scouting expedition for the Great Viking Army of the 860s. There is precisely zero evidence and nothing that remotely resembles logic to be associated with that. Yeah, exactly. Some kind of organized precursor is a big ol'
It's gone.
No. There were scouts used in warfare, but it's a case of sort of mismatching the entry.
Your place, Saxon.
Right, they're being very strange about what artifact they're displaying,
and nowhere to flee if they did.
and what label they're putting on it, and how they're interpreting that in context of the ongoing events of the storyline. It's real funky, and it's super informative.
I will find the thieves.
No. You will return to your cell immediately. I will discover who is responsible before Alfred hears of it and decides to retake Chippenham by force.
Big ol' thunk. Big thunk. Familiar battleground. At the time of the Battle of Edington, the so-called Great Heathen Army, I recommend using Great Viking Army. Instead, it's slightly better and eliminates the religious biases present. Anyway, Vikings had invaded Wessex at least 3 times in that period. Alfred was fighting an enemy who knew their way around. This is basically reconstruction of the map from place names in the so-called Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. It's done really well, except one notable thing. It actually doesn't have enough movements. For example, just before the Battle of Edington, there was an army that sailed from somewhere around here in Wales. Sailed around here. And they got shipwrecked and then beaten in a battle and all died. Right, a whole bunch of, like, it said as many as 120 ships, which is a pretty massive army for the Viking period. Get lost in the fog and shipwreck over here, and those who don't get beaten by the Aldermen of Exeter and a very small defending force. Sorry, they're missing some of these things, but meh. As far as the movements here are for the main branch of Gwythrum's army, the Summer Army, it's well reconstructed. It's a good map. There's also an entry on Viking warfare. Medieval Scandinavian raiding parties and warbands were vicious in battle. The prowess was less due to numbers or equipment than to cunning and tactics. Carefully timed ruses. Okay. Not all Vikings were warlike. If riches could be acquired without combat, Scandinavians would happily take that route. Even the warlike ones would take that route because not dying. Right, even Havamal says this. Not dying is good. Vikings ensured that warbands were able to move swiftly and easily, gave them a distinct advantage over larger groups that require logistical support. This is good. However, the idea, this is buying into a narrative wherein they are suggesting, without ever explicitly saying, that Vikings are kind of super soldiers, right? They have such a genius tactical mind that they play 5D chess while everyone else is playing 1D chess, right? No. Whenever there's a fair fight, there's about a 60% chance the Vikings will lose that fight. Right? Whenever there's a pitched battle, the Vikings almost always lose. They're not very good at sieges, they're not very good at pitched battles. They're really good at raiding. And that is a very specific thing. So, their tactics were heavily involved trying to avoid fights, pick unfair places. If they get into an unfair location, they run away and go somewhere else. Because the feuds, the sort of military levies, had to follow them around, but there were restrictions on who could participate, how long it would take to gather, how long they were expected to serve, etc. So, with all of that, they were able to outmaneuver them, and in response, we actually see some changes in how English military forces are constructed. Anyway, aristocrat, frank, Anglo-Saxon men used war to maintain social order. True. This is actually broadly Germanic true. Norse people will do the same, as will Irish in these war bands. This is a Fianna. Teenagers and young men who will go run around and cause mayhem through constant skirmishes and tests of strength. Thank you. I don't know that the food is actually done because the oven takes a long ass time to preheat, but I will go check on it right now while you take a look at this totally 8th century giant construction project that's barely a bump on the thing. Yeah. Okay, food is not done, so we'll give it 10 more minutes and then we'll pick it up. Anyway, things are busted, so we need to figure out what the problem is. By the way, another case of them using the structures in ways that sometimes gives them authority and sometimes really doesn't, and occasionally, like, strategically acknowledging their anachronisms to avoid dealing with the bigger anachronisms. One, whom stare that statue? And this is St. Kenhelm according to Matthew Paris from the 13th century. They're not going to acknowledge that. A lot of these frescoes are manuscript art, but most of them are actually early medieval, except Matthew Paris over there. And, yeah, whatever the heck that statue is. I got nothing on that statue. Christianization. There's a difference between conversion and Christianization. In conversion, one could recognize Christ as divine and... Well, that blurb is wrong. Through Christianization, Scandinavians would have adopted the following practices: fasting, Fridays on Lent, baptizing children, avoiding marriage with cousins. Sort of, they have to keep fourth cousins is officially true, but they get dispensations all the time to avoid doing that, donating to churches, swearing on relics or religious objects, and etc. Unlike conversion, which occurs quickly, these behaviors were slowly integrated into the community. It's possible that Christianization certainly began prior to their arrival in England. Many Vikings came from places where they would have encountered Christian ideas and perhaps absorbed them. The Vikings' familiarity with Christianity might have smoothed their quick assimilation into English populations. Yeah, that's what I figured. I assume that statue is Alfred because it looks like Alfred and he's wearing a Saxon-style crown. This little crown here is the stereotypical Saxon style, but yeah, that's modern. That's not medieval in any way, shape, or form. The other one is right here. The church altar. In the 4th century, relics of important saints began to be placed in the altars. As depicted in this illustration, any ritual performed at those altars would share in the holiness of the saints. This is the coronation of King Canute, who was Danish. Right? The Danish King Canute, after killing... defeating Edmund Ironside and Athelred the Unready, and, you know, giving Edmund wounds that would cause him to die, Canute becomes king of England and marries Emma of Normandy, right here, and immediately acts like a good Christian king. While some altars were fixed, others were portable. The main altar was nearly always found against the wall of the outermost section of the building, so that the priest faces away. His actions would be hidden from their view, which might suggest that they were sacred or strict. No. Matthew Gabriel recently on Twitter spoke about this, but he has published about it elsewhere, a professor of religion from the University of Virginia. Matthew Gabriel says no, like, it's not that it's trying to hide it away, but rather that the congregation just doesn't matter. The congregation is not important to the priest's action or the priest's intercession for the community. And so, right, they're acknowledging that this is a super Protestant altar. Right, even though the styling is right, the location is wrong, and the location suggests that you're speaking out here. Strategically acknowledging anachronism, while ignoring that, and that. As one does.
My apologies, but did you happen to witness anyone exiting the church with items made of gold or silver?
Surely I did. Some Saxons came here and took everything they could, carrying it all off to the butcher's house, next to the market.
Right.
That seems strange. Good Christians would have no reason to take what is theirs already.
Are you questioning my honor?
Merely making an observation.
How?
Thank you for your candor.
Buttmaster, when you were saying, last sentence, which one are you saying on the church altar? Oh yeah, I just talked about that one. Awesome. The other one with Christianization. We need to divide Christianization into several steps and stages and things. Well, the first one, and one that certainly started before the Viking Age, is what's known as the prime side. There are some rules that are dubiously enforced about how, in order to, Christians are only allowed to trade with non-Christians, or, sorry, with other Christians. No trading with heathens allowed. To get around this, the solution is sometimes suggested in saga texts and some other evidence to be what's known as a primus ignatio, or being marked with the sign of the cross. In so doing, this marks them not as converted, but as familiar enough with Christianity to be justified to be traded with. It opens up that market. That's super important, and would encourage further things. Also, early in the Viking Age, before the events of this game, there are substantial missionary efforts, most significantly that of... Oh gosh, the name just ran away. It's Rimbert's Vita... it starts with an A. Apologies, I know where to find it. Give me just a second. Ansgar. The Vita Ansgarii. That's what it is. Who in the 820s went to the island of Birka.
Young one, did you see anyone
and tried to convert people there. Converted the local William's mayor, even though that's not a great name, and a few other people. Found everyone fairly receptive to the process, but did get widespread conversion as a result.
They went to the big house next to the Great Hall.
You have done our Lord a tremendous service.
Thank you, random child.
Thank you. We need to find out what happened to the relic.
So, this contact with Christianity would give familiarity with it, and then from there you get increased both social pressures through longer terms of contact, and I don't think we can't pet the dogs in Discovery Tour. No, no, no. We have been betrayed, bamboozled, tricked, and deceived.
I need to check the butcher's house.
Developers, if you can reinstate that, please.
I'll find no hidden relic here.
If you can fix that, please. Anyway, the conversion and longer-term Christianization is done both through senses of agreement, such as with Iceland in 999 or 1000,
I'm searching for
and also through individual chieftains sort of imposing that, as with Harald.
Certainly not. My man
Harald
is sleeping.
Bluetooth,
I won't have them
etc.
disturbed by some monk on a foolish hunt for fault where there is none.
Anyway, there's also a long conversation going on in chat about, practice belief, action, and heresy. So early medieval Christianity is incredibly action-focused, right? Public declarations matter. So even in the conversion of Iceland, there's a statement of you can continue to, consume horseflesh, which is almost certainly a sort of metonymy for broader pagan practice, as long as it's private in your own home where no one can see. Past that, you had to perform the actions of certain important times for Christianity, and not make public declarations that force the issue. Otherwise, there's room for a broad heterogeny of beliefs.
Out of the mouth of babes.
Incredibly broad heterogeny of beliefs and folk Christianities all across Latin Europe and Christian communities outside of Europe. So it is very much action focused, and belief manifests through action. So if you act right, you believe right, and we can kind of give a lot of freedom as to whether there's somewhat heterodox beliefs. This changes later in the Middle Ages, but those will be their own thing. Okay, so this is the one I need to get to. Yeah. So we will go talk to him here, and then we will go pick up the other things, etc. But first, it's been 10 minutes. I'm gonna make sure my food doesn't burn. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. So we will give it a few more minutes. Keep pushing on. Go to the room. Go to the room. We found the problem.
I found the missing gold and the relic of Ely.
I told you to return to your cell, Elrich. I will not brook disobedience, not from my men.
Now what are you gonna do? Kill me? Chat, what are we gonna do? Nah, probably 10 minutes. Yeah, this is why you preheat your ovens, folks. Good cooking advice. Preheat your ovens first. Alright, Johnny got there first. We're doing it.
You to face Alfred's wrath alone.
What? If you are lying to me, monk, now return to your cell. Do not let me lay eyes on you until you come at my command.
Yes, my lord.
Blood. Throughout the Discovery Tour of Viking Age, we have preset protagonists designed to represent various social groups and realities within the time period. So right now we are playing as the monk Aelrich, originally from Ely, educated at Canterbury, and now living in Wessex.
To replicate England's diverse flora was no small feat. The developers wanted it to be accurate and help players navigate the map. First, the world design team created a season map. England was
By the way,
divided into 4
you might notice there are a few
areas,
more
each
things in
allocated
here
a
than they
season.
originally
Each
than are in the
season
final
had its own
game.
variety of
So we get, like,
vegetation,
still
from
Yorick
grass
Shira,
to trees,
Nottinghamshire.
and its own
We also
humidity
get
layer, which helped determine the
Staffordshire,
type of soil in each area.
Warwickshire,
dry, or wetland. With these in hand,
Norfolk,
the level artists
Suffolk,
and designers could implement the right type of flora in the
Wiltshire,
world and create different
awesome.
landscapes.
No
using
blood, it
rocks
is not
and
available.
trees.
We do not get to
Therefore,
control our
one
armor set.
region could have diverse but coherent scenery, engaging players in exploring the map meticulously.
And so this is how they're doing seasons. Right, they're just mapping it like that, which regrettably makes you know, makes the Danelaw feel really cold and barren and, like, still justifying brutality. It's just an unfortunate thing that they went farther south equals more lush, when that ends up actually reinforcing problematic narratives about, you know, certain climates being suited for certain peoples. So the Vikings are a harsh people molded by a harsh landscape, and even York is in a fucking harsh landscape in the game. Despite that not being sensible, real, something. Anyway, Anglo-Saxon homes. Builders like to use oak because it was solid and available, true. They use wattle and daub, and social status is varied according to affect your living conditions. You might have a wooden hut like this one, which, by the way, look at how good the thatch is. Look at how good the thatch is. And then they use this as a communal space. However, you might have a hall up yonder for an English thing, etc., etc., etc. Back to our cell. Yee.
Get inside, monk. I won't be held accountable by Guthrum if you disobey him again.
Yeah, alright. That's fair.
Good morrow, Obi-Wan. Have you come to join me in prayer?
Never, monk. Guthrum Jarl wants to speak with you in the longhouse. Bring your golden idol. You'll need it before long.
Okay. Oh.
Bjorn is waiting. I should not stoke his impatience. It's time to
Idol.
travel again,
Let's go.
old friend.
Let's go.
This relic
Run.
the one true cross, if you doubt its potency.
Yeah.
I doubt every lie that falls from your lips. As should Guthrum. You made it trouble for me and my men.
Trouble
Yes,
brought
deserved.
upon you by your own actions.
And by a monk who doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut.
Only after we admit our faults and beg forgiveness.
Elrish is such a troll. I love him.
Spare me your sermons. I won't forget the debt you owe me. And neither will you, if you have a mind to keep living.
Time to travel again, old friend.
Yeah, we already said that. Go. You first. You're my honor guard. I'm carrying a very heavy box. It is made of gold and wood, but mostly gold. Ha! Try and steal it now. I dare you. I dare you.
You wished to see me, my lord?
Your king has finally sent for you.
And Dr. Baby, thank you
Alfred has
for
delivered the terms of my surrender,
apologies
and
now.
I have accepted. You are no longer
So,
my
Guthrum
prisoner.
has now
Thank you, my lord. I will remember you in my prayers.
has now surrendered,
moment,
and
Elrich.
so hostages
I
are
admit the
freed.
insights I gleaned into the Saxon mind through our discussions made Alfred's terms easier to swallow. He wants me to be baptized, to become a
Historically,
Christian
Guthrum
king.
was this.
It is you who convinced me that doing so would increase my power.
And this is
not
straight
diminish
copying
it.
Anders
Of
Vinrod's
course,
argument
any who
as to
come to the
why
Lord are welcome.
why
Hopefully in
conversion
time,
happened in
You will
Scandinavia.
appreciate the many other gifts God offers beyond mere power as well.
Mere power? Hold your tongue, monk. With the treaty signed,
So
your
they also take into the
usefulness
account
is at
of
its end. Leave by the main
very
gate,
much
the
into
horse
the
awaits
account
you.
that
Now go
Guthrum
before I
is
change
doing
my
it for
mind.
political pressures
Yes, my
and
lord.
expediency, rather than out of genuine belief. I still think there's plenty of room for it to have been both. Anyway, whole bunch of things here. We got 3 new things all in a row here. Peace-like warfare is a political tool. Leaders and the men would swear to not fight if the other party kept the peace, if neither side broke the agreement. They could also exchange hostages, etc. But Christianity did not profoundly change this conception of peace. This is important. This is true in Scandinavia as well as in England. Christianization does not change the idea that peace is a temporary thing in a society founded on endemic violence. This is true throughout the Middle Ages, throughout the early modern period. This is broadly true in particularly Latin medieval Europe, but really in a lot of pre-modern societies cross-culturally, it is true that this is a really really important thing of the idea of peace as the complete absence of war is very modern. Very, very modern. And instead we're looking at ad hoc agreements. The Truce of Wedmore. Following the liturgical instructions, Guthrum and the baptized Vikings wore the white robes of those newly reborn. At the royal estate of Wedmore, the Vikings rejoined Alfred for 12 days of feasting. So it's in the so-called Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, the Vita Alfredi, and the so-called Treaty of Alfred and Guthrum. And it is in the main probably correct, probably pretty close to what happened. But of course, as it says nicely, a little bit of source criticism. It's not to share the truth, but to contribute to the making of an exemplary Christian king. Helps to be cautious and critical. After all of these documents were demanded and sponsored by Alfred the Great, so he's upping himself in this. Now, trust and oath-keeping. Also rely on trust, but it's hard for Christians to see heathens as trustworthy. If the Vikings swore on a sacred object, they couldn't be trusted because they did not share the Christian faith. On the other hand, if they were allowed to swear on their own sacred objects, such as an arm ring, the oath would be committed to false pagan gods that were seen as demons. This is actually pretty good. However, Guthrum does swear on a ring before his betrayal in 878. He makes peace with Alfred, and he swears on a ring and retreats up into Mercia. So, that's actually an important thing that happens. John Lindo has proposed that perhaps there's a mythological precedent for the gods breaking oaths sworn on rings, and a ring could be used for a duplicitous oath. But, meh. Anyway, what is true is Christians with other Christians, oaths were believed to be far more helpful. But, you back up oaths with the exchange of hostages. You back up oaths with hostages because you don't trust the other person, and if the hostages break the rules, or if the people who gave you hostages break the rules,
I'd better meet the messenger before Guthrum changes his mind.
then you are expected and allowed to murder the heck out of the hostages, and it's not considered murder. By the way, dog's too strong. We're going out by the other door. Okay. We were in fact being held hostages by the dogs. They're mad that we can't pet them. Anyway, food smells like it's done now, so I will be back. Just a sec. Food. Pizza. Okay. Onward. We got Double Sean coming up, and another discovery site, and then onwards into Winchester. We're making good time on this quest, to be honest. So I'm feeling pretty good about it. Let's keep going. We're getting close. We've only got, a little bit more of this quest, one more sequence in it, and then 3 more. King Alfred, Jorvik, and the mythological arcs. Well, hello. Horses and warfare. It's worth noting in the Frankish empires, while this is true for early pre-conquest English, but it's worth noting that for the Frankish, the Cavalari are a much more defined group far earlier, so it's not like the Vikings never would fight cavalry. Now, this is, I think, this second paragraph is, I think, a result of a poem like the Battle of Malden, where Beorhtnoth is said, dismounts from his horse, and actually it turns into a rout. The poem cuts off in the middle of all the English defenders dying, but the reason why the shield wall breaks and it turns into a slaughter is that a coward steals Beorhtnoth's horse, and then, or Beorhtnoth's horse, apologies, and then runs away on it, and seeing the horse run away, the fyrd thinks that is Björknot running away, and everyone breaks. Anyway, who's ready to talk about weapons?
200 unique weapon models were designed for AC Valhalla. After thorough historical research, modelling artists had the difficult task of designing realistic but spectacular weapons. Talk about a brain twister. Well, that's a good name for a weapon, actually. The flail was also added to the arsenal as a unique form of weaponry, even though flails weren't used by soldiers in battle, but by peasants during harvest. To enjoy these weapons,
not these flails,
more,
lol.
new fighting styles were created.
By no means
Players
these
can now
these
fight with a
flails.
weapon in each hand, the dual wielding, or hit foes with their shield, sort of like a dual shielding.
Blood, this only does Norway and England. The DLCs are not included in the Discovery Tour. Nero the Mad vibrates. That's a mood. That's a real mood. Some of these axes aren't horrible. This one in the center right here is probably the good one. I can live with some of these ones, but this is the only one that's genuinely... Apologies. Genuinely okay. But oh boy, those flails. While big two-handed wheat threshing flails are used by peasants in harvest, they are not one-handed. They do not have poison clouds. They do not have random balls of bullshit. So yeah. Apologies, swallowed the pizza badly. Next up,
Shields
protection.
played an important role in the Viking and Anglo-Saxon fighting techniques, and in AC Valhalla as well. Used in the game to differentiate clans and factions, each one has its own shape, paint model, colour pattern, and emblem. A new gameplay element was also added, the shield degradation. With each hit, an enemy's shield loses a piece until it's destroyed. And players can also now attack using their shields. Little known fact, it was common for vendors to walk around the battlefield, supplying clients with replacement shields and weapons. What can we say? Vikings were resourceful.
This
Though
is
it's not a job I would have wanted.
This is, as far as I know, not really a test. Right? We don't have good attestations of this claim. It feels very pop cultural, not wrong, but very pop cultural, exaggerated, how often it happened. But, interestingly, right, shields, while the rate of shield degradation is clearly nonsense, the idea of shield degradation is actually attested in Norse saga material. So, in, like, Thorstein's Staffstruck, so the short saga of Thorstein's Staffstruck, in a duel with Thorstein and the Gothi that he insulted, they go through 3 shields each. This is a highly literary construction. It should not be taken as historically accurate, but it is indicative of what's conceived of as plausible within the saga world space. And within that plausible space is the idea that 2 people are wailing on each other so much that their shields break or their weapons break and they have to keep stepping on their swords to keep straightening them out to keep fighting. Yeah. Anyway. Warrior's tools. If you're wealthy, you have a sword, shield, helmet, and mail hauberk. Well, a Cheor, a random freeman, would have had a spear, round shield, probably a knife of some kind, or hatchet, and possibly either a boiled leather helmet, or just a thick padded cap, or rarely some kind of horn or iron helmet. They might also have javelins, but bows and arrows are not exactly. Bows and arrows are useful, they're not highly regarded. This is true. The exchange of spears is the more common thing. Javelins, are definitely more prestigious and attested in sources. And then, you know, look at this lovely, lovely helm. It is one of the most complete helmets we've ever gotten. Found around Durham. And the other one is the Yermanbu helm. Anyway, let's talk to this guy.
It is King Alfred who must claim this great victory, though of course God strengthens his hand.
Thank you,
Lord
Darwina.
Elrich, I was told to wait on you. King Alfred desires to see you at once.
Let us not keep the good king waiting. What news in Winchester since Christmas?
Too much for me to say.
This is good. Alfred does not start this process. There's a suggested he kind of perfects it in the Berg system, which is the focus of the next quest. But there is an expansion of the field to allow more people to participate in the military in the 8th and early 9th century. The so-called Great Field, which also helps ensure a quicker reaction by having more people in more bands able to respond to more things.
And soon the countryside will be free for all good Wessex men to till and plough as before.
For so many years of war, the land seems all but untouched.
It is a very pretty land.
Taken not nearly so hard a beating as we have.
It's
Pleasure to see
extremely
it
pretty
again
land.
as a free land at last.
What news of the king? How does he celebrate his triumph?
Battle at Edington. Incredibly well-known battle. They are very confident in their reconstruction here. They should not be this confident. We don't even know where Edington precisely is. We've got a rough idea that somewhere down here, but we don't actually know. Right? The thing is somewhere to the south, but we don't actually know where it is. We haven't found the battle site. And so there's a lot of things that are unknown that are definitely stated a little bit too confidently. For the when things happen.
Late night discussions. I've never seen a man smile.
They did
so
make
little
Edward Stone
when
into a
reporting such
trilithon.
great
You're not
victory.
wrong. Also, Johnny, I got one for you. I got one coming up for you real fast.
If you say so. His ferocity
For anyone who doesn't know, Maraxa works in English Heritage, is a former employee, docent at Stonehenge.
That, brother.
And so is the resident Neolithic monument specialist. To which I would remind everyone of what Avebury looks like in the game. Megalithic monuments, including stone circles, can be found throughout the world. In England, there are a number of standing stones arranged in a circle. Sometimes they stand alone, sometimes in pairs, and sometimes topped with a stone roof or lid. Avebury is home to one of the biggest stone circles in the world. It has a diameter of 331 meters, built during the 4th millennium BCE. You now work for Wessex archaeology. So, I assume that's referring to a trilithon and or a dolmen. And so the pediment of a trilithon, rather than a fucking roof. But, yeah. But, yeah. Anyway, large henge, big outer circle, and 2 smaller inner circles. Would someone kindly point out where the large outer circle is? Please, please point it to me. Oh, 100%. Not a well-written entry. Also deeply concerning that they put it into the Viking Age. Anyway, dividing the land. So, the losers in the changes of land organization ownership in the 8th and 9th centuries were mostly secular and religious aristocrats whose great estates were torn up and redistributed. The pieces went to the Vikings, whose invasions sped up the fraction of the territory, but also to less wealthy Anglo-Saxon families whose new lands meant a rise in social status, with a drawing of No, Blood. Blood. So what happened there is that I unlocked, for the free roaming sections outside of the structured quests, you have preset characters you can explore as, taken from the game. We unlocked the ability to play as Odin in those free roaming sections. Okay, so, this narrative is overly simplistic. It's not wrong per se, but it is misleading in its how it's described. The 8th century sees monastic communities really kind of get shafted in early medieval England. Local aldermen will just start building their houses inside monastic-owned territory, and it resulted in a great loss of wealth and financial struggles for monasteries. In the 9th century, this grows up. In the 9th century, where prior to the Viking phenomenon, you see a big reinvestment into monasteries, huge expansion of their land, and it's the monastic communities that are really driving a lot of this redistribution of land and changing tax structures, changing everything that results in the fragmenting of land and increased urbanization. Then the Vikings show up, and it causes some issues. Monasteries rapidly shrink again. Shocking no one. And Emporia actually also shrink, so you actually see the local elites are basically replaced wholesale by Norse elites, and then the lands are further divided up by people like Halfdanr, or Haldane, according to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle in Northumbria. Hooray! Onwards into Winchester. Come on, sir, please. Go at the speed I am going, not at the speed that you wish to be going. Please. You're killing me otherwise. No, this is in England specifically, Blood. I'm referring specifically to English monasteries, because obviously things change in different places. Anyway, Anglo-Scandinavian farming. Growing population means growing need for prime materials, crops, and livestock. Likely grew wheat, barley, rye, and oats. Great. Grew legumes, dill, coriander, cultivated flax, and hemp. And there's no real differences seen between English and Scandinavian farming. Also from Khan Tiberius B51. Oh, no. Mount. Thank you. I know, I don't get to ride like... we will get to ride a reindeer before we're done here. Just not as a monk. I know, big sad.
The castles of England were meant to be seen from afar by anyone seeking refuge. Except rulers didn't really account for their castles also attracting Vikings.
There's a reason for that.
Fortified areas in AC Valhalla were inspired by the castles the development team visited while in England. Portchester, Derby, Goodrich, Housesteads, the Roman fort at Hadrian's Wall. They nearly bankrupted the project just in the gift shops alone. The Castell Trefaldwyn in Wales inspired the fictional Corstow Castle, a fort in the Shropshire region. In AC Valhalla, castles are a telltale sign of great bounty to collect during raids, and lords will often retreat behind a castle's protective walls when fleeing from Eivor.
Okay.
Oh, they can run, but they can't hide. Well, I mean, they can hide, but, you know, Eivor will still get them.
Okay. So, the castles they list in here. Portchester, Roman, abandoned in the 9th century. Derby Castle could refer to two things. The first one is West Derby Castle, which is 12th century Norman, or it could refer to what is commonly called Derby Castle nowadays, which is a 19th century fantasy castle. Goodrich. 1101 to 1102 for the oldest part, or for the original foundation. The extant one is built in the 1160s or 1170s by Robert de Clas, and expanded in the mid-1200s for much of the extant structure. Housesteads is on Hadrian's Wall. It's Roman period, 3rd or 4th century, not in use in the 9th century. Trefaldwyn Castle is from the 1200s. Chat, would someone hopefully provide me the dates of the Viking Age? Well, I'll immediately tell you that you are wrong for a variety of reasons. Would someone hopefully provide me the dates of the Viking Age? Ninth to 11th century, to be very rough. Let me be more specific. 793 to 1066. The standard English historiography, 793 to 1066. Tell me, was a single one of the castles I mentioned in that time frame? Tompton God, yes they have. They have mentioned slavery repeatedly at the very first thing. The very first thing in the game was acknowledging that we had an enslaved person as debt slavery rather than conquest slavery, but yes, they did acknowledge it. So yeah, turns out there's a reason. There's a reason why none of these were built to deal with a Viking. I mean, they would have dealt with a Viking magnificently. The fact that they don't is gameplay silliness. But there's a reason why they weren't designed with that in mind, because there wasn't a that to deal with. Exactly, they actually treat enslavement relatively thoughtfully, though of course our person is perhaps the kindest, sweetest, nicest enslaver. Thorstein is perhaps the nicest, sweetest enslaver possible. Anyway, the Fyrd. According to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, Alfred divided his army in two. Half the men were at home and half were on duty. Those on duty were expected to come if called to defend the local burh or fortress, or to join the king and his lords in battle against their enemies. The whole militiamen in the Fyrd weren't necessarily skilled warriors. They probably used spears. That's pretty much it. All there is to say or deal about it. There was nothing wrong in that, it was fine. There's not a good time to ever go get this one, so we'll do that right now. Literally never a good time to go get the one in the middle of this garrison. This is the best chance we get, so let's do it. I mean, right, our guy, Trig, said, hey, he didn't enjoy being a slave, but, you know, at least our guy wasn't awful, and did free him. And wasn't abusive. They did not acknowledge, female slavery, or female enslavement, or sexual enslavement as part of this, which, oh wait, it's up topside, sorry. I wish they would have. It would have been nice to acknowledge that horror, because that is an important and real part of the gig. But anyway, the boor. Some boors were built atop existing Roman walls and fortresses, while others, there's a third category here, those that were built on top of Iron Age forts, then some were built from scratch. And powerful social centers, safe havens, etc. Likely the boors had a way to communicate and warn each other of danger. A boor, such as this one, very Roman design. Was under attack, you might light up a beacon, to put the other strongholds on alert and ensure that the reinforcements would arrive from 2 directions within a couple of days. We'll talk more about the boars a lot in the next quest, where we are dealing with them primarily, but the Burhal Hidaj is a manuscript that lists the locations of most of Alfred's Bur system, primarily along the Thames, that kind of delineate the borders of Wessex at the end of the 800s. It's a super cool manuscript. They don't ever mention it during this next quest line, which is dumb. But I want to acknowledge it here because it is a phenomenal manuscript and a phenomenal text to think about when talking about the Boers, because it is a large part of our evidence for which ones were planned, which ones were intended, and their efficacy as fortifications and a system to protect the borders of Wessex from Norse raiders.
King Alfred awaits you inside.
Thank you for ensuring my safe return.
We need to go talk to Alfred. We got the things in the Wheaton Hall. Not in the Wheaton Hall. Okay, let's go over here.
On my return.
Yeah. What was a king? Anglo-Saxon word for king. Well, for king was kuning. Old Norse konungur. Same thing though. So king in the early Middle Ages differed from one region to the next. Size of the royal domain. Kingdoms of Britain, in Mercia or East Anglia, were smaller than Francia. Reasonable. Even a divided Francia. Right, even a divided Francia, west and east and technically Lotharingia, exist, but if we're talking about, like, Louis the Pious's empire, France, Germany, and Italy. And Blue Vortex, thank you for the follow just now. So, a Frankish ruler still was expected to travel all the time to visit with people, but they probably would not agree to not reach all of them. Now, here's a funky thing. Who recognizes the chess pieces? These chess pieces were not, like, they talk a lot about English ideas of kingship right here, right? Early English kingship. Cool, fine. Just a tiny problem. Does it actually say? It doesn't. Hopefully we'll get more detail on them later. They are not Norman. They are made in Iceland, probably. Anyway, Alfred, he made coins. He made a lot of coins. He made some really cool coins. There's actually one type of coin from the early 890s. They're in the British Museum these days, Yorm. The Lewis chessmen are in the British Museum. But there's one where one side of this coin, it says Alfred, and the other side of the coin depicts Ceolwulf II, the king of Mercia. Right, the guy we install in the first quest in England in Assassin's Creed Valhalla. And it's super cool. Those types of coins are incredibly cool. It's based on a Roman print of the Two Emperors style of coin, which suggests Alfred and Ceolwulf being perceived as co-equal rulers in power of Wessex and Mercia. No, it is his successor who marries Athelflaed. I believe Edward is his name? Don't quote me on that. Oh good, here we go.
AC Valhalla is set during a very tense political climate. English kingdoms were fighting one another, as well as trying to ward off Viking attacks at the same time. Hence, maps are displayed in the game as battle plans. To help players visualize friends and foes, chess pieces were designed. the 3D modeling team first created items inspired by an early Scandinavian chess set, the Njevertappel, which was combined with the Lewis chess pieces. Recently found in Scotland, they were crafted out of walrus tusk and whale teeth in the 12th century. This design merged English and Scandinavian heritage into a unique item.
And when I say Iceland, I'm being a little bit strong. Because folks in around Lewis definitely want the Lewis chessmen to be from Lewis. Understandably so. They're made out of Greenlandic walrus tusk, and some studies of them have tried to propose a specific carver in early 12th century Iceland. In fact, a woman as the carver. I don't remember her name, but there's a really cool book about it. Thing is, if they're carved in Iceland, what part of them is English heritage? And it's not like this is a low-profile book either. It's pretty easy to get. Athelred of the Mercians. Thank you, Thompson Guard. Thank you. I was trying to remember if it was... Right, because there are Mercian kings named Edward too. So, you have Edward and Edward and Edward and Edward. Anyway, the Waitan. As aristocrats from secular and religious backgrounds, true. Nomen, archbishops, aldermen, abbots. Okay. The Waitan are the counselors. They act a lot like... the Thing. So this is actually a really late idea of the Waitan becoming the royal court. But in early... like the 7th and 8th centuries, true. It definitely wouldn't be English, regardless, because it was found in Scotland, notably not England. Notably a not English place, Scotland. So yeah, Alþingi are an assembly in Old Norse. So anyway, in the 7th and 8th centuries, the Waitan is a far more communal area, and so it's thought in like Lundenburg, the old Roman city. We could have the Waitan actually gathering in the Roman amphitheater, potentially. Some archaeological evidence suggests this. Higham and Ryan's book, The Anglo-Saxon World, does mention this as a possibility. And so a local Waitan could be basically the governing body for Londonwich, the Emporia of London, and would meet and make decisions far akin to a regional assembly of chieftains in Scandinavia. As England consolidates into, looking at Edgar the Good, Athelred Unrad, Knut, the Waitan functions far more as described here, than the Waitan as a set of counselors within the royal court. Oh no. We're fine. It's all fine. Nobody saw a thing. I definitely didn't clip into the ground or anything. Okay, Old English literature. Alfred wanted to be remembered as a good Christian king. He was bothered by his people's ignorance of the Bible and felt their poor Latin was to blame. To solve this, he pushed to have Latin classics translated into Old English. This gave rise to the birth of Old English literature. I disagree with this last sentence in particular. Alfred believed strongly in literacy. He wanted all young aristocrats to learn to read and write. True, it wasn't only for religious purposes, but it was also useful for other things. Also became a literary language for sagas and epic poems such as Beowulf pictured here. So this is super funky, right? There's a lot going on in this. In that, it is undeniably true that there is a massive proliferation of texts both religious and secular, under Alfred. He personally translated some of them, led some stuff around. But to say that he gave rise to the birth of Old English literature is not just objectively not true. Beowulf linguistically dates at least in part to the middle of the 8th century, almost 100 years before Alfred was born. Then, you know, Bede. Apparently Bede is not literature. Nennius. Gildas. Cadman. The Lindisfarne Gospels. Apparently none of those are literary productions. Right? And all of those exist before Alfred's reforms and Alfred's big push for increased literacy. Now, Alfred had a huge push to literacy that is hugely influential, and does have echoes throughout Old English manuscript culture, but I think it overstates his case here quite dramatically. Also, Beowulf is a terrible example. God, like, we have commentaries written by Alfred on biblical texts. Why are we using Beowulf? Beowulf exists in one manuscript that dates to the first decade of the 11th century. There is one instance of Beowulf. It is, as far as we can find, a very unpopular text in Old English literature. Then again, most of our big texts, like the Exeter Book, etc., are also only in one manuscript, so, you know, that's fair. But saints' lives, law codes, biblical commentaries, exegesis, sermons, and hymnals are all extremely common. So, I don't know. It feels funky. I don't love... Beowulf is a funky example here. Also, is an example that traditionally is extremely closely linked in popular imagination to, well, yeah, upside down. Let's go. Upside down, clipped into the floor. Nailed it. I am working miracles right here in front of you all today.
Brother Elrich, you are returned to me at last.
By God's grace, it is so.
And by mine. I was the one who included your safe passage in the terms of
don't be a jerk.
I am grateful to you as
Don't be a jerk about it, Alfred.
And you have returned with the relic of Ely. I was ready to chase the Danes to recover it, but I see you have the matter well in hand.
With Guthrum's aid, yes.
You speak kindly of him, even after so many months as his captain. Truly, you exemplify Christ's grace. Now come, we have a baptism to plan.
Sometime later.
Baptism will soon begin.
The gift of East Anglia. So, this is, I think, also a thing. So it says here, East Anglia, right? Alfred gave Guthrum East Anglia. East Anglia was not Alfred's to give. He wasn't the king of East Anglia. The thing is, while the Treaty of Alfred and Guthrum does phrase it as a gift, in practicality, what I think is more likely is that Guthrum retreated to lands that were securely in his control. Right? So East Anglia was pretty thoroughly in... Well, obviously there's a lot of civil strife. You know, there's a minor king named Oswald that shows up in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, but there's a lot of unrest going on here when Guthrum becomes the king. I think it's more likely that Alfred phrases it as a gift, but in reality it's a practical agreement that Guthrum goes back to the lands that are in his control and he just doesn't push past that. Hooray. Anyway, we got a couple other things nearby. We got one actually right here that we should do.
That's why I've chosen the name Adelstan.
The Old Minster. First the Church of Wessex was built around 640 CE by Kenwall of Wessex and St. Birinus. Farther north, and then the Old Minster of Wessex was moved down later. Honestly, looks gorgeous. This is a reconstruction. I don't think the Old Minster survives. I think it's been replaced by Gothic buildings later.
Fills my heart. You seem well, Elrich. Freedom agrees with you.
Let's check the world, make sure that there are things in the area. Those two are not close to... no, those two are close to where we will be going. Okay, we're good. We're good, we can go this way.
Indeed. Let us delay this happy occasion no longer.
Okay. Before we set in... By the way, brace your ear holes, folks. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So I, once again, don't super duper love this. Right, they're playing up they're bigging up Alfred quite a lot. The early English sources from Wessex big up Alfred enough. We don't need to do that. What is true is that Alfred makes himself Guthrum's godfather, which provides an additional kinship responsibility and layer of things that Guthrum would have recommended. Right, Guthrum would have associated this probably with a foster parent, and understood it for what it was meant to be, which is pretty clearly Alfred exerting some sort of extra kinship and extra superiority over Guthrum. Alfred, you don't have to stand there waiting for me.
I should take my place amongst the faithful.
Brace your orifices. Good call. It's a good name, you know.
Si igitur vis ad vitam ingredi, serva mandata, diligus
serva mandata.
Ex toto cortu, et ex toto animatua, et ex toto
and from your whole mind,
et proximum tum sicut typsum. Amen.
No.
Axapi signum crucis tam in front, formin cord.
As on your breast, as in your heart.
As
the temple of God is now possible. Mandata. As should be obvious, that Latin ain't how Latin's said. That ain't how Latin be done. A+ for effort, but also who let this man be a clergy? And we got tattoos as a reward. This is bad. There is no evidence of tattooing in the Middle Ages. Guthrum should have understood the Latin. He should have just been told the Latin beforehand, and had it be so he could at least play along, and it's also possible that he would know rudimentary Latin at this point. Quest 6. Let's go. We're doing good. We're actually only at 6 hours, so we're, you know, about an hour behind ideal schedule. 16th century? Let's say we start getting it again in the 16th century. Wait, we have it before the Middle Ages. We have it after the Middle Ages. We don't seem to have it in the Middle Ages.
I was raised on a farm, then sent to the monastic school. So I had never seen anything else nor been anything else. And suddenly, I carried the weight of the souls of all my brothers and sisters in Christ. Sacrificed themselves so that
Neolithic, I
might live to
believe.
protect their sacred
I'm not
relics.
super sure.
It was unbearable. So when I
Nice,
was at
Johnny
my
with the clutch
most
save.
and weary,
Currently,
I turned
Otzi,
to my Lord,
the
as promised,
man
gave me
who got
rest.
buried in a glacier.
I will be grateful
From-
to the end of my days.
Brother Elrich.
He's
I have
Paleolithic,
need of
isn't he? Isn't he Paleolithic?
Of course, my king. I serve at your command.
Then follow me at once.
Okay. Neolithic. Okay.
I apologize
I
for
had
my
it
coming
right then.
unannounced, but you'll understand I needed this matter to.
No. We'll talk with you later. Ealdorman came to be represented as royal power more in the 10th century than in the 9th. Some cases it may be inherited, other times it's appointed or elected. Good. Thane. Old Norse, exactly the same word, by the way. Thane. Awesome. This is fine. Right, there's nothing in here that's a problem. It's just a nice basic introduction.
No apologies are necessary.
You see, time is of the essence, Elrich.
It's the tonsure blood. They're supposed to have the same
Danes,
haircut.
yes, but also with the nobles of my realm.
Surely you would not go to war against our fellows?
Not anymore. It is a political war I speak of. A war of the minds. Stubborn ones at that.
We have no shortage of stubbornness within the church as well.
These nobles refuse to understand that we must be united if we are to remain victorious over the Danes. And a united front means one person must speak for the many. But they see it as a grab for power.
So this game really leans hard into the idea of Alfred as the generator of English identity. It's worth noting that Alfred is the first person to make these claims, but more modern evidence, more modern analyses very clearly suggest that he failed at this, and his conception of a more unified Englishness is something that takes place over the next approximately 70 years after Alfred's reign.
What role could I play in convincing them?
You attended my court for many years. You know my heart. And I know you are loyal to our Lord above all others. As do they.
It is not too early for the tonsure. It's not as widespread as it becomes later, but well, 9th century is arguably a hair early, but I'm also not bothered by the idea of giving monks tonsure, even if it's a century early. Right, even if it's a century earlier, giving monks tonsure ensures that everyone recognizes the monks when they're playing. That's a good thing. Anyway, treaty with Guthrum. The other thing that this treaty does, fix the boundaries of the Danelaw, determine the equivalence of free men from both sides in terms of their compensation. True. It says this treaty did not put an end to Scandinavian raiding activities. It also did not put an end to pre-conquest English raiding activities into the Danelaw. Because guess what happened? There were raids, including enslavement raids, from English, ealdormen, we'll say, into the Danelaw to capture slaves, abuse them on English farms, and then trade people, ship them off to Norse Dublin after capturing them from Norse territories, or ship them off to Frisia. The coast of Frisia had some of the largest markets for human beings in Europe. It's sneaky, isn't it? It's sneaky. The idea is, oh, the Scandinavians are the ones who do raiding. The English are something different, or are becoming something different. It's not true. It's not even slightly true. Okay, thanks. Thanes are companions and retainers of people, such as the king, etc., etc. Note, Thane is a concept in Old Norse as well. It's spelled exactly the same way. It simply refers to a relatively noble person. Usually a landowner, a relatively wealthy landowner, participant in military service, in both Scandinavian law codes and in English law codes.
Did he take Tumbjorn to residence? Of course. You haven't been here since the reconstruction began. I'll lead you. This city
Thank you,
is a
Alfred.
superb example of the burrs I want to build all over Wessex, and eventually all across the land. With strongholds
Cool.
like Winchester no more than a day's ride from every village, the common people will be protected.
Okay, but like I want to... Soldiers, can you get out of my way? I wish to walk next to Alfred. Thank you.
I've always loved these ruins.
Uh-huh,
They're a
these
perfect
totally real
reminder
ruins.
of how any great nation will
Yep.
crumble when its people are divided.
Yet some of the city's walls are built on top of Roman
No,
stone.
no, they're going to
We have a
acknowledge the
sharp
pillars.
eye.
They're not going to explain the pillars.
You see, the heathens are less likely to notice our fortifications if the walls we build them on have been
What?
there all along.
What? Sorry, I did when I was playing this with the press copy that Ubisoft gave me. I didn't process that sentence, but no, it is not Alfred playing 5D chess. It is that the Romans picked good locations, and with the foundations already done, it is easier to build up the site.
It's King Alfred. King Alfred in our street. Welcome.
That had some
Think I can ask designers to fix up my outhouse?
strong auto text to speech
He'll want his guards to knock you over.
energy. Oh, we need to go the other way. Apologies, we are abandoning you, Alfred. We shall return momentarily. Yeah. Oh God, where is it? It's so far away. Oh no. Like over 50 meters away. I walked past it. I didn't notice. Oh no. Go, 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 go. The city of Winchester. When the Roman legions conquered southern Britain, they built Venta Bulgarum, and then Wintancestrup, walled city of Wenta, and then voila. What's really important is this last paragraph. It becomes associated with the royalty of Wessex by the 9th century, and ends up therefore being an extremely important site just on principle.
Erit ipse benedictus, non vivet in ignorantiis, et
I take infinite pride in our minster, the first church of my kingdom.
It's stunning. Though I admit, my heart yearns more for the simple comfort of your private sanctuary at Chippenham.
They serve different purposes. As the heart of the Diocese of Winchester, this church must welcome all who seek our Lord. I hope to expand it one day, but my priorities lie elsewhere for now.
My lord!
Uh-huh.
What is it, child?
My mum is ill. She won't get up. Please, oh please help her.
Take me to her.
Alright, Alfred, we're doing a detour now. We kind of had a job. We had a job we were supposed to be doing.
You're burning up. But she didn't want to leave the house. So I took her hand and we walked to see the sisters. But they say there's nothing they can do. Then
Run.
I saw you, and I knew
No.
you could help.
Just run. We'll get back to the hero worship of Alfred later. We'll come back to it in a moment. I just need to clear up this area because I don't. I could have done this later. So.
As King Alfred is an historical figure, artists and modelers had a lot of documentation to help with his design. With pre-established features, age, height, backstory kept as accurate as possible, his appearance had to represent his royal demeanor, but also his weakened state. He suffered from Crohn's disease.
This is a
This
common
contrast was
interpretation,
made
but
through the
I want
design
to
of his
give
clothes,
of
hair,
his illness.
and facial features.
But I need to
As
give
one
the
of the
usual
main characters in AC Valhalla, seen up close
disclaimer
in multiple
as a
cinematics,
professional historian that you try really hard these days
so
to
much so
avoid
that it took
diagnosing
10
historical
days to
figures
design
with
his hair.
specific diseases. what is said in the Vita Alfredi, made by the Welsh chronicler Acer, is that Alfred prayed to God to be afflicted with an illness so that he would be constantly reminded to not give in to the sin of lust. Therefore, God inflicted him with something that caused him great pain all the time. This is often interpreted based off other evidence in the Vita Alfredi to be Crohn's disease, especially in like the 1970s. This was fairly popular to do, but these days we simply say he suffered from some sort of chronic illness that affected some sort of chronic gastrointestinal illness. Seems pretty clear, and so past that, simply it is enough to know that he was in poor health all the time. Thank you, Bex, for appearing. The Seven Kingdoms. So in the 7th century we've got, or in the 6th century we've got a ton of little like petty kingships. In the 7th century this is only a dozen, and by the late 8th century there are really 4. So in the 1100s, Henry of Huntingdon says Kent, Essex, Sussex, Wessex, Mercia, East Anglia, and Northumbria are the major kingdoms based on his own opinion. And thus we get the idea of the heptarchy. This text is the tribal hidaj, which says what the treaty for all of these different groups are supposed to be. So you might have, you know, 3... let's see, R-I... Okay, yeah, it's 3000 huda. Wow, that's a lot of things. 4000 huda. 1100 huda. 600 huda. Rona se. Syfan. Right, S-Y-F. Yeah, 7,000 huda. 7,000. 600. 300. 600. Etc, 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 etc. Okay. Legendary brothers, Hengist and Horsa. They say legendary, they could do more here to complicate, right? This would be a place where I would love if they bring up archaeogenetic studies. Instead of saying, oh yes, this is the legend as it is presented by the Venerable Bede in the 8th century, and also folks like Nennius a little bit earlier. I wish more was done to complicate this. I wish a lot more was done about this. And to indicate, you know, Hengist and Horsa are not real people, and also they have been used for a long time to justify a lot of weird ethnogenesis stuff. A lot of very weird ethnogenesis stuff, to be honest. Anyway, go, 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 go. Alfred, thank you for waiting.
Then I saw you, and I knew you could help. You're the king. My mum's told me you're close to God.
You are closer than me, according to the very words spoken by our Lord.
Hey, Alfred knows his Gospels. Okay, now we are going to detour again. Chayors or freemen, which we get the modern English word churlish from this. But it's any free man. So you have enslaved people, you have unenslaved people. Chayorls are unenslaved people, but there is wide amounts of discrepancies between them. the Old Norse cognate word is kak, and according to the poem Reikstula, the god Heimdallr gives birth to the social classes of Norse society to be Threiklir, or enslaved people, Katlir, free people, workmen, etc., and Jaklir, or the nobility. Cooking. Unlike in Norse culture, cooking seems to be done primarily by men in English culture, apparently. But I'm expecting there's probably some, whoever's free cooks. There's probably a little bit of everyone who's free cooks going on. Anyway, let's go into the church. Sorry for keeping you waiting.
King, have I died, Lord?
By the way, this whole sequence gives me very strong, like, Tolkien, Aragorn going and curing the sick in Gondor vibes. But as far as it goes, the idea, this is, I think, based on stuff from Aser.
In your days as a healer, have you seen this type of ailment before?
I would have to take a closer look, but I trust our sisters can provide the best care for her.
We are not going to take a closer look. She's just dead. Rip this person.
Am I dreaming?
Oh. Shh. Save your strength.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, I can feel myself drifting away.
I will see that your daughter is well taken care of.
This is good, right? This part is good. This is in accordance with the law codes of Alfred's court. Though, you know, giving the classic, like, New Revised Standard Version benediction is Protestant.
Amen.
Awfully Protestant. But
thank you, my king.
The idea of Alfred being extremely pious, extremely interested in medical texts, apparently you're fine now. Cool. Okay.
You are a good
Bye.
king. I try to be there for my people. I cannot bear watching more innocent souls perish. I built...
etc. Yeah. Alfred is, really seems to be genuinely pious and does a lot of social programs, etc. And, you know, being the local lord, taking care of orphans, etc. was his responsibility. So that's good. Anyway, a little bit of trying to complicate the narrative the game itself is presenting about Alfred Good. Alfred, of course, paid tribute to the Vikings. The sources from Wessex say he paid tribute to the Vikings. This isn't really a controversial idea. Of course he is. It's a necessity, right? You pay off the Vikings in order to give yourself time, right? By this logic, Charles, the Emperor Charles, was a client king. I mean, to be fair, I'm actually overstating it. Right, they could not have deposed Charles. They could have just made life very miserable for him. But Alfred, right, there isn't a long period where he isn't. But look at this little bit of glorification. He was the first to successfully free himself and his people from the constraints imposed by foreign rulers. This is a little bit of our garbage. This is a little bit of hot garbage rolling in around here. I don't love it. The reason I don't love it is that this praises the imposition of foreign rule upon Englishness, upon English people, as an aberration, and as something that requires liberation from. In other words, it casts the Viking phenomenon as akin to settler colonialism and acts of colonial resistance being good and worthy of glorification. Given how poorly actual settler colonialism in in early modern context and modernity, given how much harm that has caused, and the reluctance to acknowledge colonial resistances as this grand unadulterated good in general society. It is in fact hypocritical, and it colors it as English identity shouldn't be colonized. But we're not going to comment. We're going to be apolitical, in heavy air quotes and heavy sarcasm, about other forms of colonialism and colonization. I don't like it. I do not like this at all.
I've seen my vision come to
It is
life.
enough to say that Alfred
And yet we
did
are
free
still
himself.
in harm's way.
We do not need to make
That's
the
why I
judgment
need the
of
Witten's
this
approval.
is
We
good.
must build as many burhs. Our
Right, that it is a
strongholds
feat
as
worthy of
necessary,
respect,
spread
and that he did
across the
something
land,
grand
with each of
for
these strongholds overseen by trained men,
proper English identity.
able to protect
Right?
us when the time
There,
comes.
it's subtext,
You've
but
thought
it's
this
there.
through.
It is enough to simply say that
And yet I am being stifled
he
by
did
the
in
very men
fact
supposed to
manage
support
to
me.
stabilize his
Thanks to our
kingdom and
mills,
expand his
I can assure
authority
my
to be
people
very
aren't out of
stable
bread.
by the end of the
That is,
880s or
only
early
if I keep away from
890s.
the loans. I'm more fit to rule than to bake, I'm afraid.
And our lovely apocryphal story of Alfred being garbage at baking. Totally apocryphal, not in any early source. But people do love it because it makes him sound human and flawed and relatable. So, yeah. Joyous. Just joyous.
We've reached the bishop's residence. This is where I leave you. The nobles are waiting for me at the Witten Hall. I'm counting on you, Elrich.
I will get his approval, my lord.
Our future depends on it.
The game overall does quite like Alfred, as it turns out. Cool. We are down to the last thing. Here in Winchester, which means we are on track to just be able to finish up this quest. We're actually very close to done. Most of this quest was the random slow walk around town, talking about how cool Alfred is. I do like Alfred, don't get me wrong, I do like Alfred the Great. I think he's very interesting as a historical figure, and I think a lot of his social and literacy programs are really cool and produce a lot of really interesting texts. It's just also possible to overstate that. Anyway, bishops. TLDR, bishops are simultaneously the local religious authority and are appointed by secular kings. Lay investiture is what this called in, and is the norm in this period. And so were appointed and expected to participate in lay secular society and lay secular functioning, like monasteries, but on a much more politically impactful scale. And so bishops get told as participating in battles, rallying people, etc., being parts of hostages, negotiations, and all of that jazz. And so this is a 12th to 13th century manuscript of St. Cuthbert meeting King Ecgfrith of Northumbria, from the Vita Cuthberti, a text made by Bede. Up! The void! The void intrudes! Oh no. We're good. We're good. Nailed it. King and clergy. Christianization of Anglo-Saxon peoples. Invested in the church a lot, and so it is a top-down conversion. This is true. They're really proud in the very early period, 8th, 9th, early 9th century, 7th century, all through there, that Pope Gregory the Great, supposedly, is the person who sends the first main missionary, Augustine, to Kent to try and convert the people there. Really proud of that. But he converts the King of Kent, imposes it, and then you get the establishment of Canterbury as a diocese very quickly thereafter. But the church is a powerful ally, and lay investiture right there. Exactly. This is a super complicated process that ends up culminating when the Holy Roman Emperor, at the end of the 11th century, goes too far, and about a 30-year-long investiture crisis results that means in the early 1100s, the Pope claims, and is like everyone else agrees, that, you know, he actually has the power. He is the one with the sole power to pick bishops. I think it is Matthew Paris, actually. The super is, yeah, 1255 to 1259. This is Matthew Paris of St. Oswald. Church power structure. Departure of Romans from the territory in the 5th century upset the power structure of the church okay, so there's a little bit of an illusion here, in that there are reconversion efforts, like I just mentioned, from Canterbury, from Rome, to reconvert people. It's not that it upset the power structure, it completely devastated it. There's also influence from Ireland in the reconversion process, and so in terms of manuscript culture, England and Ireland develop a very unique and visibly unique style that is known as insular art.
Brother, I'm looking for the bishop. What for? It is a subject I need to discuss with the bishop alone, at once.
Suit yourself. He's over there reading the day's missives.
Yay. Hello, sir. I like his red robes. His red robes are very fancy.
It is customary for people to introduce themselves, young man.
I'm Brother Elrich of Runepura Abbey.
You saved our precious relic from the Isle of Ely.
Yes, I do. It was such a long time ago.
Yet here you stand. What brings you to Winchester?
King Alfred seeks the Lord's support to implement his laws with the nobles.
Far be it for any man to speak in the name of the Lord. What are these laws King Alfred is pushing?
More control. Sole ruler. More control.
If he is to protect Wessex against the heathen threat, King Alfred needs the lords to trust his strategies to ensure we will withstand other attacks.
What kind of strategies?
He wants to surrender. Perfect. Nailed it.
He wants to extend the stronghold system he began with Winchester. He sees these burhs as the best answer against the heathen attacks. A way for every man and woman in the land to seek refuge.
But how can I be sure that I will be helping our Lord and not merely supporting one man's pride?
I mean, Alfred has a reputation already.
King Alfred is a man of God.
Like, he already...
He wishes to unite the kingdoms
like,
through common
he was...
he
spent time in Francia, learning from clergy then. He, as a child, went to Rome on pilgrimage, and was, I believe, anointed by the Pope at that. But don't quote me on that one.
This matter with my brothers and come to a decision.
Etc. So, you know, there is plenty there are plenty of evidence before the 890s, or I guess late 870s, that Alfred was devoutly
We
Christian.
won the war! Let us lick our wounds and go home to our wives!
We've won a single battle. By the skin of our teeth. We must be
what's
ready
the best representation of Vikings in video games? It's hard to say, because games...
Paying the Danes tribute will only encourage them to stay and ask for more.
Games have to replicate a lot of things that people expect, and that makes it very difficult to say best in terms of strict historical accuracy. I also haven't played all of them. Right? There's things like...
not just for my kingdom's sake,
Expeditions
But for
Vikings
all of us,
that I haven't played that are supposedly quite good.
Your ambitions are very clear. Lord
But, you know, something like the...
Indeed. Can we trust you to lead our men?
Oh, for God's
This is
sake.
preposterous. Have I not
Exactly.
earned your trust?
Honestly, in some ways, this game is probably the best representation. As flawed and as problematic as it can get to be, it does do some things extremely well and show a level of complexity that is sometimes never otherwise
I
portrayed.
have come to voice the Church's support. Our Lord's will is in alignment with
So, you know, I
Alfred's
might actually just go for this game, as potentially surprisingly,
are men
potentially
of
extremely
faith,
unsurprisingly.
You will give your assent.
Noble men, what say you?
Well,
Despite my doubts, I will not go against our Lord's
Thank you.
wishes. You have my support.
And ours as well, for now.
for now.
Let it be known that the Witan agreed. To prove my good faith, allow me to demonstrate the efficacy of my strongholds. Please follow me.
Let's go, Alfred. We get to play as
What have you
Alfred.
got in mind? I'll take them to the beacon. When my watchmen respond, they will see that this system works. Elrich, I am immensely grateful for what you've done to...
Yeah, let's talk about this. Alfred and the English. So, the idea of the Anglo-Saxon, all the English race and the people which are in East Anglia. So, you know, basically, Alfred aspirationally in the treaty tries to establish an ethno-group of the English people from Cornwall across southern England up through Mercia. This is entirely aspirational. He is not successful at generating this identity. In fact, it's unclear the extent to which Alfred cared about common people recognizing that identity versus the elite power structures of his day really having a sort of consenting to his broader claims towards rule and treaty. This is a convenient shorthand, though one that obviously does eventually, gradually, thanks to a mix of political and other means, develop into an actually English identity by around the turn of the 11th century, around time for the Normans to show up.
I've built bonds with them. Seeing Addleston baptized showed me my true wish. I understand.
Yeah, Tomton Ball, that is a funky thing.
The Danes are not ultimately
There's nothing beyond the sea, referring to England, that thing that they totally knew about a lot.
I can't do it from Runcorn Abbey.
Your devotion is inspiring. I'll see to it that you be relocated to another minster, Elrich. I have just the one in mind.
We are actually going to get through here, I think. I think by about just over an 8-hour mark, which is not bad. Right? I think it'll take us about 8 to 8.5 hours to get through this whole game, which is hilarious. This whole discovery tour, which is great. It's what I wanted. If we just did the main quests, it would have been about 4 hours. But as you can see, there's some deeply questionable things coming up. Oh, RAM, game, video game. Please don't lag. You've been doing so good. You've been doing so good. Please, please don't. I can't get too far ahead of this guy though, otherwise he'll just stop and the trigger won't start.
Right, I'll go.
My key! Can't. My key! You can't. It's beneath you.
If I won't do it myself, then I cannot expect my people to.
Away we go! Up, up, up. He should not be doing this. He 100% should not be doing this. The dude is right, but the legendary Alfred continues to do his thing. Now near them, the Azores are not known to actually have been settled by Norse people. Right, the evidence for the people who were in the Azores pre-1400s being Norse is incredibly disjointed and faint. So let's not go claiming that they're made it to the Azores, because that is so speculative. I'm not here for it. Anyway, Alfred's legacy has been secured. So as I said, the Burgle Hidaj is a manuscript that details the list of burghs or fortifications that were spread around, mostly along the Thames, from this project that Alfred did. It is quite an impressive document. I'm surprised it didn't get brought up in any of the discovery points here, but it is super cool and shows that his actions did result in a big network of fortifications that was actually quite successful. It's pretty cool. Now, let's go over to Jorvik and look at trade in the Viking Age and commerce. The historical consultant here, Kat Yarman, has a book out this year called River Kings. I haven't finished it. I started it just a few days ago to get ready for this, but it is an incredibly gripping read, and I highly recommend going to pick it up. She follows a bead found in Repton that is made out of carnelian, that is from Gujarat in India and was found in Repton, and so kind of backwards constructs different stages of its potential journey to have made it into 9th century Mercia.
The sky should remain clear for this afternoon.
It's a shame they did not marry at dawn. Light brings beauty to the fore.
Is she anyone I know?
You can bid her good day the next time you spy in the earth.
Never fear. I'll have plenty of time for beauty while I help
Yep,
Edith
the
prepare.
cotton, that's so
You should not let
that
Trig labor
is
alone
the
too long, lest he
cotton
fail
fire.
his husbandly duties
So
at a
much of his
crucial
collection was
moment.
destroyed. The Beowulf manuscript got damaged
I need to spend some time
from
in the shop.
that same fire in
And there's the matter
1739.
of your gift.
The closest kept secret in all our 20 years of marriage. I'm impressed you've been able to hold your tongue.
You surprise me every day. I thought it time I returned the favor, at least once.
You already have. I may have grumbled when you woke me, but the sunrise was especially beautiful.
Tomorrow then, as well?
Let's get through today first.
They're adorable. Who was in the army? The Scandinavians could have been accompanied by descendants from Viking settlements in Francia, Frisia, Scottish Islands, the Hebrides, and Ireland, lured by the promise of wealth and new social opportunities. The settlers were both common folk and aristocracy, but they shared some hope of building a new life. Women were present, true, some independent, true, others married, supporting their families. True. Some potential movements. One of the new studies here is the study of the population genomics of the Viking world, which is open access. You can just find it online. And it does some magnificent studies of it's the largest genetic study of Viking type burials ever done. It's pretty cool. And Jorvik was rebuilt. It grew, more houses grouped together. This is good. This is good. Jorvik is a major emporia in the Viking Age, though obviously it is extremely old site. It's Roman. And this is the Coppergate helmet. I mean, I can play the game first, if it's not broken, yeah. You can play in first person. I don't really know why I want to, but you can. Okay. World. I need to make sure I'm going to the right things. Okay. So, the quest area is only going to take us around here, which means we are going to go pick up a bunch of these before we go into this. So, We're gonna be running around completely opposite from the quest for a hot second, in order to take a look at some of these other discovery sites. By the way, this is the other quest where I think this game, this discovery tour I should say, lives up to the potential it has as a digital museum. Okay, so we're basically, you know, talking about Vik, Bay, Inlet, Vikinger, or Vich as the name of a trade town, etc. etc. It's an emporia, one of very many emporias across the northern medieval world. And as a result, it gets a lot of really cool things. Oh, okay, Bahamut, sounds good. The VOD will be here, as always. Long VOD, but a super duper good stream. Right, I'm having a great time. Naming the world. So, selection locations from early medieval England whose names have their origins in Old Norse. Anglo-Saxons named the cities and towns before the Vikings arrived and continued to rename them long after the Vikings settled. So Eberacum is Eofarwich, is Jorvik, is York. Ta-da! They're showing just a few. There are very, 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 very many of these. Fear not. Verticality. Oh, that was a Roman statue of Hebe, probably? I think that's what we figured out it was. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The giant Roman statues all around are just fine. After his capture by the Vikings, Jorvik grew quickly in land wealth and people. It became a center of commercial power. Note, it is worth knowing that despite Jorvik, or Eofarwich, being significantly smaller than Norse Jorvik, it still was an important site for the Northumbrian Witan and the civil strife going on when the Great Viking Army lands in the 860s. There's actually a civil war going on in Northumbria, and so they're kind of able to just mop up both kings, including Alla, who, if you've watched the Viking TV show, is this big powerful king who challenges and kills Ragnar. No. He was a pretender to the throne that wasn't even accepted by the nobles of Northumbria, according to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. Anyway, Jorvik was still a archbishopric, even in the Norse period. It's important to remember, right? It's never as clear-cut as we might suggest. Oh good, King Alfred, thank you. Slavery! You know, you were asking about it. Like these found in Ireland. Hey, these are the ones that Watcher mentioned very early in the stream from the National Museum of Ireland. Scandinavian slavers may have brought slaves. Note, yes. Even though Christianity opposed slavery, in theory there were many, many enslaved people. By the way, I don't like their language. This is not very inclusive language, and this is not very decolonial language. So, enslaved people to foreground the fact that they are people. Right, this is the trafficking in humans. So, Christianity opposed enslavement. In theory, there were many enslaved people in early medieval English society. Scandinavian settlers may have bought enslaved people from local pre-conquest English communities. Enslaved people worked in both Anglo-Saxon and Scandinavian communities in farming, construction, and more. While enslaved people did not have legal rights, some might be able to save enough money to buy their freedom. So, we're just going to edit that language a bit to be better. It's difficult to do inclusive language, but it's really important to make sure that enslaved people are foregrounded as people and not as commodities in order to resist and respect the violence that is inflicted upon them and the fact that they had worldviews. Right, it is easy to erase their worldview and say, oh, you know, like, you know, modern, in the 7th or 18th century, people didn't really oppose slavery. Yeah, it sucked, but, like, you can't judge people by modern standards. Well, we can judge people by enslaved people's standards, because enslaved people are people, and I bet you, in every circumstance, every single time, enslaved people despised the fact that they were being enslaved and found it cruel and horrifyingly violent. You know. Jorvik rebuilt the Roman fortress, and we got the multangular tower with its 14th century addendum on top of it. It's grand. Jorvik eventually becomes bigger than Hevebu, or Hebu, and Birka, two famous Scandinavian commercial centers. It's grand. And well, we can't expect it to get everywhere. This is designed to be used for like high school classrooms, or to be viable to use in high school classrooms. I'm talking about, you know, repeated sexual assault. Probably is a good way to make sure that educational boards get real excited real fast. Just saying. The mint. Jorvik does have a mint. It's the only mint, or one of the main mints, outside of Wessex. But they're great. They're great. And York Archaeological Trust has a bunch of really cool work. Another one, York Archaeological Trust's reputation is phenomenal as a collector of site, or as an archaeological foundation. And Kat Yarman's credentials as an archaeologist are absolutely flawless. And she clearly got a lot of influence in the writing of a lot of these blurbs, and it shows. It shows. Wilfera does a lot of conversion work in the 9th century. Powerful English people rubbed shoulders with powerful Scandinavians. This gave them the chance to introduce Christian ideas to pagan chieftains. And I don't love this one. In fact, it's extremely likely that many of them had encountered Christians before. Right? Let's revise that statement to make it way stronger, because we have the evidence to suggest it, both from contemporary writings, from the continent, and from later Norse sagas. And the thing that's not mentioned in that blurb is the negative pressure, right? A lot of the positive pressure, people getting a chance to talk with them, persuade them, interact with them. And what's not a lot being said is like trade restrictions, social ostracization, the public performance of Christian rituals in a relatively obnoxious way, negative pressures to encourage people to convert, to be able to participate in these aspects of life. So there it is, right there, in order to trade goods with Christians or to climb social and political ladders. Right there. Right, as I said, they split it up into two blurbs. So fair play video game, fair play. Conversion to Christianity shaped both one's life and afterlife. As someone lay dying, they might convert to Christianity. You know, Emperor Constantine did that. And this person appeared to do the same thing. This gravestone is known as a hogback design, which some of these hogback designs have this little hash pattern, which is how we know that wooden shingles were used on longhouses in early medieval England and Scandinavia. It's grand. So, where are we going to now, and what can we pick up on the way? We'll pick up this, and then we'll pick up this. And actually, we'll probably clean up basically the whole thing, because as we're going, we'll just go boom, boom, boom through Coppergate, pick up this, we'll do these, and then we'll pick up these on the end. Who's closest? Seems like you are basically closest. Giant Roman statue, by the way. Hello. Goodbye. Fab. By the way, if you are just joining, or if you have been joining and lurking, hello and welcome. Quick, when we have everyone in chat, post your favorite emote quick to say hello. And to introduce myself, My name is Adam. I am a trained historian. You can see my exact degrees by typing !about in chat. But I am a trained historian. We've been going through the Discovery Tour Viking Age in order to show what it does well, what it does badly, some of the things that I like about it, elaborate on things, and then really get to see in some detail how they're thinking about a digital interactive museum space. So in this case, a really good example that they are using here, the difference between the words shirt and skirt. They are the same, derived from the same word in Proto-Germanic, the ancestor language to both Old Norse and Old English. But shirt is the English derivations of West Germanic languages, so it's what we expect in Old English. Skirt is a borrowing from Old Norse. It preserves an SK sound where Old English orthographically has SC, and is pronounced SH, sorry. In Old English phonetics is SH.
Jorvik, now called York, is a great example of how Anglo-Saxon and Norse civilizations merged over time. Its multiple docks and narrow streets filled with exotic supplies welcomed international traders.
So, in short, they are basically using,
thriving hub,
Coppergate
and
as
level designers used Coppergate,
the
one of the
design
city's
for
most
the whole city.
notorious landmarks.
Totally reasonable.
Known at the time as the Cup Street, where merchants sold handmade cups and pots, it was taken as a reference and extended to the rest of the town. With its small wooden houses and stalls tightly built together, Jorvik clashes with stone-built Anglo-Saxon towns.
Totally reasonable. Okay, let's get going into Coppergate. Look how cool Coppergate is. And also they're doing the same thing as they did in Örnsköldsvik, where they're using these like split wood roads, which we see from medieval Bricken, part of Bergen in Norway. Anglo-Scandinavian fashion. Wool is used, and then linen. Silk had to be brought all the way from the Eastern Roman Empire and China, etc. They had different fashion styles, this is true, and this is, the brooch of Pitney is a gorgeous, gorgeous example. Like, I've seen this one, it is exactly as spectacular as it looks. Zoomed up to here, you'll love it. And there is a really cool hybridized aesthetic design that appears. It's super cool. I do dearly love it. Where is the... there you are. By the way, there's a question about where did slaves sold in Dublin go to. It is a misconception that most of them went to the Umayyad Caliphate or to the Byzantine Empire or the Eastern Roman Empire. Most of them were traded locally.
Both of their languages sounded similar and had diverged only a few centuries before.
This is true.
To help actors during the recordings, the voice design team relied on linguists such as runologist Maya Bakval of Uppsala University.
Maya Bakval is good people. I know them mostly through the internet.
Were then written in three versions.
Once in person, I think.
English for context, in the original
good people,
language,
and has done work
Latin,
on historical games
Old
before
Norse,
too.
Old English,
So
and
if you
in
like this
phonetics
stuff,
for accurate
do learn it.
pronunciation.
Or their name.
Pronunciation, like that.
I do
Interestingly,
not remember
it felt quite
pronouns.
natural for Icelandic actors to pronounce Old
So.
Norse. Well, they wouldn't need a dictionary if their great-great-great-great-grandparents were
Anyway,
around to
go look up
translate.
Maya Bakval
Though that
for
would
more
be very
work that,
unlikely.
like, of this kind of thing if you've enjoyed this. Obviously, strict publications, but some really cool work. Anyway, it is in no way, shape, or form a surprise. For Iceland, the daughter language that bears the most similarity to Old Norse, to be comfortable in Old Norse, given that a lot of Icelandic people will say that they can more or less sort of read Icelandic sagas written in Old Norse. A lot of them will struggle with some vocabulary, but it does bear a really marked similarity grammatically, where you can usually piece it together. Anyway, Coppergate. From every corner of the world, craftsmen, craftswomen, potters, weavers, silversmiths, blacksmiths, leathersmiths, bread makers, glass makers, comb makers, sculptors of wood, horn, antler, stone, bone, and more, etc., etc., etc. So many things. And they might also find enslaved people. You know, there is a market for human beings. For slavery played a large role in the social and economic structure of medieval Scandinavia and England. Hooray! But yes, most enslaved people appear to have been traded locally. There are some exporting to farther away lands, but it is a misconception that is based primarily in Orientalism to shunt the most of the Northern European trade in peoples to far-off foreign lands. Anyway, this is the carnelian bead that is the focal point of Kat Yarman's book River Kings, and tracing this bead's journey from India to Repton in the time of the Great Viking Army is the point of that book. As said, I haven't finished it, but I can already highly recommend it. It's incredibly accessible and a immaculately researched and narratively gripping read. You'll love to see it. Next up. Another thing. The Knar. The ocean-going trader. It's on the Times Book of the Year list. Oh, that's incredible. Well-deserved. Incredibly well-deserved. River Kings, as I said, I only picked it up a couple days ago while researching for this, so I haven't finished it, but it is an exceptional book. Anyway, so the Knar is the trading vessel. It's got a deck, unlike a longship, and is much deeper draft, much slower vessel, can carry a lot of material. So they use the Klostadskipet Viking ship, and a replica of it. Anyway, a few more places, but main quest. Randvi. Thank you, Randvi, you are now... And hey look, it's Trig, freed and a business partner. How are you doing?
Started unloading without me, I see.
Hello? Hello? Oh, I need to pick up the thing. Okay. Fine.
Heavy labor before getting married. Your bride won't want to seal the covenant with a kiss.
If you don't want me to sweat so much, you can help me move these wares to our stall.
I wish they glammed up Trig's outfit a little bit to represent the fact that he's been a free man for 14 years now. He could be dressed far better. But man, Thorstein's tunic just gets better the more I look at it. It's so good.
Never dared ask what drew you to her. I know there are many fine Norse women who were devastated when you announced your betrothal.
She brought me to our Lord and Savior.
Also, Trig converted.
Jesus Christ. I know that doesn't seem like much to some, yet she also thinks differently. Every conversation is a discovery of where our family traditions overlap and where they differ.
A meeting of hearts and minds, then. You are doubly blessed.
Thrice, Thorstein, for your friendship and our new trade partnership.
Your hard work made me a rich man.
So, yeah, Trig is a formerly enslaved person, and the idea here, you know, that someone might free their enslaved person, might manumit someone that they had formerly enslaved, and then maintain a close social bond to them as equal or relatively equal freemen, more equal freemen, is actually well attested in sagas. So I am not offended by this at all.
I have fine wools from across the sea, mead and honey from the lands to the south, and warm winter pelts.
Also the right things to be trading. Lumber, amber,
I've traveled
furs,
from the Caliphate in search of gifts
and
for the
enslaved
wedding of my
people
daughter.
coming out of
I
Scandinavia.
need 16 ells of wool, the pelt of a large bear,
And I also
3
like
pots
that we
of
have
summer
someone
honey.
like Salim here
prices
from
You've heard true.
the probably the
Let me tell you
Umayyad
the
Caliphate in Iberia.
For all those goods, I would ask a mere 2 ounces.
This is drawn out of the world travel narratives such as that of Al-Ghazali. Not fully identified as historical diplomat who went from
Good day to you,
Iberia
We're
up to
looking for
Ireland,
donations to
spoke
help
with
sick
the
and
supposed
poor.
king of Dublin
Do you
around
have
there,
anything you could
and then
offer?
went to
Noble cause,
Hedivir.
certain.
So,
think.
right, there is a account supposedly of a 9th century person
I can give you some mead and some meat to fill empty bellies.
from the Islamic
afraid I
world
can do
traveling
more.
in the British
Any
Isles.
donation is welcome,
So Salim
brother.
is
The Lord
totally
favors
historically
those who
plausible.
give
It's
joyfully.
great. And big on them for putting that in consciously without particularly worrying about it. Also, we then immediately interact with a nun despite ourselves being presumably
Bjorn.
crime signed but not converted.
It's been many months.
So-
How goes the northern trade?
Not well. The Picts are savages.
Hey, that's
the
rude.
Angles are a little better. They all want something for nothing, with no middle ground to be had.
Surely that's the nature of business, my friend.
You're not
Finding
good
a
at
bargain
business
that will
and you
work for
suck.
everyone.
Not when I owe money to Guthrum, it isn't. Can I count on you, Thorstein? If his men come for me, will you stand by my side?
Take the cloak pins from that shelf and sell them in the marketplace. They'll fetch a fine price for little effort.
Enough to keep Guthrum happy while I find buyers for my other wares, to be sure.
Turns
You've
out,
saved
trying
me
to
the
betray
pain.
Guthrum appears to have gone
Thank you.
poorly for him. But also, he's a jerk. Bartering and Hacksilver. So, you know, without negotiating my hens, you can get exchange for 3 walrus tusks. A lot of hens, by the way. The correct answer to that is a lot. Practice of silver hacking. So, when you get your hands on silver, you break them up. Because the large objects are not useful, but small pieces of silver are, of relatively known weight. And then you can melt hack silver down into a bullion. Such as the mold, and then this piece of silver. This can be further melted down to print coins, in some cases, but didn't have to be. Also, some things would be less likely to get melted down. For instance, Arabic dirhams, which already are a known weight of relatively pure silver, tend to get preserved extremely well in silver hoards, and so there are a ton of Arabic dirhams that appear to mostly come through the Emporium at Lake Lagoda on the Baltic Sea. Like, it's estimated up to 90%, or I've seen estimates up to 90% of all Arabic dirhams in Scandinavia come from that one site on the Russian coast. And stone sculptures. Sculpted stone in order to do stuff. About 400 Anglo-Scandinavian stone sculptures were erected between the 9th and 11th centuries, suggest that the Danelaw's population was growing and becoming wealthier to afford these. True. Some of these are both Christian and non-Christian symbols. For instance, the cross features both a crucified Christ and some of these like knotwork patterns that are stereotypically pre-Christian Scandinavian. This could mean that Christian and pagan beliefs were becoming more and more woven together in Anglo-Scandinavian society. A good example of this is something like the Gosforth cross. The Gosforth cross is erected in the 10th century and shows scenes both of Ragnarok and is, well, you know, a cross. And some of our best depictions, including one of 3 things that we can one of 2 things that we can say with a high degree of confidence depicts the god Loki. We'll come back to Loki later.
Hello. I would like to commission a runestone to commemorate many years of happiness and success.
Also, this is
A
adorable.
fine choice with many options.
I was afraid of that. Show me.
First, you will need to select the type of stone.
We can use granite or limestone, we're going to use granite because granite is obviously superior.
It will weather the elements for generations.
Right, limestone will be shiny, but it's going to decay awfully quickly.
Yes, it is.
So,
Then let us continue. Now you will need to choose what you want engraved on your runestone.
something romantic, something classical, something cheeky.
Love me. I love you, Gunhilda. Kiss me. I know you well.
A declaration for the ages. Is this the inscription
You are correct,
want?
Blood. Mjolnir, depictions of Thor, such as at the Altuna runestone, and on the Gosforth cross,
Did you have something else
are
in mind?
relatively
Now
common.
you will need to choose what you want engraved.
Yeah. Something classical.
Love conquers all. Let us too.
Citing his Roman authors. Aren't you
Sometimes
proud
the
of
words we
Thorstein?
need
He's
best
become
come
so
from
educated.
another's tongue. Is this the inscription?
Chat, which one are we going for?
Maybe not.
Did you have something else? Now you will need to...
Gunhilda loved me when I was in Stavanger.
Since she loves you still, it must be some loving indeed.
This last one, by the way, is actually attested in a runic inscription from medieval Norway, or from Viking-Age Norway. So, there's definitely cases of using runes carved as graffiti. It's not from a runestone, it's a graffiti type carving, so someone kind of trolling. I believe the first one is also a form that's attested, and obviously citing classical authors is known from, well, English texts, less so from runestones themselves. Right, there are multiple of these that are attested. They did a good job on actually like using plausible, if not directly attested, examples. Romantic one? Forgot about. Exactly. Right. You all got baited. The first one, then.
Maybe not.
Did you have something else in mind? Now you will need...
Love me.
A declaration. Is this the inscription you want?
Yes.
Their relationship is
I'll get
adorable.
started on it right away. Your wife is sure to be happy with the results. All that remains is to confirm the design you would like me to carve for you.
Gladly.
A new mixed identity. The church often framed the world in black and white, depicting Christians and heathens both fighting a raging war for the supremacy of their beliefs. Or the truth is much more nuanced. Indeed. Heathens and Christians managed to overcome their differences, coming together as people living under the same rulers and sharing the same land. This is true. However, it seems possible, or at least theoretically possible, to still identify Danish populations in Northumbria, because in 1002, in the St. Brice's Day massacre, King Athelred II, Unrad, the poorly counseled, or unready, orders the killing of all Danish people, men, women, and children, in England. It's fucking atrocious. See us, Sesostris. We are getting there. We are getting into the part. By the way, if people, we are coming up onto the mythological section, which is far and away the most ratty quest in the game, in not very long. So if you have not yet, this will be a great time to try and bring people in, because they get so many things wrong in Quest 8, which we are about probably 20 minutes away from, that you're not going to want to miss it. Anyway, I would say, right, there's definitely that our entry is pretty good. Anyway, are we going to go for a Christian cross with these words carved on it somewhere, or are we going to go for a classical runestone? Which one do you think, chat? Are we secretly Christian? Or perhaps not so secretly Christian? The chunk. The chunk. We're going for the big chunk.
A nicely hewn runestone.
Yeah.
It is tall and proud. A runestone will declare your words to the world for all the ages. It is a symbol of strength, wealth, and remembrance. Do you want a runestone?
Yes.
A good, solid runestone will soon be yours then. I am certain your wife will be delighted with the results. Then we are all done.
Hooray. We got a few things to do over there, including Trigg's wedding. Let us go the fastest way across the water. Whee! We're so fast, so speedy. Anyway, thing number 1. The coastal trader. So coastal traders are sometimes seen as the little sister of the cargo ship. The two were different in looks, load, and function. Coastal traders were rounder and much higher freeboard than the cargo ship, also a lot lighter. This is what's also primarily used for fishing vessels, is a ship like this. Much more on oars to navigate rivers, usually 10 to 15 people. So it's used for domestic cargo, including fish along the Scandinavian coast, and still able to travel overseas. So this is a replica of the Viking ship Skudelev 3. The Skudelev ships are ships that were sunk in Roskilde Harbor in the Viking Age deliberately, and so are incredibly well preserved as a result. And so this is one of the relatively smaller ones, probably a fishing and lightweight trading vessel for the for local jaunts around Denmark, Shetland, and Sweden. Anyway, bioarchaeology. Bioarchaeology primarily uses stable isotope analysis to study the diets and migration patterns of archaeological material and human. AC, we are in York. Can we get a wahe? It's just, that's the most basic primer to bioarchaeology anyone could ask for. We also primarily aren't taking skull samples for bioarchaeological analysis, as far as I know. Anyway.
When the threads get tangled like that, you need to take a walk.
The cross and the hammer. The slow merging of Christian and pagan beliefs can be seen in these two artifacts. This pendant of Thor's hammer has been decorated with a Christian cross right in the center there. The person who wore it likely had some blend of beliefs. Also, the mold has been carved to do both a Mjolnir pendant and Christian cross pendants. It's able to do both. This is from Ribe, I believe. I'm pretty sure this one was found in Ribe. It is now stored in National Museum in Copenhagen.
One small move and you'll need
Hooray.
to get the whole.
But yeah, we are in York because Thorstein and Gunhilda settled in York and are now wealthy traders.
One small.
I don't know if you like rumours, but I do, and rumour has it York is one of England's most haunted cities. Built by the Romans, it's said that ghosts of fallen soldiers still roam the city, inspiring a locally brewed beverage, the Centurion's Ghost. Must be a pale ale. To emulate this mystical atmosphere, level designers took the opportunity to place an underground location, reusing Roman-era abandoned sewers. It's a way for players to walk around unnoticed.
But what if ghosts? Nailed it.
Easy to say, harder to do.
Okay, let's make sure we've cleaned up everywhere, because this is the last bit of the quest. We have hit all of the sites in Jorvik, which means we are all good to finish this up, and then get into the real spicy stuff.
Come back with a clear head.
We are going to get back to the real spicy stuff very, very soon. Hello, Trick.
Well, you made it. And it seems you washed. Both admirable qualities in a husband.
I try to hold myself to some kind of standard.
The trick is to let it slip, little by little,
Indeed.
as the years go by.
Is this truly your advice on how to begin a marriage?
No, my friend. It's advice on how to end one.
He's got such a sharp tongue. I do love it. The sardonic humor that they wrote Thorstein with is incredibly well attested for saga heroes and saga situations. So I am a very,
of course,
very
my wife
happy
had an
that they
excellent
did that.
canvas to work with.
Ever the flatterer, Thorstein. Don't you know I'm soon to be a married
Yeah,
woman?
so
Which is why I must get all of my compliments in now, before you turn as haggard as Gunhilda.
she's right there, my man.
One of these days, she won't forgive you for these jests.
Then on that day, I hope the gods themselves will intervene.
Also, hey look, it's Aelrich.
Father Elrich. Trig brought me to one of those Christian gatherings last week. I didn't understand a word of it, but your conviction was riveting.
You honor me, Thorstein. Praise from the merchant with the silver tongue speaks volumes to my success in communicating God's glory.
It's a task you are most well suited for.
I try, my son.
They got to meet and hang out. Aren't they cute? I mean, yeah, he seems to have left monastic communities to instead do missionary work.
A merging of the traditions
Apparently.
of Northumbria and Norway, as Trig and Edith begin their new life together. Here, where Edith's mother and father are buried, may they give their blessing to this holy union as they watch from within the Lord's sight. Love is patient and kind. It is not boastful or proud. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails.
This is a very modern
Do you take
wedding
Edith
ceremony.
to be your wife, here in the sight
Right,
of
this
our
is a
Lord
very
and
modern
Savior
one.
Jesus Christ?
This does not seem to line up particularly well
do.
with early English wedding customs,
Edith,
but that's okay.
do you
Like,
take
let's be
Trig
honest,
to be your
it's
husband,
okay.
with Almighty God and your parents' souls as witness?
I do.
Then let no man separate what God has joined together.
By the way, shoutouts to the
Yours is the
doxology.
kingdom and the power and the glory forever.
There are medieval uses of the doxology. This is not
May
one of
Freya
them. And
bless you,
it's not
mend
it's not attached to the Lord's Prayer,
And
so
Thor
it's not that,
protect
but
you from
you know.
life's storms.
Thank you, my friends.
No, again, they're not forceful enough. We are ordering Thor to protect them from life storms. By the way, though that bit is attested, particularly storms at sea, it is well attested that in Olaf's Saga Tryggvasonar and other texts, that it was a belief that you pray to Thor to attempt to calm storms at sea. Anyway, right. Marriage is a political institution, but love does get to play a role. In this last case, a marriage between Christians and heathens would require the conversion and baptism of the non-Christian party. I agree, right, the idea that marriages were a driving force for change. It's one of very, very, very many, but you know, it is. And there's this. There's been some arguments made that in typically Norse ones, that in retrieval of a sword and the trade of swords is from an ancestral mound was occasionally practiced, though obviously once we get into Iceland and there are no ancestral mounds to break open, this gets tricky.
Thorstein! I've been looking everywhere. I said you would vouch for me, but they want the gold now!
Slow down, Bjorn. We'll talk to them together.
I fear they want to do more than talk, brother.
My husband and I are on our way home.
This won't take long, I promise. Keep that delicious stew of yours by the fire, and I'll be back before you can lay out the
So,
If you
by the
don't
way,
have him
once
home
again,
before
we are
moonrise,
just
I
coming
will
up into
come
Quest
find
8.
You won't like what happens after that.
Please, Thorstein, quickly!
Quest 8 is where they're getting into religion. I've not been kind to this game and how it's portraying religion. I will continue to not be kind to this game and how it is portraying religion. Bjorn was outlawed from Norway. We are not in Norway. Like, it's been 20 years and we are not in Norway. Spooky. So, if you are wanting to see the ranty version of me,
You cuddle him, my love.
We go to
He's a grown
Jotunheim
man, not an
and
errant
Asgard.
child.
Slaves talk, Gunhilda. If he returns to his family and
So
says we
if
mistreated
you
him,
are,
I might find
if you
myself
have
in a
friends
duel.
that you want to see all of the misconceptions about Norse mythology, all of them, all of the very many misconceptions about Norse mythology and religious practice, this is a great time to invite your friends to watch the stream, because we got some stuff coming up.
Where are you?
The TLDR, though, if you have to go, is that everything it is about to say is somewhere between
Thorstein?
misleading, popular
Thorstein,
misconceptions,
wait!
or factually wrong. Also, can we get an F in the chat to Thorstein?
I should know better than to ever doubt you.
Thorstein, where are you? Let me help you!
There is one really good last moment here before we get into it, so let's highlight this one. Thorstein has disappeared and Gunhilda is bereft. As the days turn to years, she has only one goal: to discover her husband's fate and, if necessary, to avenge him. This is good. This is attested from saga narratives. The women of the household should recruit people to assist in attempting to figure out what happened in what appears to be a murder. Right, this appears to be a killing of some kind, and therefore, as the closest surviving family member, while Gunhilda herself does not have the authority to prosecute the case herself or to enact vengeance, it is her responsibility to recruit people to assist her with that and make sure that justice is served. Because this is this is a murder. This is a killing that is unannounced. This is by every metric a murder. And this is the most severe crime able to be committed in medieval Scandinavian society. Thor, Harald Bluetooth, archaeologists and historians, Odin, etc. So, shall we? Who's ready for the happy fun time ride of... My first note is, here we go, you know the spiel, just go for it. If you have hung out around me for any length of time, you will have heard most of this before. If you have not, you're in for a ride.
How are you so quick to forget? I don't trust him.
We are in for a very, very, very wild ride.
What happened? I was just... I can't remember.
Uh-oh, no memory. Hello!
You! Come over here! Don't be shy!
Where am I?
Jotunheim, land of the giants. Loki thought it would be fun to play a trick on you humans.
I need a word with him.
Feisty! Don't waste the time. Loki's always up to no good. He probably did it so I wouldn't notice him stealing my stuff. And the scoundrel was right.
Yeah, you know, at least that's a well-written, well-delivered line. But Loki the Trickster. Of all the Scandinavian deities, Loki was the most chaotic and unpredictable. With his cunning, intelligence, tremendous magical powers, and shape-shifting abilities, he could do whatever he wanted. One teeny tiny problem, folks. There is virtually zero evidence to indicate that Loki was ever worshipped. One of the main tools we have when studying pre-Christian religions of the North, by the way, religions plural, we'll talk more about that in a moment. But one of our main tools is onomastics, or place name evidence. So if some place is called something like Ulshof, it probably makes sense to say that this is that at some point in the past there was a temple to the god Ullr, since that's what the name means, Temple of Ullr. There are zero place names about that use Loka or Loki as an element in Scandinavia. Zero. Zip, zilch, nada. Not a single one. No, that can be decided as old. I won't speak that there aren't any period, but the ones that we can identify as being old, Viking Age, not a one. There are also very few archaeological depictions of Loki. This is the one on the Gosforth Cross in Cumbria. The other one that we can identify as Loki with some degree of confidence is the Snaptun stone, a stone kept in Aarhus these days that was used as a hearthstone in around the year 1000. Probably made in Norway, found in Denmark. It shows a humanoid face with a long mustache, twirly mustache, and mouth with crossbars sewed on the lips. So we can say with some confidence that that's, probably Loki with his mouth sewn shut. Cool. That's it. There is one other one, the Kirkby Stephen stone, that will often get cited. I am of the opinion that that is a depiction of the devil, not Loki. So, in terms of textual attestations, our first attestation of Loki is in Høstlong, a poem by Thjodolfr of Finir in the first half of the 10th century, and then he's incredibly prominent in Villesbau, Lokasena, Villesbau in the 10th century, Lokasena in the 12th century, stories in the Poetic Edda related to Sigurd, probably from the 11th century, and like Villesanga Saga from the 14th century, and is incredibly prominent in the prose Edda created in the 1220s. Thing is, from this, I think it is reasonable to conclude that Loki's status as a deity that was worshipped emerges in the late Viking Age, after the time period of this game, in Norway, in elite contexts, and we simply are observing a vast over-representation of that particular context, of an elite royal Norwegian interpretation of Old Norse religion that happened to include Loki. That's what gets transmitted into Iceland, and that's what informs the mythological material. I mean, it's saying he's a god. It's saying he's a god. Of all the Scandinavian deities, he's a god. He's not a god. He does not exist through most of the Viking Age, it appears. Period. As far as this account in this one, this is primarily out of the prose epilogue to the poem Lokasena, created in the Orkney Islands in the 12th century. But also the account given by Snorri Sturluson, the Icelandic law speaker, politician, and feuder in the 1220s. Now at this point, it's also worth mentioning...
I wish it was. Then I wouldn't be stuck cleaning up Loki's messes anymore.
Come. Snorri, and what are our sources? So, the prose Edda...
What do you mean supposed to be? I am Thor.
Yes, thank you, Thor. Please stop talking.
Your word for it. My mind feels like someone's...
The prose Edda, created in the 1220s, is regrettably our most complete source for Norse mythology. It is written explicitly as a poetry manual. Snorri, in the 1210s, went to Norway.
Without them, I cannot use my hammer. And without my hammer,
and
will
was
last
received
long
in the
in a
court
village
of
full of giants.
Haukonarsson,
So I need you to handle it.
Haukon IV
Once
of
you get
Norway.
my things, I will take you to the well of Mimir. Easy.
Thank you.
For you?
Will not be harmed. God's honor. Will be waiting for you here.
So he is Christian, he is devoutly Christian. He says several times that one should not believe in these stories because they are not Christian. This is purely for poetic stuff. He also says such wild claims as Thor is Hector from the Trojan War. The god Vidar, son of Odin and his avenger at Ragnarok, is Aeneas. Thor has his hammer, he just doesn't have the Meyngir and his gauntlets of might. Anyway, Thor, god of thunder. Point number 2. Thor is also god of fertility. As his chariot crossed the sky, he brought storms and rain that fed the things. Blah blah blah. So son of Odin and Jörd, preside over strength, physical and mental. He was a paragon of honor, courage, and luck. While he is sometimes depicted Thor as more brawn than brains, this does not align with his characterization as North or Smiths. This is true. The prose and poetic Edda, such as with poems like Alvismal, Lokasena, and Howard I hate that word. Thor was well-versed in poetry, especially his poems, stanzas for him tend to use Heiti, a sort of second name. Also protector of the people, was born as a talisman to promote good fortune. True. He is the most popular deity in the north. This is true. This is true. This entry, as far as it goes, is good. The problem is God of Thunder. Thor is ridiculously popular. Thor is more popular than Odin. But when I say Thor is a god of thunder, this is in fact a linguistic connection first proposed by Jakob Grimm, the linguist and folklorist, in his 1810s book Deutsche Mythologie. He looks at he looks at Old High German Donner, Old English Thunor or Thunras, and he looks at Thor and goes, okay, and looks at Mjolnir and goes, okay, all of these have relationships to the word thunder. Therefore, Thor must be a god of thunder because that's what his name suggests. Problem. In the Viking Age, Thor is not a god of thunder. He's a god of Adam of Bremen, writing in the 11th century, suggests that he presides over rain and fair weather. Olaf Saga Tryggvasonar says you maybe pray to him or invoke him to protect you from storms at sea. Cool. And he's by and large the protector of the social order. However, no mythological source says that he causes lightning or that the sound of the wheels of his wagon are thunder or anything of the sort. Not a bit. At some point in the past, he was a god of thunder. I am not disputing that. But Declan Tigert, a few years back, has a magnificent book called How Thor Lost His Thunder. Descriptive name, isn't it? And tells, in quite detail, that he's far more closely associated with volcanic eruptions and earthquakes in Viking-Age Scandinavia than he is with thunder. Therefore, he is not a god of thunder, and it is the most popular misconception. And it's a shame because the book is almost 5 years old at this point, and we really should know better. Like, go read the book and go demand the media to do better. Anyway, Yggdrasil. So they have talked a lot in previous entries in the Discovery Tour, is that Yggdrasil is said to be the tree of cosmos, or the cosmic tree. I've said it every time it's come up, we're gonna say it again. Pre-Christian Norse religions have no conception of cosmos. That is a Greek idea, that is not a Norse idea. So what actually is Yggdrasil? Its origins are unclear in the surviving mythological material. It just kind of appears. Odin doesn't create it, Vili and Via don't create it. Oh, it's only 4 years old. Okay. Well, that's slightly less bad. Anyway. Ymir doesn't create it. Ymir doesn't feed from it, or Oyvind doesn't feed from it. It just kind of materializes one day, sometime around the creation and the slaughter of Ymir. And it is important. Oyvind sacrifices himself from it. It actually, Yggdrasil means the tree of, or the steed of Ygr. Ygr is another name for Oyvind. His steed means that he hung himself from the place where he hanged himself, sacrificed himself to himself on, and therefore Yggdrasil. Boom. So what actually is it? Gisli Sigurdsson provides what I think is the most plausible interpretation, and the one that revives an old idea with a lot more care. He proposes that it is the Milky Way, and some of the beings that live in it, Veðurfylgnir, Eikthirnir, Dunar, Dunair, Dunathor, Ratatoskr, Nidhögr, etc., are constellations in the Milky Way. He does this very carefully, and far more successfully than some of his predecessors in this argument of about 100 years before him did. But really, I think that's a pretty solid guess as to if we need to try to picture what medieval Scandinavian peoples imagined when they thought of Yggdrasil. That's probably it. Anyway, the giants. In Norse mythology, the very first being was Ymir. He was created when the fires of Muspelheim and the ice of Niflheim melted into each other. The race of giants, the Jötnar, are said to have been born from the sweat of Ymir's armpits, also from his feet having sex with each other. Don't ask questions, it's better if you don't think about it. So, they consistently use the term giants. The word Jotun means devourer. It doesn't mean giant. However, it is not the only word used to refer to these beings. There are 3 main words. Oh yeah, no, just, you heard me. His feet had sex with each other and that gave birth to giants. Don't ask questions. He was taking a nap, he wasn't aware of any of it. Anyway, the 3 words for the quote-unquote giants are Risi, Feuds, and Jotun. So, these terms are interchangeable in the early period. Completely interchangeable. There's no obvious discerning between them. Yeah, Chad, you're worrying about it too much. We're moving on. They are also not large at this point. The Prose Edda is the first text to describe a supersized giant in Skrymir. Sinsilica, welcome, thank you for the follow. Came in at a great time. However, the traditional idea of a giant comes to us from modern folklore. Jötnar, the Risi, the Hrimthursar, whatever, preserve Risa is cognate with Old Norse Risi. You see the same process going on in Old High German and Old Norse, of them both being analogized to Latin gigantes. But in modern Icelandic, in the 19th century, there's a very clear distinction. Jötnar are strong, Feuds are stupid, and trolls are wicked, and dumb, and large. They're all very dumb, and large, and vicious, and stupid. And we see this going on in the later sagas, the texts from the 1300s, legends from then, where we're consistently getting huge giants. Anyway, I want to take a look at this one. To escape Odin, the other giants sailed away on Ymir's blood until they reached a new world, Jotunheim. This is not true. All but 2 of the giants of the first group of giants drowned when Ymir was killed. They were hit with a deluge of his blood, and it killed all but 2 of them. This is why the Jötnar tend to dislike the gods. Odin may have slightly committed genocide. And yes, you're thinking of Hreisvelgr blood. That is a giant eagle. The leader of the Muspels? No, it's the Muspel Senior, the sons of Muspel. Surtr was a cruel giant capable of great destruction. He is a volcanic spirit, as far as we can tell, and so the destruction wrought by Surtr at Ragnarok is a volcanic eruption of a style very typical in Iceland. Anyway, the giants are very tall and very blue. Also, Thorstein had a comment.
Are you lost, human?
They seem much more peaceful than in the sagas.
To which I would reply, there is a saga from the early 1300s called Grim's Saga Loðinkinna. And in that saga, our hero is set to marry the Princess of Norway. However, her wicked stepmother, who is from Finland and therefore definitely a demon, and a magic user, and all around unpleasant, turns her into a troll, or turns her into a ugly old woman, and sends her somewhere up north. To rescue her, Grimr sails up north, and his longship is almost immediately caught up in a storm. He finds out that the storm is from a giant, a Jotun in the giantish sense, that is playing with the boat as if it is a bath toy. And so he pulls out his bow and his and starts shooting it until it dies. And then he goes ashore and goes up to a cave and is told and overhears 2 more giants speaking, also still very large. And they are telling about how Grimr just murdered their 4-year-old daughter, who was playing in the fjord, taking a bath, and was using the boat as a bath toy. Grimr Loðinkinna's response, or Grimr Loðinkinni's response to this is to murder the parents. Mead was a sacred drink for the Norse people, made from fermented honey, water, and spices. The very first mead had another ingredient, blood, had magical powers, and could give the gift of poetry. Long ago there lived a god named Kvasir. Kvas, by the way, there's a drink that still is called Kvas. It's related to Kvasir. Kvasir was one of the most intelligent and knowledgeable creatures in the universe. He traveled a lot, sharing his wisdom until one day 2 dwarves, one of whom was named Fjalar, decided to keep his knowledge for themselves. They killed him, drained his blood, mixed the blood with honey. It creates mead. It gives anyone who drinks it the power of skaldskap. Skaldskap? Poetry. Norse people with poetic gifts were said to have tasted this magical mead, seen him in the magical horn from the Jotunheim story arc from the game. This is true. It misses parts of the story of how Odin came to acquire it, but that was done in the Jotunheim arc. That whole story was presented relatively intact in the game, in one of the story arcs, so I will not re-recount it here. So yeah, saga heroes are good people, folks. They definitely don't arbitrarily do murders of small children just because they don't understand them. Oh wait. Oh wait. Everything you thought you knew about the nobility of the Vikings is wrong.
What's your problem with those giants? They seem pretty peaceful to me.
They belittled me.
Those are supposedly Aegir's folk, and Aegir regularly hosted feasts for the Aesir according to the Prose Edda and the Poetic Edda. Right, Lokasena takes place at one of Aegir's feasts. So those Jötnar are actually pretty chill. They are not blue people though. Blue people are from Marvel.
Mimir as well. Must be certain Midgard is where you're meant to be. Mimir will know.
His name sounds familiar.
In the early days,
As far back as I can remember, my Father Odin,
the Vanir, the Aesir, and the Jötnar all appear to be about the same size, and that size is as big as they need to be.
So he too
Right, so Thor is, you know, able to wander around, disguise himself as a child, as a teenager, be fine, stand next to Thjalfi and not seem out of place. Thjalfi is mortal, by the way. Thjalfi is Thor's retainer in Thor's Draupa and is mortal. But he is also tall enough that in Himiskviða, when he fishes up the Midgard serpent and maybe kills it, contradicting the prose Edda, maybe kills Jörmungandr, he's able to brace himself by putting his foot through the bottom of the boat like he was sitting in and standing on the ocean floor to brace himself to haul up Midgardsormr. It's wild. It's great. Himiskviða, the poem of Thor's fishing expedition, is one on my mug. Shoutouts to Overly Sarcastic Productions Red for the fabulous artwork of it. But it's actually one of the oldest stories identifiable in the runestone corpus, in the Gotlandic picture stones, because, as it turns out, the Altuna runestone from the late 8th century actually shows it, and it is identifiable because consistently Thor puts his foot through the boat when depicting it. Because he needs a boat to get out there, Raptorus. You're not going to walk out there. Doesn't matter if you're tall enough to stand. You're not going to walk out there, so you go get in a boat. The gods and the Jötnar and everyone else are exactly as big as they need to be at any given moment. Anyway. Yggdrasil, the cosmic tree. Boo. Booger hiss. So, as I said, the idea of cosmos is not present in Norse mythology. There is no grand web. There is no grand cosmological order. It is all very vague and very fuzzy, and you can get to just other places. Additionally, you can also potentially scrap literally everything I just said. And instead, we may want to envision it as a multiverse of dimensions stacked, paper thin on top of each other. So you may not be able to travel at all, except through ritual acts, through carved doorways, and other liminal spaces that project your spirit into other places to view the afterlives in the same physical location stacked on top of each other. This is what's seen in Ibn Fadlan's Risala, where a drugged and about to be sexually assaulted, was sexually assaulted, about to continue to be sexually assaulted, sacrificial enslaved woman is lifted over a fake door several times until she finds the land of the dead peering over the top of the door into the other world. That completely contradicts literally everything about Norse afterlives. We've got notes about them in more detail a little bit later. Anyway, Odin traded his eye to Mimir. This is the version of the story in the Prose Edda. In Snorri also wrote Heimskringla, including Ynglinga Saga, and in Ynglinga Saga the story is a bit different. That Mimir is killed by the Vanir, thinking that the Aesir had tricked them in the exchange of hostages after their battle. And Odin then preserves Mimir's head using garlic and other herbs, and then consults with it in times of great need. No mention of sacrificing things for it, no mention of any of that. You know.
Here we are. Off you go.
You're not coming with me.
Do you really need more hand-holding?
Hey, Rude, we are playing a video game. Yes.
I will wait for you. Oh.
Garlic is good. Garlic's
Mimir doesn't
important.
have the same tolerance for mortals that I do.
Garlic's important, yo. And remember, garlic is magic from a very long time. Remember, as I said earlier in the stream, in Elder Futhark, pre-Viking Age magical inscriptions, one of the most common words is longhouse, which can be onion, it can also be garlic.
I sacrificed the only thing I had, my hammer, my human vessel.
That is true. The Hammer and the Huger are like two parts of the soul. Hamingja or Gifta, my luck, might be another part, etc.
To see the looks on their faces as all their plans
Jostein.
came to naught. Now I'm trapped here. I can never return
Jostein.
to Midgard. What's the point of outwitting
Jostein,
your foes?
you're an
They'll
idiot.
never even know it.
Ah, I see.
Be careful. Learn from my mistake.
Ha.
Don't sacrifice anything you will regret.
Ha. Now you're remembering the Vilsi, you're remembering Vilsathauder because I mentioned garlic. Ha! I got you. It was all just to make you remember that short saga. That one particular short saga. If anyone doesn't know, Vilsathauder is one of the oddest of these sagas. It is a very short text, it's only a handful of chapters long, but tells of a family, including a ritual involving a preserved horse palace, i.e. a Vilsi. That's what that word means. It's a preserved horse palace, which is used as a ritual object for stuff. At the very bottom, okay, so this is the version of Ynglinga Saga, right? A great war occurred between the Aesir and the Vanir. Eventually truce was called and hostages were exchanged. The Vanir give to the Aesir Njörður, Freyr, and Freya. The Aesir give to the Vanir Heinir and Mimir. Now, Heinir always referred to Mimir for help, even though the Vanir made Heinir their king. And so, realizing they were tricked, they decapitated Mimir and sent the head in a box back to Odin, who used garlic and magic to preserve it. And according to Ynglinga Saga, he simply consults with it in times of need. The association with it with Mimisbrunner near one of the three taproots of Yggdrasil is from a different oral tradition. It is not said that Odin places it at Mimisbrunner, I think. Pretty sure. Prozeda might actually say that. I don't remember. I'm not going to look it up right now. Anthony Fox has a really good translation of the Prozeda that's accessible, open access online, so you can check that for yourself. Exercise in proving me wrong. Now, he certainly is not this gargantuan. And no, there's like nothing to suggest he's considered this gargantuan.
Enter, Thorstein of Midgard. I know what you seek.
Also, though, given that the only sacrifice known to Mimisbrunner is Odin giving his eye, which is very symbolically loaded, right? He's giving up one of his physical eyes in order to gain foresight, right? He gains vision by sacrificing vision. So this is a very ontologically significant sacrifice. The idea that this is turned into just sacrifice something and get some answer in return is a complete fabrication out of modern media, and there's no evidence for this being a belief that anyone in medieval Viking-Age Scandinavia would have understood.
You have chosen to sacrifice any hope to fight alongside Odin at Ragnarok. Let it be so. You may drink from my waters now, and remember your past.
This is all made up. It's fine. So let's instead rewind to Jostein and his idea of the Huger and the Hammer. The Huger is like the conscious mind and emotions, seated in the heart, which is a Hugstein, a thought stone. This is your conscience and emotional reality. The Hammer is the physical body that is the manifestation and reflection of the Huger.
What happened to Gunhilda?
He sacrificed his future chance to enter Valhalla.
Wait!
So,
come back!
You know, there are two ways out of this. There's the one the game goes with, and then there's the convert to Christianity forehead.
Now that I finally remember your face.
Just convert to Christianity and then it doesn't matter.
You again. The future I gave up.
The Old Norse idea of self. So, Huger and Hammer. Personality and consciousness. The Hammer is the external self, the appearance and the shape, manifesting the Huger ideally. Another entity attached to the human spirit was the Fylgja. not an angel, but a sort of, and there are two types of fylgja here, or fylgjur, to use the plural. There is an animal fylgja, who is often associated with an individual, and being able to see your own fylgja, or to see other people's fylgjur in the form of wolves, was usually a sign you were about to die. Then there is the fylgjukona, a different idea tied up with the household gods or disir, which, by the way, name for Freya is Vanadis, so the, like Dis, the female household goddess of the Vanir. So, these sort of female household deities are closely related to the fylgjukona as well, which seems to be more related to what this discovery tour accused of being the Hamingja, which is sort of a weird in-between state things. Anyway, Link could have been put together. These parts of the cell formed the link between each mortal and the magical web of the cosmos. We just jumped the shark, right? Good, 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 good. Completely jumped the shark. There is no magical web of cosmos. Period. Thank you once again to Dr. Luke Murphy for confirming this for me earlier this morning. There is none. Period. Not how that worked. So, there is no broad network of interconnectivity to be connected into. It is just individuals. It is individuals interacting with the physical world around them. Gods have the ability to affect the physical world, but that's because they are embodiments of far more powerful concepts to manipulate the world around them. It's not cosmos, it's just the world is physical, and because it's physical, it is manipulable. And then there are Hyun and Meaning, thought and memory. I don't like the association of this with the sense of self. They are more just important things that exist. Thought and memory, go. Oh, no, we've... See, it's not that we are jumping the shark, it's that the shark hath been jumped. See, at some point, the shark got jumped. Well, we were not paying attention. We're... Anyway. Some among the dead, i.e. those that were slain, were chosen to enter the golden paradise of Ausgarder. Was in part because they lived an honorable life. This is also fair. In Ausgarder there are two places they could find rest. The first is Valhall, the Hall of the Slain, ruled by Odin. The second is Folkvanger, the People Field. In this place, it seems that Freya, who is said to be goddess of love in the Prose Edda, so I won't complain too much, but contemporary evidence from the Viking Age is more ambiguous about. Welcome both honorable men and women, perhaps reuniting those separated by death. This is fabrication. The extent of the mentions of Folkvanger is from the Eddic poem Grimnismal, probably from the 10th century. Supposedly it's Odin talking, while tied up between two fires being tortured for, like, being in disguise. As Grimnir. One of the standard names for a disguised person. So he's talking to a young boy who is giving him water. Freya does. That, of all of those who are slain each day, Freya chooses half and Odin receives the other. As one of the halls in Ausgarder, right? You get like Bilskirnir and Thrudvanger and all these other places that are homes of the gods, and Idalir and Hlíðskjálf and all these places. And Folkvanger is one of that list of halls of the gods. That is it. The Prose Edda cites Grimnismal for its evidence as to what it is, and there is no other evidence. Literally everything else about this entry is speculation created in later traditions, largely in the modern period, largely based on trying to fit Freya into ideas of being akin to Aphrodite or Venus as a standard goddess of love who behaved in a certain way. it ain't real. Folkvanger is where half of the slain go each day, according to Grimnismal. That's it. Pretty much every skaldic poem, though, doesn't mention Folkvanger. Peter, you did in fact call it. Congratulations. You gotta get a happy ending, sort of. So, where was I going with? Oh yeah, skaldic poetry, such as Haukananal and some of these other poems about deceased people, however, never mention Folkvanger. They exclusively talk about going to Valhor. By the way, let's clear out the snow here. Shoo, snow. You aren't welcome here. This is a Vavy suit. Right, I was complaining about this earlier, but we can see it in its full glory here. This design here is a Vavy suit, a wayfinding charm attested in the 19th century grimoire known as Huld. It is derived from French patterns and French grimoire traditions, and has nothing at all whatsoever, period, to do with Norse religion, the Vikings, or anything else we will conceive of as mythology. And by the way, thank you, Tanka TV, for the follow just now.
I do not know of death as you humans do. To us gods, death is only part of an endless cycle of rebirth. Until Ragnarok.
My notes say, damn it, cycle bullshit. So, that goes well. The idea, right, this idea that gets thrown around on the internet somewhat regularly, that Norse cosmology is cyclical and Norse time is cyclical, creation, destruction, creation, destruction, creation, destruction, creation, destruction. It is not. It is fairly linear. Creation builds up to Ragnarok. The only of the gods to die before Ragnarok are Baldur and Hörder.
Tangrisnir and Tangnjoster will take us to Asgard, to the north.
That's it. Thor never dies. Until Ragnarok, where everyone dies, and once they die, they are dead.
Do not be fooled by my goat's sides. They are mightier than 100 giants.
No, Tomsengård, that is a Gestur, Grimnir, etc. are in fact, exactly, they are, it is the Nick John Smith of disguise names. Anyway, in this, I understand that they don't want to, like, try and render Tangrisnir and Tangnjoster, but this is a erasure of Thialvi. Thialvi is mortal, and his sister Röskva, who Thialvi had the big ups of after Thor stopped by his farm to, or by his parents' farm, I should say, in order to spend the night on the way to Utgarður. He very happily killed Tangrisnir in order to feed the whole farm, and then said, you know, just don't touch the skin, don't touch the bones, whatever you do, don't break the bones. You are forbidden from doing that. Thialvi, in his infinite himbo, immediately broke one of the bones to get out the marrow for more food. This made Tangrisnir lame, and made Thor very, very angry. In return, he claimed Thialvi and Röskva's lives as compensation for Tangrisnir's lameness, and Thialvi appears in a few other stories, around as a retainer to Thor, as a semi-immortal retainer to Thor. Röskva never appears again.
Yes.
But mortals who could easily see Tangrisnir and Tangnjoster. So, this is erasure. Mortals can't comprehend the goats. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Be female in Norse mythology. That's it, blood. Like, she's just a complete non-entity. It's tragic. They ride towards the Well of Urdur, where the Norns weave the threads of destiny. And I mean, he lost badly and then lost worse on the other tries. But it was absolutely someone was cheating. The Iron Will of Fate. Fate was considered the most powerful force in the cosmos. No cosmos here. This magical self-conscious flow of energy linking everything and everyone together. No, this isn't Final Fantasy VII, this isn't the live stream. That's all this is, right? That's all that's saying. That's just saying the live stream. No. What is true is that the Nornir are weaving, like the Moirai of Greek myth, are weaving people's destinies, and those threads might be close together on the tapestry of history, and other times might spread very far apart, and always eventually get cut out. By the way, there's a shit ton of words in Old Norse for fate. These words include domer, ruk, urður, and feigr. So naturally, what does this entry immediately go for? Dictum, the Latin word. Prescribed by fate was unyielding. Fair. Men's gods and various monsters, whether as individuals or members of a clan, had to bend to the will of fate. No one could alter it, and everyone had to accept it. Sigurður Faufnisbani is the premier example of this, being warned by his uncle, by Faufnir, by Brynhildr, and by his wife Gudrun, that he is going to die painfully and horribly, and it is not going to be a fun time. He's going to do XYZ things before he dies. He is told 4 times that this is what is going to happen. His response each and every time would be, you know, if I thought I was going to live forever, I might care. I never thought I was going to live forever. So la 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 la. An absolute legend. You love Sigurður. A different example would be like King Hrolfr Kraki in a different legendary saga, where after being told by Odin in disguise again, after beating up the King of Sweden, that you should probably worship me. I am not okay. I am not okay because Sigurður drives me crazy. Right, he just goes, yeah, right, if I thought I was going to live forever, I would care. But I'm not. I know I'm going to die. So I'm just going to keep doing my thing, and when I die peace. Hrolfr Kraki instead gets Odin's help to defeat the King of Sweden and humiliate him. And then is when Odin is said, hey, by the way, you should probably worship me. Hrolfr Kraki explicitly rejects the gods and the idea of fate, instead saying, I would rather trust in myself and my own strength. A thing that appears with some regularity among saga heroes. His luck immediately turns sour because you don't say that to Odin, and Budvar Bjarki, one of his champions, realizes that and goes, well, shit, we're screwed, aren't we? And he eventually dies in battle shortly later, in an army led by his sister. By the way, what happened there is talking about fate, and the idea that fate was inviolable. It's not cosmic, but it is inviolable. Anyway. Ragnarok exists. It is the ultimate fate. It is the prophecy of the CRS and the end of every prophecy. Oh. Welcome. Then you will want to take a look at the entire rest of the VOD, because I took a look at this game, or of this whole discovery tour, from a specialist perspective. You can type @about to see my or !about, in order to see my qualifications. And so we've been reviewing it. We are in the last quest, which is about Norse mythology, and is based on a very poor understanding of how Norse mythology and our mythological sources intersect with actual religious belief. This is from the Gothforth Cross, and shows Vivar, the son of Odin, and one of the chief god following Ragnarok, according to the Prose Edda and Völuspá, ripping Fenrir in half. He rips Fenrir in half with a boot made out of all the scraps of shoe leather in all of the world.
I see them. They hardly seem to notice.
Anyway, the Nornir. The destiny of every being was intertwined, their fates knit together. This tapestry of life was woven by the Nornir, the keepers of fate. Little is known about the Nornir, for they were shrouded in mystery. 3 of them are called Urð, Verdandi, or I think it is Verdandi, and Skuld. Legend said that they lived in the Well of Urður, the Well of Fate. This mysterious place could be found under one of the roots of the World Tree. So, we need to distinguish here between capital N Nornir and lowercase n Nornir. There are 3 capital N Nornir: Urður, Verðandi, and Skuld. They're they're in charge of caring for Yggdrasil, watering it each day, and their well is where the gods hold court. It's in Ev instead of a TH, but thank you for confirming that that should be an Ev. And additionally though, Skuld, the youngest of the Nornir, capital N Nornir, is also a Valkyrie, according to Snorri in the Prose Edda. So Skuld will actually ride out from Urðarbrunur in order to help choose the slain in battles. Then there are the small N Nornir. I mean, it's at an open spot, right? It's not this dank cave that they show in Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It seems to be a well at the base of a tree. Fairly nice. Small and Nornir are said that there are hundreds, that there are Nornir for men and elves and the gods. And so all the different types of beings in the world will have their own Nornir. And if someone is born with poor luck, it is said that that can be the work of a wicked Nornir who wove a bad pattern for that person. So the Nornir with a small n are probably closely related to the idea of a Cirrus or a Völva, plural Völur, from which we get Völuspá, the name of that poem. Fun side story, the word for computer in modern Icelandic is Tölva, which was created by philologist Sigurd and scholar of Old Norse literature, Sigurður Nordal, based on Völva as a paradigm. It's a completely defunct paradigm otherwise, except that he coined a word to refer to computers based on CRSs, because technology is magic, yo. Anyway, there's a lot of cats around here.
Would they really care for me?
Maybe not these ones. These are the Nornir for the gods, right? The capital N Nornir are the Nornir for the gods. The small N Nornir are the Nornir for literally everyone else.
This I had to see for myself.
I've come to seek the Norn's counsel and find an end to this meander.
The next game is almost certainly not going to be Romeo. I wish, but probably not.
Another victim of Loki's mischief. I understand your frustration. We cannot approach the Norns.
He talks to them all the time. He holds court next to them.
These cats seem to have approached them just fine.
Another example of the overlap of these female categories between Nornir, Disir, Völur, and Valkyries is the poem Daraðarljóð.
Your threat followed its course.
It is preserved in the 13th century text Njál's saga.
Trust me, I've tried.
What about my wife?
Where it's set around the 11th century Battle of Clontarf on Good Friday 1014 in Dublin.
Father, and all you can think of is your wife.
Yes, we're adorable.
Have such one-trick mind.
Oh, then don't be a jerk.
Take your questions to Freya along with these cats of hers. She'll know how to indulge you.
In that poem, the prose outline for it is that a priest sees these women, presumably witches, night riders, crossing the sky, and he follows them. And they land in this house, and he peers in, and he sees them weaving, except the threads that are being woven with are human intestines, and the weights at the bottom are made out of skulls. Odin, the Allfather. Odin was the leader and chief of the gods. He presided over many domains. Domains are a flawed concept for Old Norse religion, but magic, poetry, runes, death, victory. Highly intelligent, he was probably not to be disobeyed. When Odin sat on Hríðskjálf, his magical throne, he could observe the actions of every being in existence. His gaze could pierce through the flesh and bone to perceive humanity's most intimate desires. No, he could just see very far. He could just see very far. After all, he was a god with an overwhelming appetite for secrets. He's also the creator of the world, which is what gives him the name Allfather, because he is the guy who creates everything, including people. Along with Lothar and Heinir, he comes across 2 pieces of driftwood on the beaches of Ausgarður. They shape them. Odin gives them shape, Heinir gives them clothing, and Lothar, who might be Loki, gives them breath and wit. So he is the creator of humanity, he is the shaper of the world from Ymir's corpse, and it's for those reasons, not because he's a peeping Tom, that he is called Allfather, along with very many other names. There is an entire poem that is just the Nöft Odins, the names of Odin. It's preserved in a lot of manuscripts of the Prose Edda as just you gotta have, and the Poetic Edda too. You need the list of the names of Odin, and there's like 40 of them. Legend said that Odin would frequently travel through the 9 realms of Yggdrasil, riding his 8-legged horse Sleipnir and followed by his raven companions. Actually, no. He does sometimes ride through on Sleipnir, but Grimnus Maul says that each day he sends forth Hugin and Munin away from him, and each day he sits at his home, fearing that Hugin might not return, but fearing more that Munin will not return. So quite the opposite of he is followed by them, he instead sends them out, and away from himself.
If these are Freya's cats, they must be leading to her.
I don't think there are 800. I'm aware of like 40 or 50. The 9 realms. My note here is you know the drill. You'll love to see it. Yggdrasil was nearly symmetrical. Its branches were as long as its roots, and they almost touched in a circle. The circular quality symbolized order and eternity. This is coming out of 19th century neo-pagan tree of life imageries, not at all anything that we can maybe possibly kind of argue at all is a medieval depiction of Yggdrasil. This is neo-pagan, this is not useful for pre-Nordic religions at all. As a matter of fact, we know it is not symmetrical because one of its descriptors in one source says that it is constantly rotting, that half of the tree is constantly rotting. Chris Abram goes into this more in his book Evergreen Ash, an eco-critical reading of Norse mythology. Yorm, it's super late, thank you for staying so long. The highest of the 9 realms was Ausgarður, placed in Yggdrasil's other branches. This is true that was home to the Aesir, including Odin and Thor. Except for the one source that says one of the roots leads to Ausgarður, i.e. the Prose Edda. The lowest realm nested among Yggdrasil's roots was Helheim. Not Helheim, it's never called Helheim, Hell. Hell, singular. No Heim attached. Just Hell. The land of the dead, governed by the goddess Hel. Right in the middle of Yggdrasil was Midgarður, or Midan Eorth in Old English, where mortal humans lived. The other realms were Alfheim, Svartalfheim, Vanaheim, Niflheim, Muspelheim, and Jotunheim. Okay, that's how they're doing that. So you get Ausgarður, Midgarður, Hel, Alfheim, Svartalfheim, Vanaheim, Niflheim, Muspelheim, Jotunheim. Wrong, 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 and wrong. Here's the deal. Heim means home. And I hate to be rude with this, to be so blunt, but I hear this so often and I am so tired of it. No medieval source says what the 9 realms are. Not one. Völuspá says that the CRS sees 9 worlds. The Prose Edda lists a whole bunch of places, some of which are in this list, some of which are not. But never says that there are only 9 realms. Places, poems go to places, stories go to places. But none of them put all the pieces together. So here's the deal. We must make choices about what sources we trust. they have made a choice here to trust Snorri Sturluson and the Prose Edda. That is the first appearance of Svardalfheim. The other alternative name that is proposed often is Nidavellir. But the Svardalvar, the Dark Elves, as another name for the Dvergar, appears to be something that Snorri invents. It appears in no source that we can date it before him, so it appears in the 13th century. Poof. We are already well outside of 9th century Norse religious, mythological, or cosmological belief. Okay? So, we have made this choice that we are trusting the Prose Edda. Here are what other things will change because of that. Hell is not an independent realm. It is instead part of Niflheim. Odin casts Hell into Niflheim, the kind of elemental realm of ice, and gives her dominion over the dishonorable dead there. So Niflheim spirals farther down. Niflheim spirals farther down within Hell's Hall to Niflhel and Naustrund, where Nidhugr devours the wicked. And the roots of Yggdrasil, but mostly the wicked. Another change. Alfheim is part of Ausgarder. Alfheim is part in the southern and upper regions of Ausgarder. Above Alfheim, is Vidblauen, the Wide Blue, where supposedly the Ljósalvar live, but also where the hall that will survive Ragnarok, Gimle, is. What we should instead think of, if we accept a 9 realms sort of geographic cosmology thing to talk about, what we should instead think of is a map of Europe. Right? Envision a map of Europe. To the extreme north is Niflheim, in the Arctic, where there are ice floes all the time. What's to the extreme south in Europe? The Sahara Desert. While Muspelheim gains volcanic attributes through things like a poem named Hartmundarkvila, descriptions of Surtur and Völuspá, etc. Thanks to Iceland, it gains volcanic attributes. You can instead imagine the extreme southern land of heat as Muspelheim, the Sahara. Midgardr is in between them. Ausgarder is somewhere above. Jotunheim is outer. Jotunheim is everything to the outside. So you could think of this, really there's no good geographic comparison, but somewhere in like the Ural Mountains perhaps, etc. And you get places like Utgarder potentially to the west. It's not branches nestled in this grand circular tree. It's instead very much realistically able to be interpreted as a map of the Viking world. Nay, Ausgarder is not Norway. Norway is part of Midgarder. Ausgarder is probably to the east and up. So, a whole bunch of this is wrong. This 9 realm thing you will see all over the place on the internet. Every single time. If anyone says that they know what the 9 realms of Norse mythology are, they are trying to sell you something. Utgarder cannot be Vinland, no. Utgarder cannot be Vinland. Because there is no knowledge of Vinland before the 11th century, and we have attestations of Jotunheim before then.
Are they following me?
It is just better to instead perceive of Utgarder as an ideological abstract. Now, on top of all of that, we can actually get real funky, because we can reject that entire process, as I described earlier, with Helheim, etc. Is this arrangement of realms used to describe real-world places, or just used to describe places in the mythology? Snorri makes the argument that the Aesir are from Asia, and therefore refugees from Troy. So, our mythological sources are using real places, question mark? Question mark. Rudolf Seemek has a really good article, Which Way to Gleisisvetlir, that goes into some of the details, as does John Lindo has an article on cardinal directions in Norse cosmology. Both of those are potentially useful for more information there. The Rainbow Bridge was protected by the god Heimdallr. Heimdallr shone as bright as a flame from head to toe. His teeth were gold and gleamed like the sun. His eyesight was sharper than an eagle's, and he could hear everything everywhere. His name is Fid Asturkvod, the widest god, or probably the brightest god. Nowhere does it say his teeth are golden. Nowhere does it say that he shines all the time. He's just the brightest god. His eyesight was, however, sharper than everything, and one poem says he is deaf, but also his hearing was so sharp that he could hear everything. He could hear grass growing in Midgardr while standing in Ausgardr. And at Ragnarok, he will blow the Jarlarhorn in order to summon the gods to their final war. Alright, we got a couple more places to go. We're going to pick up all these places, so that way we can just finish off the last quote. We have maybe 15 minutes left, so if you have enjoyed this, do consider following, spreading the word, and subscribing to the channel. I put in a lot of work on this, as you can tell, probably very clearly. I put in a ton of work on this, and so subscriptions are super appreciated. If you enjoyed this, it is a really good way to let me know that you did, so I can, do more like this, be able to do more like this, continue making the stream content better for all of you. Yes, I will put it in the Discord later, but it's also, which way to Gleisisvetlir. And thank you for the 3 tier 1 gifted subs, Blue. As always, I super appreciate it. Anyway, the Völva, a soothsayer. They have a typo in here? Like that, just like that. If anyone else wants to do that, that would be extremely cool. It's never obliged, but it does mean a lot. Right? It helps a lot. So they have a typo. VU is not an allowable combination in Old Norse. It instead VLUR. One way to divine was to read the runes. Each one held a different power. Nope, that's early modern. That's early modern, it's not at all related to medieval traditions. Another way to gain magical insight was through a ritual trance, the Sever. Nope, it's not a ritual. The first person to practice the Sever was the goddess Freya. Yes, but it's not a ritual, it's just magic. The trance may have involved a wand or a staff, symbolically ending like a spindle, as they were used to spin the threads of fate. This is true. As far as it goes, the use of a spindle whorl staff is attested. Once spun, the threads could be read and understood. A Völva was likely to live a little bit on the fringes of society, for her powers were mysterious and intimidating. She could help people, but she could also harm them. The Sever ritual could be used to curse someone. In spinning the threads of fate, a Völva could potentially damage a person's destiny. Now, the only sentence of this that I would keep is that these 2 sentences at the start of the second paragraph. From a Völva to harm them. That's it. That is the only part of this that I would keep. So the Völva, or the Spákona, is a CRS by trade. Through a variety of means, primarily through communication with spirits, or náttúrur, literally essences. They are able to interact with and gain insight from these spirits into other worlds. We will ride past this later, so we will do that one later. we have an account of a fairly, at least historically plausible, if not strictly historically accurate. It's not super known either way. Because it's from a late source, Eirik's Saga Røyla, there's some question as to which one it is. And what is the most accurate. Okay, so it's those two that I'm seeing, and then there's this one. Brilliant. In that, Thorbjörg Vittilvurva, a Greenlandic CRS, comes to Eiriksdalr in Greenland, which is suffering from a plague. And she performs this grand thing, ritual in which she eats the hearts of one of each of the animals present at the farm, spends the night there, and then proceeds to commune with spirits while a Christian woman she persuades to sing a galdur, literally just a song, but a magically attuned song. Through that, she is able to speak to the spirits, and they're able to reveal things. And therefore correctly predicts the end of the settlement and many people's fates. Now,
I'm going to level with you now and prepare yourself. Vikings did
because
not
this is
wear
such a
horned
better
helmets.
helmet right here,
This
right? Such a
dreadful
better
misconception
helmet.
came from the Wagnerian opera The Ring of the Nibelung from
Da,
1876.
was it
but
Der
you
Ring das
horned
Nibelungen?
and winged helmets
Carl
were at
Emil
that stage
Deppler
part of the actor's
suggests for
costumes,
the
a way
Hunding,
for the warriors
for
to seem
Hunding and his
more
men,
grandiose
the bad
on
guys,
stage.
but
Ever since then,
by
depictions of
its
Vikings
second or so
wearing
performance,
big,
everyone's
horned
wearing horn helmets.
were in plentiful supply, and this wrongful image has persisted to this day. Beside the fact
Yes,
that
she does ask for a
horned
fancy
helmets
chair,
would
I
have
see.
been anything but
It's
practical on
grand.
the battlefield, it seems that the very few ones found by archaeologists
I would
were
also
only
suggest
used
this one
for
as a
ritual
problem.
purposes. So you can use that fact next time you want to ruin a Viking's Halloween party.
I would also suggest this one as potentially an issue, as a early medieval Saxon helm. Like, come on, guys, come on. While nothing Sean said there is wrong, there is something really rich about Assassin's Creed Valhalla being all high and mighty about how the Vikings didn't actually wear horned helmets, when Assassin's Creed Valhalla's helmets are, let's be kind and say all over the place. Who would have a Vikings Halloween party? Me, but only for the sake of making very big fun of it. Right, you ironically have a Viking Halloween party. You don't honestly have one. You have an ironic Viking Halloween dress up.
Freya must know that cats are better creatures than people.
This is a true statement, and big shoutouts for Thorstein for knowing the facts that cats are good people. But yeah, up in the top corner was their reconstructed concept art for their Not the Sudden Hue helmet. Cats.
I'm surprised they're even awake.
Cats. Cats. Look at them. There's so many of them. We have become the crazy cat lady.
I'm covered in cat hair now.
Trick-or-treating is just going a Viking in a socially acceptable context. Changed my mind. I believe the correct response is, why would you say something so brave, but so why would you say something so controversial, but so brave? The goddess Freya. Freya was among the most gifted of the Norse gods at Seidr, the art of divination or prophecy. You know, they got Seidr right there. Seidr allowed one to travel beyond space and time to catch a glimpse of what fate had in store. That's not true. What is true, though, about Seidr is that it is distrusted from the earliest attestations that we have of it. Galdur is a more neutral term for magic, especially sung incantations, though you might also use rune for that. Seidr, however, is something that appears to attack someone's luck, or to put some great risk to someone's luck, and so is largely viewed with distrust and as a fairly malicious type of magic. Sometimes. So like Save Mother, Sorcerer is probably the best translation, right? You have Save Mother and Save Kona. Magic Man and Magic Woman. But in something like Saga, Save Mother is used to cause an infection in the leg of Grettir Ásmundarson, the most notorious Icelandic outlaw, his outlawry was about to expire. He almost made it 20 years for his outlawry to expire. But a Save Mother puts a curse on him that causes an infection that swells up so great that he is barely able to move when his enemies go to Grímsey on the extreme northern coast of Iceland and kill him. Freyja is a digraph of Freyr, or it's the feminization of Freyr. So Freyr means lord, Freyja therefore means lady, while Frigg means wife or woman or beloved one. So yeah, her name is not very helpful. It just means lady. Helpful. Freyja also had an unusual way of getting around. Legend has it that she loved to surround herself with cats. In fact, her chariot was pulled not by horses, but by two massive blue and grey cats. Gets from the Norse god of thunder, Thor. No, that paragraph is wrong. Just wrong. There's one mention in the Prose Edda of her cats. When they go catch Loki to bind him, she hops in her chariot pulled by cats. That's the only mention of them. They are not described. They are not given names. There is no story associated with them. They are just big cats that pull her chariot in one mention in the Prose Edda, which is from the 13th century. We have no idea if that has any reflection in Viking-Age religion. As a matter of fact, there's some evidence to suggest that it doesn't apply to Viking-Age religion, because there is very little evidence of cats being used in sacrificial contexts. Unlike dogs and horses and cattle and in very early ones aurochs, all of which are clearly in some way symbolically or materially significant, cats are extremely rare in burial contexts. And we know nothing about the development of Freyja blood.
Goddess Freyja,
her name might suggest that she's old,
back.
but that's not actually a guarantee of much of anything.
I'm surprised they followed you here.
Extremely early, like Bronze Age. Bronze Age sacrifices that have continuity of traditions to the Viking Age. You have aurochs.
I see. Odin knows I cannot resist the
By the way,
need.
she is carving turnips.
Everyone has somewhere they ought to
I just want to point it out. She is carving turnips. That is early modern Irish? I don't know what Freyja is doing. An individual inherited certain values, rules, and values from their kin. According to legend, ancestors would visit the young in dreams, sometimes, yes, to pass on the family's wisdom. Values could also be shared by the family's Hamingja or guardian spirit. Not so much attested. The first one is really well attested in the Norse Saga corpus, the second one, not so much. In these Dreamland family reunions, children will learn about their forefathers' greatness and their failures. Blah, blah. This is all speculative. No, it's usually a warning of a specific event. No, this is not right. Most of the time when there's a prophetic dream, it is prophetic. It is someone coming back to coming and visiting from the past to either name someone or predict someone's future, or warn about a specific event. This is some very bizarre interpretations of prophecy and prophetic dreams in Old Norse contexts. What is true, though, is that family characteristics will pass on through generations. So I just mentioned Grettir Ásmundarson.
But I've given up all hope of entering Valhalla.
Then you were never destined to reach Valhalla.
Yeah, thank you,
How
Freya.
so? I lived a good and honorable life. Don't I deserve
See,
an
he's read his
honorable
Skaldic
death?
poetry. He knows that
Maybe, just
Folkvanger
not in
isn't
Odin's
real.
great hall. You shall accompany me to Folkvanger, my home.
Anyway.
Will my wife be there? Have you seen Gunhilda?
I do not know, but if it's her
You
fate,
guys are
she will
talking
join
a
you.
lot. I'm going to talk over
I'd
you
go
now.
through 1,000
So
deaths if it meant
pretty
seeing her
much
again.
every outlaw in the Icelandic corpus of any note is related to Grettir Ásmundarson, because he is the greatest outlaw, and therefore they invent genealogies to make sure that everyone
You would
interacts
have ended up
with
just where you are now, with or without Loki's hand.
How can you tolerate his misdeeds?
with that
It's
outlaw
one thing
figure.
I never understood.
Additionally, a great example of it comes to us from Njál Saga,
Loki, just as any of us,
where
is an
there is
but I know how you must
when the one of the main female characters in the saga, Hallgerður, is born. Her uncle looks at her and says, "Oh, she'll grow up to be very beautiful and excellent." But I wonder, when did Thieves' eyes enter our family? And this makes his brother exceedingly angry. But she turns out to be a horrible person, who gets all three of her husbands killed through her own pettiness. So, you know, the Thieves' eyes is fair. But the idea of physical traits and personality characteristics being passed down person to person, and therefore making sure you're marrying into someone who is good, gonna be important.
Being the land of mighty gods, Asgard had to be scaled accordingly. To create this sense of magnitude, level designers played on heights with towers that reach up into the sky to meet the immense branches of Yggdrasil, the mythical world tree. The wolf, Fenrir, went through the same fate. Indeed, the infamous beast is 10 times the size of a normal wolf, thanks to the character modelers. To set AC Valhalla's Asgard apart, developers focused on depicting the myths
So
of
this
the
is
Viking
one of my
sagas,
pet peeves.
with doors to
When they're
other
saying-
realms, Well of Norns, and so on, combined with
When you
glimpses
say
of Eivor's
Viking
past life
sagas,
and memories.
this is
Great
referring
shame
to
it'll all be
something
destroyed come
specific.
Ragnarok.
In that we can broadly divide texts in Old Norse literary corpus into the Edda, into Eddic material, and into saga material. Saga material refers to pretty much. There's no fall damage, by the way. Well, refers heavily
must have
words
done something
to
awful.
The worst thing he could possibly do. He stole my dear Brissinger man.
vernacular texts written in prose or prosimetrum, i.e. prose with poetic interludes.
I'd give anything for it, and I did. Because of Loki.
Okay, so we'll talk about this one in a moment. But these aren't all prose, right? They're notably prose texts about individuals who are mortal, written in Old Norse. The Eddas are the main mythological ones. Obviously, a lot of sagas have mythological or legendary material, such as the Hamingja, a battle recorded in the Prose Edda, an everlasting battle recorded in the Prose Edda that's also in Ragnarsdrápa, the oldest piece of Skaldic poetry we have, and Sturlathauter, an extremely relevant text for what we just heard, when Loki stole the Brisingamen. That story is recorded exclusively in Sturlathauter, which is preserved in 14th century manuscript, probably composed in the late 12th century. And it says that in order to forge the Brisingamen, Freya, who in that story is the consort of Odin, a sorcerer king from Asia, slept with 3 dwarves, who then made her the necklace. Odin, suspecting infidelity, asked Loki to steal it. He turned into a fly, slipped into the room, stole the necklace, etc. In order to compensate for the infidelity and licentiousness of demon Freya, Odin demands that she commit 2 kings, each with 20 petty kings underneath them, to eternally fight each other. And so she does. And so she does. Horribly, horribly misogynistic text. Heavy Christian allegories. Odin is a semi-immortal demon sorcerer king from Asia. And Freya is just a demon. So, oops. While warriors who died in battle could look forward to feasting in the halls of Valhall, or Folkvanger, those who died of sickness or old age, according to the Prose Edda, went to Hell. Or Helheim. Or Helheim, just Hell. The cold and misty realm of Niflheim, pictured here, was another final destination. This is wrong, because Hell is inside of Niflheim. What they should be saying here is Niflhel, Mist Hell. Pictured here could be another final destination. Murderers, earthbreakers, and traitors were punished for their crimes by being sent to this cruel land. Well, more specifically, within this cruel land, they are sent to Naustrand, the beach of the deceased, where they will be devoured for eternity by none other than Nidhöggr, the colossal dragon that lives at the roots of Yggdrasil and will survive Ragnarok to continue to bring death upon the world.
These doors will take you to Folkvanger, my kingdom, afterlife of the slain and righteous, just as luxurious as Odin's great hall.
Thank you.
And so? Oh, we missed one. Well, which one did we miss? That's a shame. Oops. It's not here, that's for sure. Like, I've got it all there. So we missed one thing. 1% off of 100% completion. Welcome to Folkvanger. Or Folkvanger in modern and in Icelandic. Where Thorstein is finally, at long last, united with Gunhilda. They get their happy afterlife. Hooray! Virtual hugs in the chat. For adorable, wholesome, happy endings. This Vikings' journey has come to an end. And as it comes to an end, so too does our journey. Thank God my throat is dying. But I hope you all enjoyed this. We get the Bedale Gilling sword. A museum example, though perhaps a slightly over-embellished one. We also unlock Loki as a character to run around in. Let's see which thing we missed. And thank you for playing Discovery Tour Viking-Age. To everyone who stuck with it over this time, thank you so much. Dr. Tim's Voices, thank you for the follow just now. Once again, one last plea. If you like this, do consider subscribing to the channel. I stream 3 times a week. And we've got some really cool stuff coming up. We will not be touching Assassin's Creed Valhalla again until the next DLC launches, and then we'll make our glorious return to it. Because of course we shall make our glorious return to it. I've heard rumors it's Muspelheim. Actually, I've seen basically confirmation that it's Muspelheim, which should be absolutely bonkers. So, you have that to look forward to. But we've also got some other ongoing series. On Friday and on Sunday will be the next 2 streams. We'll do both of them. Will be Castlevania Symphony of the Night to try and finish that up for Halloween. That's been our Halloween spooky game. Then, we'll probably on Tuesday, 1 week from today, we will be back with Amazon's MMO New World. I am getting guests on to talk about colonialism because that game is immensely like the Happy Fun Times Colonialism Simulator, the MMO. So we are having grand conversations and historical about history, colonialism, and its depiction in the game with me and guests, so you have that to look forward to. And 1 week from Thursday, actually, is the launch of Age of Empires 4. So in case you thought there were big high-profile history games not on the horizon, we'll be spending a lot of time with Age of Empires 4, which I am immensely, immensely excited for. Yeah, so final thoughts on the Discovery Tour. And thank you, Pomegranate, for the follow just now as well. As I said at the beginning, at its best, i.e. in quests 2 and 7, and the Isle of Ely and in Jorvik. It is on par with the best history exhibitions in the world. Obviously, there is a limit to the artifacts that they can show, and what things they can get the rights to. However, with the interactive media, when it works really well, the sailing section at the end of Quest 4 is another good example of it. The interactivity and narrative, when done thoughtfully, when done to properly emulate Norse literary tropes, you see it is something truly phenomenal. At its worst, it codifies, elides, and reinforces misconceptions that have been around for a very long time, and are very deeply ingrained in internet discourses about the Vikings. This is particularly true anytime they are talking about Norse religion and Norse mythology. While this is no shade to Dr. Lucy Malbeau, who is the consultant for this, she is a very good scholar at what she is a specialist in. I cannot read French well, but her work on monastic communities' intersections with the Viking world seems really good. She is not a specialist in Norse religion, and it shows. There is a lot of room for improvement to really broaden and change popular conceptions of what Norse religion is, means, and how we think about it, and how we separate the Eddic material from the 13th century and from primarily Iceland from the massive decentralization and diversity of religions present in Scandinavia in the Viking Age. There was so much better that they could have done here, and I'm rather disappointed to see it fall into a thing where I can have 2 pages of notes that primarily say, you know this drill, just go for it. Because I've said all of this before. Multiple times, from multiple sources, about multiple media. Still, this was excellent, and I want to thank once again Ubisoft for giving me a review copy so that I was able to do all that research, get the books I needed to, talk to the people I needed to, and make this shine. I also want to thank Luca Pinaro, a PhD candidate at the University of Iceland, and Dr. Luke Murphy once again for their help with consulting work earlier this morning, with answering questions about what I was seeing in the game to make sure I was telling you, as to the best of my knowledge, the best things I can. I also want to reiterate one more time of a thank you to everyone who followed, subscribed, tuned in, saw the posts on Reddit, Discord, and Twitter. You were all excellent. It is worth doing because I am reaching you guys. So, I hope I will see you again in future streams. I hope I will see you again very soon. If not for Castlevania, if not for New World, then for Age of Empires 4, or for some of the games coming up in November. That are some really cool stuff. I've got a game coming up on a Taiwanese folk hero. I'm gonna get a friend who specializes in Taiping, the Qing dynasty, and hopefully also we can get some stuff on Japanese colonialism in the late 1800s for that game. And it's gonna be real fun. So, with that, I bid you all a good night, and a very, very pleasant rest of your day. Farewell. Tack för komna. Psych och blessed.